Chapter 101. Return to the New World, leaving behind the divine machine Balian. Life cards will attract each other. Marco and Jaws can find Chu-Ki, so Chu-Ki will naturally find them. Chu-Ki only gave the life card to Whitebeard, and with the pineapple-like head shape of the person who came. Chu-Ki could recognize him at a glance. He is the future Phoenix Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates. Chu-Ki casually put a healing talisman when, played on Marco's body, and ordered Ruhua to let go of Jaws. This is... Marco, who was about to faint, suddenly felt refreshed, and the pain just now was swept away. He jumped up from the ground. Jaws also ran over at this time and stood with Marco. Glancing at the two of them, Chu-Ki asked straight to the point, "Edward actually asked you two to come to me, is there something urgent?" After seeing Chu-Ki in person, Marco and Jaws were excited, their eyes were shining, and they didn't know where to start for a while. Since they became pirates, the glorious deeds of the Black Devil have often lingered in their ears. In addition to his relationship with Whitebeard Dad, the Black Devil naturally became one of the people that Marco and his friends admired the most. How could two teenagers not be excited to see this legendary pirate, the strongest in the world? Seeing the two people who were so excited that they couldn't speak, Chu-Ki was speechless. "You two little ghosts, don't be excited, hurry up and talk about things." Hearing Chu-Ki's urging, Marco finally recovered and said excitedly, "Mom, Whitebeard Daddy is going to celebrate his 40th birthday. We wanted to give him a surprise, so we secretly took away his life card hidden in the room and came to find you." Jaws also said very sincerely, "Please, Mom, for so many years, the person that Whitebeard Daddy wants to see most is you. If you can go, he must be very happy." After listening to the two, Chu-Ki had a complicated expression, and felt very sorry in his heart. "Whitebeard. When we broke up, we clearly agreed to go to him often to drink in the future, but we didn't see each other for 6 years. Alas, it's all my fault, I'm sorry for your father." Wait, Chu-Ki suddenly reacted, widened his eyes, and asked sternly, "What did you two brats call me just now?" Marco and Xiao Ziyai looked at each other, and then said in unison, "Mom, get out." Chu-Ki was furious. "Who told you to call me like that? Do you want to die? It was Dad who asked us to call you like that. He said you are his first family. Since he is our dad, then you should be our mom." Malco said confidently. "Get off my feet. No one is allowed to call me that in the future. If anyone does, I will beat the shit out of him." Chu-Ki was speechless. "It's a pity that they can call me Mom. Not to mention being angry, those who don't know might think that Chu-Ki is a bad woman who abandoned her family. Mom, Dad said that even if you beat us to death, we can't change our words, otherwise we will no longer be his sons." Chu-Ki said angrily, "Well, I will beat you to death now and see if you change." When the two heard this, they were not afraid, but put on an expression of fearlessness. "Mom, beat us to death. We will die without regrets at the hands of a legendary pirate like you." Chu-Ki said unhappily, "It seems that you have me in your hands, right?" Malco smiled slyly. "Old Whitebeard said that you are a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and you will not really attack us." Chu-Ki wanted to cry but had no tears. "Please, don't call me Mom anymore." The two said righteously, "No, Mom is Mom, the generations cannot be messed up." "Hey!" Chu-Ki took a deep breath, his eyes became cold, and he said murderously, "In that case." Before he finished speaking, Chu-Ki had already punched Marco and Jaws in the face. It hurts," the two cried out in pain. "I'll beat you up first, and then I'll beat the shit out of Whitebeard." When the two heard this, they didn't care about the pain anymore and said in surprise, "Mom, do you agree to meet Whitebeard Dad?" "Of course. You guys go prepare the boat right now, I'll be there soon, let's go to the New World." "Great!" The two danced with excitement. Back in the laboratory, Chu-Ki started packing up. Raised his hand and showed the skull gem ring on his finger, a suction force came out from the ring, sucking in all the equipment in the laboratory. After loading the things in the laboratory, Chu-Ki immediately went to the second floor, the magic weapon storage room. Most of the magic weapons made over the years, as well as the 4 magic swords, were all loaded into the space ring. The rest were defective products, or those that Chu-Ki didn't like, so he didn't care. The third and fourth floors were full of divine machine puppets, some human-shaped puppets, and some beast-shaped puppets. No matter how big Chu-Ki's space ring is, it can't hold so many. So he only took the most outstanding 330, and the beast-shaped Suzaku. When he came to the fifth floor, it was empty and there was nothing inside, with only one in the middle small platform. Chu-Ki walked to the front of the small platform, took out a square box's-shaped device from the space ring, and placed it on it. This box's-shaped device is a high-level magic weapon, and the thing inside is Shenji Bai Lian. The box must be opened with a specific unlocking method, which is a bit similar to Lu-Ban lock, but thousands of times more difficult than Lu-Ban lock. The box cannot be disassembled violently, even Chu-Ki himself can't do it. Similarly, Chu-Ki's message is printed on the box. Shenji Bai Lian, one of the 8 strange skills created by the Black Devil, refining waste into treasure, the ultimate in mechanical technology, the ultimate in refining philo, reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 102. How can I are you as strong as me? Shenji Bai Lian is placed on the 5th floor, and all puppets on the 3rd, 4th, and 4th floors are responsible for guarding it. The difficulty is extremely high. The reason why Chu-Ki made so many tests is he doesn't want Shenji Bai Lian to appear easily. Because the horror of Shenji Bai Lian is no less than the 3 ancient weapons. The puppets and magic weapons that can be manufactured infinitely are enough to create a super army that sweeps everything. Moreover, the appearance of magic weapons and puppets will cause a serious imbalance in the world's combat power level, which is what Chu-Ki doesn't want to see the most. Once ordinary people have extraordinary power, they will breed desires and bring a lot of trouble. After everything was arranged, Chu-Ki took a last look here and turned around. If you leave, you may never come back. The divine machine is fully refined, proficiency 95% originally. Chu-Ki planned to leave the mechanical island after the divine machine was fully refined, but he didn't think of a place to go for a while, so he didn't leave. Now that his old friend is turning 40, Chu-Ki must go back to the new world to see him and have a good drink. When we arrived at the beach, Marco and Jaws had been waiting for a long time. Mom, everything is ready, we can leave at any time. Can you please stop barking? Forget it, you can bark as you like. Chu-Ki was completely desperate, he couldn't really kill them, ha ha ha. Mom, time is running out, let's go quickly. Looking at their broken boat, Chu-Ki looked disdainful and said, with your broken boat, it may take until next year to get back to the new world. After that, Chu-Ki took out the puppet beast Suzaku from the space ring. This is a high-level flying magic weapon. Suzaku is 8 meters high, with a single wing length of 10 meters. It can carry 5 or 6 people at most. It flies very fast. It takes no more than 3 days to get back to the new world from the mechanical island. Looking at a lifelike red bird appearing out of thin air, Marco and Jaws were startled. Mom, how come this thing suddenly appeared? Don't talk nonsense first, aren't you in a hurry? Get on it quickly. Oh. After the 3 of them got on Suzaku one after another, Suzaku began flapping its wings, flew high, and flew towards the new world. Although he had the flying magic weapon Suzaku, Chu-Ki didn't use it often. Unless time was urgent, Chu-Ki would take it out and use it. Since it was on the Grand Line, it must be fun. If you fly everywhere, what's the point? After the 3 of them officially set off, Marco and Jaws were finally able to vent. Mom, why do you stay in this small place? Why don't you form your own pirate group, or join the pirates of Daddy's group? Also, did you make the robot that just handed over to us? Is this big bird also a machine? The two of them asked so many questions like a string of cannonballs that Chu-Ki was very confused. But it was understandable, after all, they were two children in their teens, curious about everything. Chu-Ki stretched out a finger and said unhappily, one person can only ask one question, no second one, understand? Jaws couldn't wait to say, Mom, did you make those robots and this big bird just now? Yes, I have been on the mechanical island for the past few years specializing in these things, I call them puppets. Awesome! Jaws exclaimed the strength of those puppets is probably enough to rival the pirates with a bounty of tens of millions. Marco added, especially the last one, it's too strong, it can knock me down in a few moves, and I have no power to fight back. Chu-Ki glanced at the two of them and said, it's not that they are too strong, it's that you are too weak. If it weren't for Edward protecting you, I'm afraid you would have been chopped into 8 pieces and your ashes would have been scattered. Too scary. Whitebeard Dad is right, Mom, you are really black-bellied. I'm not kidding again. Chu-Ki said seriously, you are too young now, and your physical fitness is obviously weaker than that of adults. Again, plus Edward is too good to you, your pirate career can be said to be smooth sailing, which is not conducive to your growth. Especially Yozu, his fruit ability is a mess. After hearing this, the two people who were just smiling and laughing fell silent instantly. If it were someone else, Chu-Ki would definitely not say so much to them, but after all, they are his juniors, so it is necessary to educate them. But don't be discouraged, after all, you are still young, take your time, and becoming stronger can't be achieved overnight. After speaking, Chu-Ki looked at Marco, he has asked all the questions, it's your turn to ask. After Marco thought for a moment, a sly look flashed in his eyes, and he asked, Mom, how can I become like you? Strong. Chu-Ki laughed, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and 3,000 meters of running every day. Keep doing it until your hair falls out, and you will be as strong as me. Of course I'm kidding. Chu-Ki said meaningfully, I'll tell you about this question after I see Edward. At the same time, in a mysterious sea area in the New World, a group of fishermen pirates came here by boat. One of the fishermen held an eternal pointer and a sea chart in his hand. It should be here, the sunken place of the Valley of the Gods. Brother, the treasures of the Valley of the Gods were looted by the Rocks pirates back then. Why are we still here? Shut up, we finally got the eternal compass and the sea chart of the Valley of the Gods. It would be a waste if we don't use them. Let's try our luck. Brother is right. There are so many treasures in the Valley of the Gods. The Rocks pirates may not be able to move them all. If there are any left, we will be rich. Stop talking nonsense and get in the water. Okay. A dozen fishermen pirates jumped off the boat and dived into the seabed. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download FAE. Chapter 103. Windhoekman is about to appear. The Valley of Gods sank several thousand meters deep in the sea. Except for the fishmen, it is basically impossible for others to reach there. After swimming for a long time, a dozen fishermen pirates finally saw a series of dilapidated high-rise buildings. Ha 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 ha, it's here. Everyone spread out and look around, be careful, see if there is any hidden treasure. Yes, boss. The fishermen began to search in the underwater ruins of the Valley of Gods. It has been 6 or 7 years since the Valley of Gods sank. Seaweed and mayflies have taken root everywhere, and the search is not easy. After searching for a long time without success, a blue-skinned fisherman simply leaned on a stone to rest. Come. It's a waste of time. So much time has passed. Even if there are treasures, they have been picked up by others. How can we get a turn? After resting for a few minutes, the blue-skinned fisherman stood up and suddenly felt itchy on his back. It turned out that the green algae on the stone had stained his back. The blue-skinned fisherman turned his head and scratched his back. He accidentally found that there were words engraved on the stone behind him. If it were other words, he would definitely not care, but among the words that caught his eye, there were 3 words: Black Devil. Just these 3 words, any pirate would know them. Black Devil, could this thing be related to the Black Devil? The blue-skinned fishman swam over curiously and began to clean the dirt on the stone. After a while, the square stone tablet came into his sight. The blue-skinned fishman first glanced at the circular picture in the middle of the stone tablet, and then began to read the words engraved under the picture. Feng Kaokuman, one of the 8 strange skills created by the Black Devil. After learning it, you can master the changes of heaven and earth, the natural magic. You can also deduce the future, understand the past, and know everything in the world. Just stare at this picture with full concentration, and you will have a chance to learn Feng Kaokuman. Warning: those who are not people with great perseverance and simple minds without desires should not look directly at this picture. 8 strange skills of Feng Kaokuman. The blue-skinned fishman was extremely surprised. This is actually something left by the Black Devil. Master the changes of heaven and earth, know everything in the world. How is it possible? Although it is not very, I believe it, but since it is something left by the Black Devil, I must take a look. As for the last warning, of course I chose to ignore it directly. The blue-skinned fishman stared at the formation diagram of Feng Kaokuman and looked at it attentively. As he looked, the Kuman formation diagram began to rotate in his eyes, and it rotated faster and faster. King Upa, wake up quickly! A wonderful voice sounded in the ears of the blue-skinned fishman. The blue-skinned fishman named Upa suddenly woke up. Surrounded by treasures, several beautiful mermaids were serving him, and countless delicious dishes were in front of him. King Upa, did you have a nightmare? The fishman Upa nodded and said, I just had a very vague dream. In the dream, I was a small pirate who is ordered around every day. Hehehe, this dream is so funny. King Appa is the king of the world. How could he become a small pirate? Ha 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 ha, that's right, come on, let's continue drinking. Boss, come and see, I don't know what happened to Appa. He stands here motionless, expressionless, and doesn't speak. The shouts of his companions gathered all the fishermen pirates together. What's wrong with this guy? Is he stupid? Boss, there is a stone tablet behind you with words on it. Everyone focused their attention on the stone tablet behind them. Like the fishman Appa, they just scanned the pictures because they couldn't read them. A glance, and then began to read the words engraved below. This was actually left by the Black Devil. Master the changes of heaven and earth and can also deduce the future, know everything in the world. How could there be such a magical thing in the world? No, if it was created by the Black Devil, it is very likely to be true. Yes, everyone suddenly realized who the Black Devil was. A powerless person who did not eat the devil fruit, but has all-powerful means to sweep everything, the real world's strongest. If it was something he left behind, it is indeed very likely to be true. Stupid. People are still there, beeping, the smart people have already started to look at the picture. Then they became exactly like the fishman Appa, with lifeless eyes, motionless, standing in the same position like dead people. The fishman pirate's boss noticed something was wrong at the first time, and when he reacted, more than half of the crew had become puppets. He quickly shouted, "Close your eyes, don't look." Several fishermen who were about to look finally realized that something was wrong, and they closed their eyes in fear. The fishman pirate's boss slammed into the stone tablet and covered the side with the Feng Kaokuman formation diagram. The fishermen slowly opened their eyes and looked around. Joe found that only a few of his accomplices were still normal, and most of them had turned into puppets. How terrible! Fortunately, I glanced at the warning below, so I didn't rush to see it. Boss, let's go quickly, this thing is too weird. The boss of the fishman pirates raised his mouth slightly and said, "Of course we have to go, take this thing with us." "Ah, boss, are you crazy? This thing is deadly. Hehehe, this is something left by the Black Devil. I believe that many people outside will be interested in it. I will definitely sell it for a good price." Yes, the boss is right. We can't make a wasted trip. Although they knew that this thing was a disaster, everyone also saw out of its value. Since there is money to be made, who cares about other people's lives? The pirates carefully covered the picture on the stone tablet, carried it and slowly swam out of the deep sea. On Sozaku, Chu-Ki suddenly sensed that Feng Kaokuman was activated, indicating that someone had found and read the formation diagram above. It also means that the first 8 wonders Feng Kaokuman is about to appear. Philo reminds you, 3 things to learn. Chapter 104. Return to Fishman Island and retrieve Reikari. Because of the system, Chu-Ki can set learning limits for each of the 8 wonders. Tongtian and Chenji Balian can only be learned once, and a person can only learn one of the 8 wonders at most, which is similar to the setting of Devil Fruit. 8. The user of the 8 skills can pass on his own skills to others, but he can no longer use them. This is done to prevent the 8 skills from spreading and seriously affecting the balance of the world's combat power. The 8 skills left in the future will also be like this, but Feng Kaokuman is different. At that time, Chu-Ki thought it was too difficult to learn, and the number of people who could learn it must be rare, so he did not set any learning restrictions for it. Let everyone learn by observing the formation diagram of Feng Kaokuman. Tisk tisk tisk, I seem to have made a big mistake. Chu-Ki's expression became more and more ugly, and he said to himself. Marco noticed that Chu-Ki's face was not right. Mom, what's wrong with you? Nothing. In the future, you must be careful when you see circular pictures, and don't take them too seriously. Chu-Ki said something inexplicable, leaving the two of them confused. Because Feng Kaokuman has no learning restrictions, coupled with the huge side effects, the stone tablet is simply a terrifying weapon that kills people without bloodshed. The only thing to be thankful for is that the Feng Kaokuman formation diagram on the stone tablet is composed of energy and cannot be copied, otherwise the whole world will suffer. Chu-Ki comforted himself in his heart. Anyway, I have left a warning, it is their business if they kill themselves. After 2 days of flying, the 3 had reached the vicinity of the Red Earth continent, and below was Sabayati archipelago. Chu-Ki suddenly thought of something and said to Marco and Jaws, I want to go to Fishman Island and get my sword Reikari back. But Mom, we don't have a boat now, how can we go? To go to Fishman Island, you must first take a boat to coat the Sabayati archipelago, and then sail with the help of the ocean current to arrive safely. No need. Chu-Ki said lightly, and then controlled Sozaku to fly down to the sea at a high speed. This scared Jaws, and he said anxiously, Mom, I am a capable person, can't swim. Don't worry, I won't drown you, but if you get eaten by a fish, it's none of my business. When they were about to fall into the sea, Chu-Ki took out a bright blue bead from his space ring, and the body of Sozaku automatically avoided the sea water as soon as it touched it. Sozaku carried the 3 people and drove straight into the sea without getting a drop of sea water on them, just like flying on land. The bead in Chu-Ki's hand was naturally one of the magic tools he refined, the water-repellent bead for diving into the sea. Wow Mom, you are so amazing, you can do anything. The 2 of them had bright eyes. Chu-Ki smiled lightly, it's just a small thing, the real magical thing, you haven't seen it yet. After entering Fishman Island, Chu-Ki found a place to put away Sozaku, and then took the 2 of them to the street. Hey, he thought, looks like Lord Black Devil. Really? Let's go and have a look. Lord Black Devil, is that you? Jaws sighed, Mom, you are too popular here. Of course Mom liberated tens of thousands of fishermen slaves in the Valley of Gods, and left her noble sword here to protect Fishman Island from harassment by pirates and the Navy for so many years. As the national idol of Fishman Island, Chu-Ki's arrival here naturally caused a wave of enthusiasm. Chu-Ki is the #1 fan of Fishman Island, shouldering the expenses of a senior fanboy. After hearing that Chu-Ki came to Fishman Island, Shell Tiger and Jinbei rushed to the scene at an extraordinary speed. Black Devil boss, we are so happy to see you again. Ha 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 ha. After not seeing each other for many years, those two crybaby brats have grown so tall. He he he. Tiger and Jinbei scratched their heads and smiled with a blush. Chu Qi sighed that the fishmen grew up so fast, especially the outstanding ones like Tiger and Jinbei. They were still brats a few years ago, but now they are tall and straight boys, almost as tall as Chu Qi, with muscles all over their bodies. They were still wearing the buttons that Chu Qi gave them that year. Jinbei strung them into a necklace and wore it on his neck. On the shirt, Tiger made it into a brooch and pinned it on the collar. Everyone started chatting. Tiger and Jinbei couldn't wait to tell Chu Qi about their situation over the years. Tiger is now the leader of the backstreets of Fishman Island. Almost all the Fishman hooligans are under his management, and his influence is not small. After chatting for a while, King Neptune of the Ryugu Kingdom and Queen Princess Otohime also arrived. Neptune held a very delicate long box in his hand, and Chu Qi's sword Reikari lay quietly inside. Princess Otohime walked to Chu Qi with a smile, and said politely and sincerely, "Mr. Black Devil, the most respected guest of Fishman Island, we express our most sincere welcome to your arrival." Chu Qi also smiled and returned the greeting, "Thank you very much, Queen Otohime. When I was reading comics in my previous life, Chu Qi liked the role of Princess Otohime. A lady with a very passionate personality and full of compassion. Her compassion can even influence pigheads like celestial dragons. It's a pity that she was assassinated and died early. Mr. Black Devil, this is your sword Reikari, please take it back." Neptune handed the knife to Chu Qi. After 6 years, Chu Qi must be very happy to see his old friend again. He took Reikari, slowly raised it, and placed it in front of his eyes. The blade was still silver and flawless, and full of sharpness. A question immediately appeared. Chu Qi took Reikari away. What should be done with Fishman Island in the future? After all, pirates, this thing, like leeks, grows one after another. After thinking for a while, Chu Qi thought of an alternative. Lu. Chapter 105. Give Bai Shi to Princess Shirahoshi as a godfather. Chu Qi waved his hand and released a humanoid puppet over 5 meters tall, dark-skinned, and as strong as an iron tower from the space ring. It was a half-human, half-mechanical male with 2 big words engraved on its chest, Bai Shi. The sudden appearance of the huge puppet made everyone's expression the same as when Marco and the others first saw the puppet. The situation is almost the same. Chu Qi said with a somewhat painful expression, "This is the puppet doll I refined, named Hyakushiki. After I take away Reikari, I will give it to you Fishman Island." Hyakushiki is the 100th puppet refined by Chu Qi, and it is also the pinnacle of the work so far. It took nearly a year to make it. In addition to his own superpowers, Chu Qi also equipped him with 2 high-level magic weapons, one for attack and one for defense, which can use 3 superpowers at the same time. The whole body is covered with various weapons, and the nails of the 10 fingers are made of sea stone, which is specially designed for people with special abilities. In addition, it can also simulate the use of armed color domineering and observation color domineering, which is Chu Qi's latest research result. Simulation. The conditions for domineering are very harsh, only Hyakushiki can do it, not even Zero can do it. Hyakushiki's combat power is about the same as 1.5 Gear 4 King Luffy, which is more than the average billion-dollar pirate. Such a masterpiece was given to Fishman Island. Chu Qi's heart ached, not to mention the pain. Princess Otohime's observation haki is very powerful, and she can feel the other party's thoughts and emotions. After sensing Chu Qi's current emotions, Princess Otohime hurriedly said, "Mr. Black Devil, there is no need to do this. Now the whole world knows that Fishman Island is Mr. Black Devil's territory. Even if there is no Reikari to prove it, they dare not be presumptuous." Chu Qi shook his head and said earnestly, "It is true now, but there will always be blind pirates in the future, and I can't always pay attention to Fishman Island." Princess Otohime was silent. She certainly understood this truth. "Since I have said that I will protect Fishman Island, I will keep this promise until I die." After listening to Chu-Ki's words, everyone present was moved. This is the true style of a strong man and a true man. Princess Otohim performed a royal salute to Chu-Ki to show respect and gratitude. Mr. Black Devil, I thank you on behalf of the millions of residents of Fishman Island. You will always be our benefactor of Fishman Island and our best friend. Neptune also said righteously, Black Devil sir, although our Dragon Palace Kingdom has limited power, we will definitely help you if you need help. The reason why Princess Otohim and Neptune were so moved was not only because Chu-Ki provided shelter for Fishman Island, but more importantly, this sincere friendship. Chu-Ki suddenly thought of something interesting, raised his head, and said to Neptune and Princess Otohim, I do have a request now, I wonder if you two can agree to it. Ha 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 Mr. Black Devil. No matter. What kind of request, as long as we can do it, we will definitely agree. Princess Otohim also nodded and smiled, yes, Mr. Black Devil, if you need anything, just say it. Actually, it's like this yes, I have always wanted to have a daughter, but I don't know when this wish will come true. So if you two have a daughter in the future, how about letting me be her godfather? Princess Otohim and Neptune looked at each other, their eyes full of smiles, and of course they agreed to Chu-Ki's request. On the surface, Chu-Ki's request was a bit rude. Being the godfather of the future princess took advantage of the royal family of the Dragon Palace. But who took advantage? Anyone with a discerning eye could see at a glance. The title of the Black Devil, the strongest in the world, the legendary pirate, is much more valuable than a member of the royal family of the Dragon Palace. If the future princess of the Dragon Palace Kingdom is the goddaughter of the Black Devil, it is necessary to say that in terms of safety absolutely guaranteed. The future princess of the Dragon Palace Kingdom is Shirahoshi, who is also a character that Chu-Ki likes very much, so he said that. As everyone chatted, the topic turned to the most critical Hyakushiki. Something that can make the Black Devil heartbroken, it must not be simple. Looking at the tall and strong puppet doll Hyakushiki, the 444 boys are undoubtedly the most excited and curious. After all, yearning for strength is the nature of all boys. Mom, how powerful is this thing, and the last one, how about comparing with me? Marco asked impatiently. Chu-Ki said calmly, this is Hyakushiki, the last one is called Zero Shiki, who do you think is stronger? As for people like you, it can easily kill a large number of them. Chu-Ki has always been good at undermining the self-confidence of the younger generation. Tiger was a little unconvinced, patting his chest and said, Brother Black Devil, how about letting me compete with it? Jinbei also said immediately, and me Marco and Jaws were of course not to be outdone, and they all expressed their desire to fight. Chu-Ki said indifferently, no problem, the four of you can come together, and you can probably play for 2 more minutes. Tiger, Jinbei, Marco, Jaws, 4 people 4 stand in each corner forming a square, and the puppet Hyakushiki is in the middle. Chu-Ki raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and told Hyakushiki, play casually, just knock them down, don't hit them too hard. The 444 are all minors, too weak, Chu-Ki is afraid that they will be beaten. Don't make a move, I'll try first. Jaws, who has the most impatient personality, was the first to make a move, and the ability of the diamond fruit was activated, and his thick arms quickly turned into diamonds. Jaws ran towards Hyakushiki and punched him with all his strength. Hyakushiki had a blank expression on his face, raised his hand slowly, and grabbed Jaws' fist. Jaws struggled desperately, trying to pull out his fist, but Hyakushiki remained motionless. What a strong force! Chapter 106 Hyakushiki, who is on par with the billion-dollar pirates. Seeing that Hyakushiki had captured Jaws, the remaining 3 looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Same straight punch. Tiger and Jinbei, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously punched Hyakushiki with a strong straight punch. Marco jumped into the air and kicked Hyakushiki's head with his heel. Bang bang bang! When the fists and feet of the three were 1 meter away from Hyakushiki, they were blocked by an infinite barrier and could not move forward any further. What the hell? The three frowned. At this moment, Hyakushiki, who was like a puppet, moved, grabbed Jaw's fist and head, threw him to Marco. The two collided, both flew out, and fell heavily to the ground. After temporarily dealing with Marco and Jaws, Hyakushiki raised his arms and punched Tiger and Jinbei one by one. 3000 watts punch, 2000 watts punch. The 444 fists collided, Tiger and Jinbei were instantly knocked away, and slid on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. Hit the water. Tiger and Jinbei were not to be outdone, and attacked again, gathering the water droplets on their bodies together, and then hit them out, with a power comparable to that of a cannonball. Bang bang! When 1 meter away from Hyakushiki, the invisible barrier appeared again, blocking two groups of water droplets with power comparable to that of a cannonball. Marco said seriously, "This guy, it's like an invisible shield around you. Let's all work together to break it." Okay. The three of them said in unison. Shining charge. Jaws turned half of his body into diamond, and then hit Hyakushiki with the most brutal force. Malco wrapped his feet in armed color domineering, flew towards Hyakushiki, and kicked him in the air. Karakusa Wada Shoken 3000 Wada Shoken. The attacks of the four fell almost at the same time, but as expected, they were blocked by the invisible barrier. Chu-ki on the side, he laughed secretly. Hyakushiki was equipped with a high-level defensive magic weapon. He had to be serious if he wanted to break it. These four miners might not be able to break it even after a year of fighting. Keep attacking, don't stop. The four surrounded Hyakushiki, punching and kicking, hitting the barrier again and again. Hoshiki remained motionless, letting it go. Hoo damn, this is too strong. The four were panting, but it was still effective. Seeing that the time was almost right, Hyakushiki's eyes suddenly lit up red. Then, a powerful shock wave burst out from his body, instantly sending the four flying. Hoshiki, who had been standing still, finally moved, chasing at a super-fast speed that was completely inconsistent with his body size. Marco and Jaws were blown away. Raised his hands, and slapped them on the chest from top to bottom. Bang bang! After the two landed, they smashed two big holes on the ground and almost fainted. After dealing with Marco and Jaws, Hyakushiki continued to rush towards Tiger and Jinbei. 3000 tiles spinning kick and 2000 tiles punch. Hyakushiki flashed behind the two and let the two attacks fall at the same time. So fast! Without giving Tiger and Jinbei a chance to react, Hyakushiki grabbed their heads and slammed them hard. The two suddenly felt a sharp pain and dizziness, and both lost consciousness. From Hyakushiki's attack to the end, it took only about 1 minute, and all four people lost the battle. Chu-ki couldn't help laughing. "I really overestimated you. I thought you could play for 2 more minutes, but you only lasted 1 minute." Chu-ki waved his hand, and 4 healing talismans appeared out of thin air, floating towards the 4 people who fell down. The 4 people woke up one after another, their expressions were like frosted eggplants, and they were probably deeply shocked. All the attacks did not touch Hyakushiki, and Hyakushiki beat them like a game. Chu-ki smiled and comforted, "In fact, you don't have to be so discouraged. Hyakushiki's strength is equivalent to a pirate with a bounty of 10 billion. There are definitely no more than 10 people who can beat it in the Grand Line." A pirate with a bounty of 10 billion. Everyone was shocked. 10 billion bounty. Jin's great pirate is the strongest man in the Grand Line, a terrifying existence who can conquer a country single-handedly. Now look at Hyakushiki, this is not a humanoid puppet, it is simply a war machine that can destroy the world. Jaws said excitedly, "Mom, Hyakushiki is so strong, if you build a few more, you can conquer the world, right?" "Don't wait." Chu-ki opened his mouth. Tiger smiled and said, "Brother Black Devil is not interested in conquering the world, otherwise the world would have been his long ago. Marco also said, "That's right, Mom was the second captain of the Rocks Pirates, but he chose to disband the Rocks Pirates, which led to the new era now." After listening to the two, Chuki was somewhat amused and helpless. "You two guys should stop flattering me. Can you rule the world just by saying so?" After a pause, Chuki continued, "But you are right about one thing. I am really not interested in conquering the world. Researching puppets is just a hobby. 100 Styles only does this one and will never do it again in the future." Jinbei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said with a heavy heart, "Brother Black Devil, we have worked hard to practice, but a man-made creature can easily surpass us, so what is the point of our practice?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. Jinbei's problem was actually Chuki didn't want Shenji Bailian to appear easily in the world. The reason. "Jinbei, you are right. But you overlooked one problem. We can grow continuously through practice, but machines cannot. As long as we persevere, we will surpass it one day." "Brother Black Demon and Mother, we understand." Everyone suddenly understood. Chuki smiled lightly and continued, "And your worries are completely unnecessary. Is there anyone else who can create a humanoid puppet like Hyakushiki besides me?" "That's right. No matter how powerful the puppet is, it is only the toys in the hands of the Black Devil." Lu. Chapter 107. The strongest weapon, for the most gentle person. Whether it is Tiger or Marco, although they will be famous figures in the future, they are just a group of immature young people now. When facing them, Chuki feels that he is really becoming more and more like a mother. But it is also very happy to watch them grow up, and I hope their future will be bright. After seeing the power of Hyakushiki, the happiest person is Neptune. With such a powerful weapon, Fishman Island will no longer have to worry about foreign invasion. "Mr. Black Devil, are you really going to give such a precious thing to Fishman Island?" Kipton pointed at Hyakushiki, repeatedly confirmed. Chuki said with a sullen face, "I will give it to you if I say so, I will never regret it, and I will never take it back." Chuki has figured it out now. Hyakushiki is just a favorite toy for him, and it is not really useful. Giving it to Fishman Island can also be considered a relief. Of course, Tiger and Jinbei are very happy that their hometown has such a powerful weapon to protect it. But Princess Otohime beside Neptune doesn't seem to be very happy. From just now, her face has been very heavy. Chuki looked at her and asked, "Princess Otohime, do you have any questions?" "Mr. Black Devil, weapons can be used for protection, but they can also cause wars. I am a little worried." Princess Otohime hesitated to speak. Chuki smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. Weapons can indeed cause wars, but it also depends on who uses them." After that, Chuki took out a silver badge from the space ring, on which were engraved two words, 100 Styles. This silver badge is the control tool of 100 Styles. Since 100 Styles has been bound to Chuki's soul, it cannot be replaced, Master. But Chuki used a trace of his own vitality to make a control tool for 100 Styles. Chuki raised the silver badge in his hand, and a space suction came from it, taking 100 Styles into it. After taking back 100 Styles, Chuki walked in front of Princess Yuji and held the one in his hand. The silver badge was handed to her. "Princess Otohime, this little thing is its controller. No matter where it is, you can take it back to you. Mr. Black Devil, you are. I have bound the right to use the controller to you. From now on, only you can command Hyakushiki on Fishman Island. You can also authorize someone you trust to help you manage it." Princess Otohime hesitated and did not reach out. Neptune looked down at her and said earnestly, "Otohime, just take it. No one on the island is more suitable to keep it than you." "That's right, Princess Otohime. Only you can make us feel at ease." Tiger also spoke. I think the most powerful weapon should be used by the most gentle person. Seeing that everyone was speaking up, Princess Otohim was somewhat helpless and had to take the silver badge from Chu-Ki. Ha 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 ha. Otohim, the burden of protecting Fishman Island in the future will fall on your shoulders. Neptune said with a smile. Princess Otohim said seriously, I will try my best. Chu-Ki smiled slightly and said, Princess Otohim, you can try it now. You can control it with your mind. Princess Otohim nodded and spread her hands. He held the silver badge in his palm. With a thought, the space suction on the silver badge released Hyakusha Ki inside. The tall and mighty Hyakusha Ki appeared in front of Princess Otohim, and the man and the puppet looked at each other in surprise. Compared with Hyakusha Ki, whose body was like a small house, Princess Otohim was so small that she was almost as small as one of its fingers. Princess Otohim stretched out her hand to Hyakusha Ki, and Hyakusha Ki also raised her arm carefully and touched Princess Otohim's hand with her fingers. I thought he was scary just now, but now I see that he is actually quite cute. Princess Otohim gently stroked it with her hand and said gently, you must be a good child in the future. Ha ha ha. Neptune smiled and said, Otohim, it just looks like a human, but it is still a machine in nature. Chu-Ki smiled and said nothing. He also felt that Princess Otohim was a little too gentle, but she was quite loving. However, in the near future, Chu-Ki realized that he had underestimated the appeal of Princess Otohim. She could not only influence the celestial dragons, but also robots. She was even more like a god than Chu-Ki. All the things to be done had been done, and Chu-Ki and his team should leave Fishman Island and return to the new world. Facing the moment of separation again, Tiger and Jinbei were no longer the children they were before, and they would not cry easily, but the reluctance on their faces was still very strong. Chu-Ki glanced at the two of them, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with a smile, there are 2 more seats in my car, is anyone interested? Tiger and Jinbei looked at each other and were immediately ecstatic. Brother Black Devil, you mean he come with me to the new world, you are not children anymore, it's good to see the world. This sudden surprise completely stunned the two. Tiger and Jinbei's second biggest wish is to go on an adventure in the new world. The biggest wish is to go on an adventure with Brother Black Devil. Unfortunately, these 2 wishes are a bit out of reach for them now. However, today, the 2 wishes are realized at the same time. How can they not be excited looking at the 2 people who were already dazed? Chu-Ki was a little amused. Are you going or not? If you are not going, we will set off. Go, 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 of course we will go. The 2 came to their senses in an instant and rushed to Chu-Ki. The 5 people boarded the flying magic weapon Sozaku, crossed the 10,000-meter deep sea, jumped up, rushed out of the endless darkness, and the sunlight of the new world shone on everyone. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect. Chapter 108. Tell the new world that the Black Devil is back after 6 or 7 years. Chu-Ki finally returned to this familiar sea. He was filled with emotion. Although the days in the Rocks Pirates were not very happy, there were many interesting memories. Especially those cute fans. I don't know how they are doing now, whether they are living well. I haven't seen them for so many years, I really miss them. Thinking of this, Chu-Ki suddenly had an idea. Since it is such an important day for Whitebeard's 40th birthday, why not gather all the old friends of the Rocks Pirates and hold the most grand birthday party, calling Nana, Xiaoqi, Wang Ji, Charlotte Linling all together. It's so lively and fun. Ha 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 ha. Chu-Ki laughed out loud. Seeing Chu-Ki laughing without any warning, the 4 Marcos were confused. Mom, what are you doing? Malco asked curiously. Nothing. Xiaoma, how long is Edward's birthday? Malco thought for a while, about 1.5 months. Okay, 1.5 months is enough. Mom, what are you going to do? Chu-Ki smiled playfully. Do you want to give your Whitebeard father the most unforgettable birthday? More than 10 minutes later, Chuki had told Malco all his arrangements. What I just said, have you remembered everything? Marco said excitedly, I've remembered everything, Mom. I will definitely do it and will never let you down also, since it's a surprise, don't let Edward know. Chuki reminded again. Understood. Marco and Xiaozi answered in unison. Okay, now you two take my Suzaku back, and put it in here when you go back. After that, Chuki took out a swallowing capsule and threw it to Marco. Marco quickly caught the swallowing capsule and asked excitedly, Mom, this is a treasure that can take things in and out. Chuki nodded and reminded, but its space is limited, don't put too many messy things in it. Let me try. Marco took off his coat, and with a thought, the swallowing capsule sucked his coat into it. With another thought, the coat was taken out again. Ha 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 ha, it's so magical and fun. This is simply a magical tool for sailing. With it, you can easily take away as much treasure and supplies as possible. Marco repeatedly retracted and released the swallowing capsule, having a lot of fun. Mom, you can use it to carry living things. Chuki said lightly, yes, but you can't load conscious creatures, otherwise they will be automatically expelled. Seeing Marco playing so well by himself, Tiger and the other three finally couldn't help it, and reached out to grab the swallowing capsule in Marco's hand. After all, they were all young boys who had just started out. Faced with such a magical and fun thing, who wouldn't be tempted and curious? Marco, let me try it. Don't let me play first, you line up behind. Why do I want it now? The four people fought more and more fiercely, and almost fought, and Suzaku began to shake. Bang 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 bang. After each of the four people was beaten with a big bump, they finally behaved. I'm warning you, four little bastards. If anyone dares to make trouble again, I'll throw them down. Chuki was so angry at these four guys that his head hurt. Now he might be just one step away from the role of mom. After you finish the things I arranged, I'll give each of you a swallowing capsule. If you mess up, I'll put you in the swallowing capsule, understand? Understood. Hearing that Chuki was going to give them swallowing capsules, several people were extremely excited. Ignoring them, Chuki looked down at the sea, where a pirate ship was sailing slowly. That's it, each of you act. Tiger, Jinbei, follow me. After saying that, Chuki jumped down from Suzaku, and Tiger and Jinbei followed closely behind. Bang! After a muffled sound, Chuki landed steadily on the deck of the pirate ship. All the pirates on the ship were frightened by this person who fell from the sky. Tiger and Jinbei jumped out of the sea and landed right next to Chuki. The pirates finally came to their senses and drew their weapons, aiming at Chuki and the other two. The pirate boss stepped forward and said angrily, "Hey, you three guys want to?" Before he finished speaking, Chuki had already grabbed his neck and held him. He lifted it up high. Chuki said lightly, "Notice, this ship is mine now, I give you 3 minutes to get out. Are you looking for death? Let go of our boss." The pirates were on the verge of a fight, and if it weren't for the boss in his hands, they would have rushed forward. An experienced old pirate looked at Chuki carefully, and was immediately terrified, sweating like a spring. He is the Black Devil. The Black Devil is back. Really the Black Devil. Black clothes, black hair, famous sword, silver spear. That's right, it's him. More and more pirates recognized Chuki, and those who didn't were all new pirates. He. Chuki smiled playfully, "I didn't expect that after so many years, you can still recognize me. But it's easy to deal with if you recognize me. While you're leaving, help me bring a message." "Mr. Black Devil, what news?" The pirates were so scared that they were incoherent, and their weapons were already unable to hold steady. Chuki raised his head slightly and said proudly, "Tell the new world that the Black Devil is back." After that, Chuki threw the pirate boss he was holding off the boat. "Why are you still standing there? Do you want me to help you get off?" After these words, the pirates were scared and fled in all directions. Some went to grab the lifeboat, and some took a floating board and jumped directly into the sea. Wait, you stay. Chu Qi called the first old pirate who recognized him. Chapter 109. I thought he was a ruthless person, but he turned out to be not a human being. The old pirate who was called trembled. Although he was very scared, he asked respectfully, Master Black Devil, do you have any other instructions? Do you know where the nearest naval base is? My lord, I know there is indeed a large naval branch nearby, with 3,000 navy stationed there, and 2 vice-admirals of the navy headquarters. Even the big thieves dare not approach easily. Chu Qi stroked his chin and said, not bad, let's go there as the first shot of my return. Now you lead the way and take us there. Yes, yes. The old pirate understood Chu Qi's intention. Chu Qi has never been a high-profile person, let alone a person who likes to deliberately make trouble. But in order to spread the news of his return to the New World better and inform everyone, Chu Qi can only take the most direct and efficient way. Tiger, Jinbei, we are about to fight the navy, are you afraid? Chu Qi looked at the two and asked with a smile. The two were excited. Of course not, we are the younger brothers of Big Brother Black Devil, how can we be afraid of the navy? Chu Qi took out 2 low-level magic tools, Imperial Pearls, from the space ring and threw them to the two. It can automatically identify and defend against malicious attacks. Carry them with you, even the attack of the Navy Vice Admiral can be resisted for a while. Thank you, Big Brother Black Devil. The two took the Imperial Pearls with joy. For Chu Qi can always come up with rare treasures, the two of them were no longer surprised by Bei's behavior. In their hearts, Chu Qi was not only a good brother and a real hero, but now he had another label, godlike man. Not only them, but other people thought the same way. Who else could make 100 styles, devouring sack these incredible things except God? After sailing for a while, a majestic and murderous naval base gradually appeared in front of everyone. Under Chu Qi's instruction, Tiger took the helm and controlled the pirate ship to approach it directly. Originally, with Chu Qi's current strength, he could easily destroy it with any strange spell, but that would be meaningless. Chu Qi wanted to use it to kill the chicken, warning the monkeys. Announced his return in a high-profile manner, and used this to send a message to the world. The naval base must have discovered the pirate ship at the first time, and quickly sent a fleet to intercept it. Brother Black Devil, the navy is coming. Tiger and Jinbei knew that they could not help in this situation, and could only leave it to Chu Qi to deal with. He, it's just right for me to try out the knife. Chu Qi pulled out rakery, which had not been used for many years but was still sharp, and slowly raised it to the navy fleet. Chopping wave, endless black sky. With a light shout, Chu Qi's master suddenly fell down and chopped out a huge, dark black chopping wave like a shark fin. The chopping wave crossed the sea surface, and during the flight it was actually divided into 5, turning into 5 chopping waves. The waves left huge claw-like marks on the sea surface, which were difficult to disappear for a long time. Shua shua shua. Bang bang bang. 5 navy warships were cut by the huge waves at the same time, cut in half and exploded in succession, just a few seconds before and after. Although rakery was not around, Chu Qi never stopped practicing his swordsmanship. So strong is this the strength of the Black Devil brother? The two were amazed. The navy was also shocked. They thought it was a blind pirate, but now they know that a tough guy has come. The navy was as if they were facing a big enemy. After the opponent's pirate ship got closer, the base commander, the Navy Vice Admiral from the headquarters, personally climbed up the turret and observed the enemy with a telescope. Navy. The first person the Vice Admiral saw was Chu Qi, who was standing at the bow, holding rakery. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the wanted order of the Black Devil had long been imprinted in his mind, and he would probably be recognized even if he turned into ashes. The moment he saw Chu Qi, the Vice Admiral was terrified and his face turned extremely pale. According to incomplete statistics from the Navy, more than 10,000 Navy personnel have died directly or indirectly at the hands of this man, including a Navy admiral. Even the Navy hero Garp has been defeated by him many times and has never won. One of the Navy's codes of conduct is, if you encounter this man during a mission, immediately abandon the mission and retreat. I thought he was a ruthless person, but now I know, what came was not a human at all. A small black dot suddenly appeared in the sight of the Vice Admiral of the Navy, and it grew bigger little by little. When the Vice Admiral of the Navy reacted, it was too late. A small stone penetrated the telescope and the Vice Admiral of the Navy's eyes. Fortunately, the distance was far enough and the stone was not big. Although the eye was blown up, it did not kill him directly. Ah! The Vice Admiral of the Navy held his bleeding eyes and screamed. Vice Admiral Kwang Dao. The surrounding Navy was frightened by this sudden scene and quickly surrounded him. Don't worry about me. The Vice Admiral of the Navy endured the severe pain and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quick, go report to the headquarters, it's the Black Devil, the Black Devil is back." What? Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, the Vice Admiral of the Navy continued to command, "Open fire in full force, and hold off as long as possible. Arrange the main force to evacuate quickly, and leave a small team to fight the Black Devil with me to buy time for the evacuation of the main force." Lieutenant General Kwang Dao, you are the Commander-in-Chief, you can't stay. Everyone hurriedly dissuaded him. Everyone knows that in the face of the Black Devil, staying is equivalent to committing suicide, and is using life to delay time. Stop talking nonsense, Lieutenant General Kwang Dao said righteously. With my strength, I should be able to hold him back for a few minutes, but it will be useless if you go. Lieutenant General Kwang Dao, I want to stay and advance and retreat with you. Me too. And us. Chapter 110. Baby Garp, I'm not in the mood to play with you. On the pirate ship, facing the overwhelming bombardment, Tiger and Jinbei were a little nervous, and their palms began to sweat. Chu Qi didn't even look at it, concentrating on wiping his beloved sword rakery, and the jewel button on his collar began to glow slightly. The next second, all the bombs stopped in midair, and after a violent shake, they fell into the sea. The ship continued to move forward, ignoring any bullets and guns, and went unimpeded all the way. Entering the naval base. After landing, Tiger and Jinbei ran to clear the way impatiently, and came to the closed gate of the naval base, and the two attacked at the same time. 3,000-watt punches, 2,000-watt punches. The fist hit the gate and successfully pushed it open, and then followed Chu Qi respectfully and walked into the naval base together. The dense navy poured out from all directions, surrounded Chu Qi and the other two, and stood in the front. Facing Chu Qi were two Navy Vice Admirals. The Vice Admiral holding the knife was blinded in one eye, and the wound was still, dripping blood, looking particularly creepy. Chu Qi looked around the surrounding navy and said with approval, "Not bad. Knowing that I was here, they didn't run away, which is better than those in the past. The coward has a backbone." The Oneid Admiral holding the knife, suppressed the fear in his heart, mustered up the courage, and asked Chu Qi sternly, "Black Devil, why did you suddenly appear here? What is your purpose?" Chu Qi raised the corner of his mouth and said calmly, "It's nothing, I came here to borrow a den mushi and kill all of you by the way. But I changed my mind. For your courage, kneel down to me now, and I will spare your lives." As soon as these words came out, the navy collectively exploded and the crowd was indignant. "Don't dream I will never surrender to pirates even if I die. That's right, damn Black Devil, let's fight to the death. Asshole, don't underestimate our navy." The navy's intense reaction caught Chu Qi off guard, and he looked at the two vice admirals meaningfully. Chu Qi admired the two vice admirals for being able to train such a united and fearless army. "Not bad, I'll spare your lives today." As soon as the words fell, Chu Qi's body burst out with a shocking domineering aura. The ground swept by the domineering aura began to crack, and the strong wind pressure almost broke the flagpole. The surrounding navy fell one after another, and in the end, the only people who could barely stand were two panting, sweating vice admirals. "Leave it to you, don't be too dependent, be careful." Chu Qi said to Tai Tiger, and Jinbei said something, and then walked slowly to the Navy's office building. Stop! The two vice admirals, exhausted physically and mentally by Chu Qi's conqueror's haki, still rushed towards Chu Qi without hesitation. Your opponent is us, don't try to hinder Big Brother. Tiger and Jinbei did not hesitate at all, and immediately went up to face the two vice admirals. 3,000 tiles straight punch and 2,000 tiles roundhouse kick. The four of them attacked one after another, and immediately fought together. Chu Qi ignored them and continued to walk towards the Navy's office building. The two vice admirals had been injured by Chu Qi's conqueror's haki, and Tiger and Jinbei were carrying defensive magic weapons, so even if they couldn't beat them, there should be no danger. Go entering the Navy building, and going straight to the Vice Admiral's command room, Chu Qi heard the telephone bug on the table ringing as soon as he entered the door. He, what a coincidence. Chu Qi picked up the telephone bug, and Garp's loud voice immediately came from inside. Moses, what's the situation? Hold on, reinforcements will be here soon. Chu Qi chuckled. Garp, are you all right? Black Devil. Hearing this familiar voice, Garp instantly became furious. You damn bastard, what did you do to them? It's like this. Chu Qi said indifferently, don't worry, you've saved a life. Hearing Chu Qi say this, Garp's anger finally subsided a little. Wait for me, I'll be there soon, and today I will make you pay for your crimes. Chu Qi couldn't help laughing and said, Garp, you must have disobeyed orders again and came to arrest me privately. Garp on the other end of the den mushi was silent. Garp baby, forget it today, I still have things to do, I'm not in the mood to play with you, go back. Garp raised his voice again, angrily cursing, asshole, what do you think of me? Chu Qi picked his ears and said lightly, today I attacked. I hope to publish the news about the attack on the naval base in the newspaper tomorrow. By the way, please mention that Whitebeard is about to hold a 40th birthday party. What, you think I am a messenger? Without waiting, Garp finished speaking, Chu Qi hung up the den mushi. He was afraid that if he continued to listen, his ears would go deaf. The goal had been achieved, and Chu Qi turned and walked out of the naval building. The four people outside were fighting very fiercely. Even though the two vice admirals had been seriously injured by the conqueror's haki, they were still able to crush Tiger and Jinbei. If it weren't for the Minzu magic weapon, the two would have fallen long ago. But there was no way. Tiger and Jinbei had always lived on Fishman Island and had never competed with real masters. Both strength and experience are insufficient. Facing two vice admirals, it is already good to be able to fight like this. The game ends here. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Qi attacked with the force of thunder and passed through the four people. Before Tiger and Jinbei figured out what happened, the two vice admirals had already fallen to the ground, their eyes rolled back, and they lost consciousness. Let's go. After dealing with the two vice admirals, Chu Qi walked out of the naval base without looking back. Tiger and Jinbei looked at each other with a frustrated expression, and then quickly caught up with Chu Qi. Chapter 111. Whitebeard's birthday, all parties responded. The next day, the news that the Black Devil who had disappeared for 5 or 6 years had returned to the New World was overwhelming, and everyone was boiling. Although it is the era of the three great pirates, the legend of the Black Devil is enduring and has always been more popular than the three great pirates. Ha 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 ha, Lord Black Devil is back. Gol Roger and Golden Lion have to step aside. The Black Devil ended the Rocks era. Is he coming back to end the new era? The sudden return of the Black Devil caught everyone off guard. There are many different opinions about the reasons for the return of the Black Devil. Only one thing is certain, the Grand Line is about to change again. In addition, there is another piece of news in the newspaper. Whitebeard is about to celebrate his 40th birthday. If it were normal, this would definitely be a big news, but now no one cares about it. The news of the return of the Black Devil has completely overshadowed the news. After all, Chu Qi's appearance in the past could overshadow the news of the Golden Lion forming a pirate group, and now is of course no exception. In a tavern in a city in the New World, Xiaoqi was packing her bags while muttering to herself, "I really don't want to go. It's so troublesome. If I don't go, Boss Qi will definitely come to deal with me." Although Xiaoqi has been complaining, there is always a smile on her lips. Of course, Xiaoqi is very happy to see Chu Qi and Whitebeard again. Outsiders don't know the relationship between Chu Qi and Whitebeard. Only the people in the Rocks Pirates know. If it weren't for because of their body shapes, both of them can wear the same pair of pants. The relationship between Whitebeard and Black Devil is imaginable. Xiaoqi understood Chu Qi's meaning as soon as she read the newspaper. Chu Qi has always been a low-key person, but this time he announced his return to the New World by attacking the naval base. He must have some intention. In addition to Whitebeard's 40th birthday, his purpose is very clear. That is, he wants all his old friends to see it, and invite him in disguise. Please invite everyone to the banquet. Any crew member of the Rocks Pirates with a little bit of brains should be able to see that. Elbaf is the giant kingdom located in the New World, recognized as the world's strongest country. The black magic pirates formed by the former Rocks Pirates member, the giantess Nana, are stationed here. In Elbaf, if the king of the giant kingdom is the first, then Nana is definitely the second. Since parting with Chu Qi, she has been practicing hard every day to fulfill her promise with him. In addition, she has extremely high talent and special innate advantages, and her progress can be described as rapid. Although she is a giant, she has the speed of the wind and her strength is far beyond that of ordinary men. The giant, plus the physical skills taught by Chu Qi, is strong enough to rival the billion pirates. Nana has been invincible in Elbaf, and the giant kingdom is a country that worships the strong. After she formed the Black Magic Pirate group, it naturally attracted a lot of responses and quickly grew and became a well-known pirate group in the New World and the strongest pirate group in Elbaf. Nana would pay attention to what happened in the outside world every day just to see the news about Chu Qi. When she learned that Chu Qi had returned to the New World, she burst into tears of joy on the spot. Like Xiaoqi, she quickly understood that Chu Qi was inviting them to a banquet through Whitebeard's 40th birthday. Nana immediately moment. Putting on his captain's robe, he jumped up and onto the high platform at the bow. Facing a group of giant pirates, he shouted domineeringly, "Set sail!" Oh! The pirates cheered. Not only Nana and Xiaoqi, most of the former members of the Rocks Pirates understood Chu Qi's code, but there were still some idiots with low IQs who couldn't understand. Friends who were good friends with Chu Qi or Whitebeard naturally went to the banquet without hesitation. Even crew members with average or even bad relationships planned to attend, and Golden Lion was the first to do so. His expectations for this banquet were no less than Nana's, for two reasons. One was that he really wanted to reminisce about the past. Although they have different ideas, they are partners who have gone through the same era together. The second is to investigate the enemy situation for the anti-Chu alliance to see if Chu Qi's strength has improved after so many years. How much? Ha 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 ha, little ones, set sail. Golden Lion waved his hand and controlled his spaceship towards Whitebeard's station. Of course, in addition to the former Rocks Pirates, there are other people who plan to go without invitation. And this person is of course Goro. Ha 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 ha, really, let's hurry up and set off. I'm very happy to see Whitebeard and Black Devil again soon. Rayleigh was a little speechless and said unhappily, "Aren't you enemies now? Is it appropriate to go to the enemy's territory and attend the enemy's birthday party? Isn't it more interesting this way?" Roger grinned and said, "And I think Whitebeard and Black Devil will definitely welcome us." "Alas, you are the captain, you have the final say." Rayleigh knew that once Roger made a decision, no one could change it, so he didn't plan to say more. "Ha ha ha, I didn't drink enough last time, this time I must drink with them to my heart's content." Roger said with expectation, "There is also the undecided victory or defeat, it's time to have a result." The duel between the three people more than 10 years have passed, and it has been shelved for various reasons, but the three of them have never forgotten it. Rayleigh smiled bitterly, I have a feeling that this birthday party may turn into a disaster. Ha 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 ha, I think it's very interesting to see the duel of the world's strongest. Jabba said excitedly. All forces in the new world began to respond, and the grandest birthday party was about to be held. Chapter 112. Charlotte's family's chuphobia. After more than 10 days of sailing, Chu Qi brought Tiger and Jinbei to the last destination of this trip, the Totland Sea, the base of the pirate group. More than 3 years ago, Charlotte Linlin established the pirate group, and she herself had this title. The members of the group are all her sons and daughters, but they are generally very young. The oldest son, Charlotte Sparrow, is no more than 20 years old. Chu Qi discovered that Charlotte Linlin, like Whitebeard, likes to play cultivation games, and the group is full of minors. The difference is that Charlotte Linlin gave birth by herself, while Whitebeard adopted war orphans. Before the Rocks Pirates were disbanded, Charlotte Linlin was busy giving birth. As a ship doctor, Chu Qi also helped deliver babies. The scene was unbearable to watch. It's scary to think about it now. Chu Qi almost couldn't help it at the time, and directly used the double hand to change Charlotte Linlin's sex to block that birth of sin ground. No one knows where she took the child she gave birth to. Maybe she was sent back to Totland. As for whose child the child is, there is no need to say more. She may not know it herself, because Charlotte Lingling has a very messy relationship with the crew. After all, Charlotte Lingling is a great beauty, and it is normal for a few men to lose control. Once, Charlotte Lingling came to Chu Qi, and after being beaten up by him, she never dared to come again. Brother Black Devil, who are we looking for? Jinbei asked. A disgusting woman named Charlotte Lingling. Tiger was a little confused. Brother Black Devil, aren't we going to hold a birthday party for Whitebeard? Why are we looking for her? The pirate group can barely be considered a first-rate pirate group, but it is still a long way from being a top pirate group. In addition, Charlotte Linlin has been busy having children these years, so she is not very prominent. It is normal that Tiger and Jinbei do not know her. I came to borrow a few chefs from her. Charlotte Linlin likes sweets very much. Many famous chefs in the New World have been captured by her to Totland. Since we are going to hold a banquet, fine wine and delicious food are of course indispensable. For most pirates, eating is just to fill their stomachs, and it doesn't matter whether they eat well or not. And no one cares about small roles like chefs, so Charlotte Linlin can easily kidnap a large number of famous chefs to make desserts for herself. Some time ago, Chu Qi used Feng Kaokuman to calculate the location of famous chefs, and the result was all of them gathered in Totland. But it was good this way, Chu Qi didn't have to look for them one by one. After sailing for a long time, a sharp voice suddenly sounded in Chu Qi's ears. Stop the ship in front, you pirates, do you know whose territory this is? A Candy-style pirate ship was heading towards Chu Qi and his crew. A slender young man with a lollipop hat, a long tongue and a long nose stood on the bow, holding a candy cane in his hand. With such obvious appearance features, Chu Qi didn't need to guess who he was, Charlotte Sparrow, the eldest son of Charlotte Lingling. Originally, Chu Qi wanted to say to him, I am your father. But after thinking about it, he decided not to, it was too cheap. Black Devil, kneel down, conquer, understand. Chu Qi played a joke from his previous life again, regardless of whether they could understand it or not. Charlotte Sparrow rubbed her eyes, beat Chu Qi carefully, and was immediately shocked. Her long and winding tongue was frightened and stood up straight. Oh my god, it's really a black devil, I don't know why, but Charlotte Sparrow's first reaction was to run. It might be because the pirate group did too many bad things. Chu Qi was a little confused. Why did you run away suddenly? Why are you running? I'm not a devil. Tiger and Jinbei were speechless for a while. It was not easy to find a guide. How could Chu-Ki let him go so easily? Swish! The advanced magic weapon transfer was activated, and Chu-Ki swapped positions with a little pirate on the candy ship. Looking at the sudden appearance of Chu-Ki, Charlotte Perospero was almost frightened to death. Black Devil, how could you Before Perospero finished speaking, Chu-Ki grabbed his long tongue. I asked you, why are you running away? Chu-Ki let go Perospero's tongue, still she wiped the saliva on his clothes. Ahem, Black Devil, what are you doing in Totland? You can't call me Black Devil. Chu-Ki glanced at him calmly. Chu-Ki's eyes frightened Perospero, and he quickly changed his words, Black Lord Black Devil. There is a reason why Perospero is so afraid of Chu-Ki. Not only Perospero, but all the people in the Charlotte family are afraid of Chu-Ki, but the degree of fear is different. Because when they were young, Longbread often told them about the horror of the Black Devil, how it was in the Rocks Pirates. Charlotte Lingling also admitted that in the Rocks Pirates, when she was with the bandits, she was not afraid of anyone except the Black Devil and Roxgabek. Now that Roxgabek is dead, she is only afraid of the Black Devil in the world. Neither Charlotte Lingling nor Longbread said why they were afraid. In the impression of all Charlotte family members, Mother Charlotte Lingling is the most terrifying person in the world. Even she is afraid of someone, the degree of horror is simply unimaginable. So after hearing too many stories about the Black Devil, they gradually developed chuphobia, which can be said to be a family genetic disease. It would be strange if he didn't get sick after seeing the Black Devil himself today. Chapter 113. Charlotte Lingling, who has changed a lot. After facing Chu-Ki for so long, Perospero's hair stood on end. Even breathing gradually became difficult. Completely ignoring Perospero's reaction, Chu-Ki said in an imperative tone, Take me to see Charlotte Lingling now. You go to your mother, think about what you want to do. Perospero's long tongue had stiffened and his speech was intermittent. Don't be nervous, it's just a small matter. Chu-Ki pulled out a huge lollipop stuck on the bow and ate it by himself. Go pick up my two little friends and set off now. Yes, eyes. Perospero, who was already in the middle and late stages of chuphobia, did not dare to resist in front of Chu-Ki and could only do as he was told. After all, this was something that even his mother could not bear. A scared person, what can a weakling do? Riding on Perospero's candy ship, everyone passed by one sweet and wonderful island after another, Jam Island, Nut Island, Biscuit Island. Tiger and Jinbei exclaimed all the time, like two country folks who had never seen the world, and it was indeed so. This sea area is dominated by Cake Island, and there are 34 islands scattered around it, collectively known as Totland. Totland at this time is almost like a tourist attraction, far less powerful than in the future. Totland in the future, under the painstaking management of the pirate group, is also called 10,000 countries. Almost all races in the world live here, and it is a very powerful country, and Charlotte Lingling is the queen of this country. After passing many islands, Perospero's ship finally arrived at the headquarters of the pirate group, Cake Island. Cake Island. It is made up of large cakes and creams, and its appearance is like a layered cake. After landing on the island, Perospero led the way in front, and Chu-Ki and the other two followed behind him. Perospero turned his head slightly, looked at Chu-Ki carefully, and immediately came up with a plan. Perospero deliberately took a detour and led the three people into a strange forest. The trees in it all had human faces and their eyes were closed. After entering the forest, Tiger and Jinbei frowned and sensed a hint of unusual danger. Chu-Ki, always as if nothing had happened, he walked leisurely. Shua shua shua. The forest suddenly became restless, and people opened their eyes, stood up from the soil with roots as feet. Then, a large group of colorful chess-like homies soldiers, holding swords, spears and halberds in their hands, rushed out from all directions and surrounded everyone. Chu-Ki asked, and Perospero directly used a trick of playing crazy and stupid. Mr. Black Devil, what is this? I don't know. It must be arranged by my mother, worried about the invasion of foreign enemies. You bastard! Tiger and Jinbei were furious and wanted to go up and hit Perospero, but were stopped by Chu Qi. Hee hee. Chu Qi smiled playfully at Perospero. Charlotte Lingling is so thoughtful. She knew I was coming and prepared so many new toys for me. After that, Chu Qi raised his hand slowly and waved it slowly towards the Homai soldiers around him. The next moment, the eyes of all the Homai soldiers turned dark. The Homai soldiers who were still on edge just now have knelt down in front of Chu Qi. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Perospero's long tongue was frightened and stiffened again. Because of Chuphobia, Perospero dared not fight with Chu Qi, and could only rely on the power of Homai's soldiers to defeat Chu Qi or give himself a chance to escape. But he never expected that Chu Qi actually had the ability to control Homai's soldiers. It seems that there are some things that Charlotte Lingling has not told you yet. Chu Qi shrugged helplessly. Little Perospero, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck today. Black Lord Black Devil, since you brought me new toys, I don't need you to lead the way. Chu Qi smiled slightly. Without giving Perospero a chance to speak, Chu Qi pressed him to the ground, grabbed his long tongue, and continue on the road. Perospero wailed in pain, collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, and was dragged on the ground by Chu Qi's long tongue. Ha 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 ha, you, a guy, still want to harm the Black Devil brother, you really don't know how to live or die. Tiger and Jinbei laughed heartily, feeling relieved in their hearts. Under the leadership of the Homai soldiers, Chu Qi and the other two came to the cake castle where Charlotte Lingling lived. When Chu Qi dragged the half-dead and bloody Perospero to the front of all the pirates, everyone was stunned and couldn't say a word for a long time. Chu Qi smiled at Charlotte on the throne. T. Lingling, said hello. Long time no see, Charlotte Lingling. How come you are so fat like a pig? Compared with a few years ago, Charlotte Lingling has changed a lot, and she is ugly beyond words. Although she is not as fat and ugly as she will be in the future, she has gained a lot of weight, and her perfect figure is no longer there, and there is fat on both sides of her cheeks. Her belly is bulging high, she must be pregnant again. Black Devil, are you here to play with Lingling? I have a lot of delicious cakes here, do you want to eat them? Charlotte Lingling grabbed a piece of sticky cream cake and handed it to Chu Qi. Chu Qi retched for a while, and waved his hands repeatedly. It's better to be reluctant, it's too disgusting, you eat it yourself, right? Okay. Charlotte Lingling smiled and ate the cake in one bite. The members of the Charlotte family standing on both sides were stunned by the conversation between the two. Chapter 114? And Confrontation, Charlotte's Shock. Charlotte's children had imagined the scene when their mother and the Black Devil met, either confronting each other or fighting directly, but the two sides could chat so calmly, as if they were friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Everyone really didn't expect it. And facing the insulting words of the Black Devil, Charlotte Lingling was not angry at all, as if she didn't hear it. In fact, they were wrong. Chu Qi and Charlotte Lingling's relationship was not very good, but it was definitely not too bad. They would definitely not meet at the first sight. Just tit for tat. As for why Charlotte Lingling was not angry at all in the face of the Black Devil's insulting words, the reason was she didn't dare to get angry. Oh right, I forgot to return him to you. Chu Qi grabbed Perospero's long tongue, lifted him up, and threw him to Charlotte Lingling. It's a bit disrespectful to the elders. I educated him for you. Is that okay? No problem, of course. After Charlotte Lingling caught Perospero, she threw him aside without even looking at him. Big brother. The brothers and sisters quickly gathered around to help their big brother Perospero. Because of Chuphobia, facing this bastard who hurt their family, they could only be angry but not speak. Let's talk business. I plan to hold a 40th birthday party for Whitebeard and invite all the former companions to gather together. Charlotte Lingling, are you interested? Chu Qi was polite at first. After all, Charlotte Lingling was also a member of ROX and a teammate of the same era. Charlotte Lingling rubbed her big belly and said with regret, Lingling's baby is about to be born, and I really can't go. Okay, it's up to you whether you go or not. Chu Qi said indifferently, now the second thing is, lend me the baguette and 10 chefs to cook for the banquet. Hearing this request, Charlotte Lingling, who had been pleasant just now, immediately fell. Charlotte Lingling said with a hint of anger, no, they have to make desserts for Lingling, they can't lend it to you. Raising his hand to adjust his collar, Chu Qi said lightly, do you think I'm negotiating with you? Crazy arrogant. This is the first impression Chu Qi left on Charlotte's children. Charlotte Lingling can lend out anything else, including her children. But baguettes and dessert chefs are her bottom line, because they are not here, she can't be every day. Every day, they get to eat delicious desserts. Just now, she had been tolerating Chu Qi, but now she could no longer suppress the anger that had accumulated in her heart, and Charlotte Lingling completely exploded. At this moment, her anger towards Chu Qi was greater than her fear of him. Charlotte Lingling's eyes were red and bloodshot, and she stood up from the throne and roared at Chu Qi, don't take Lingling's things. The strange sound that was enough to shatter the eardrum, combined with the domineering aura, burst out together. The young tiger and Jinbei could not bear this power at all. If Chu Qi hadn't stood in front of them, they would have fainted long ago. Alas, it seems that after so many years of not seeing you, you have healed your scars and forgotten the pain. Well, I'll teach you another lesson. As soon as the words fell, a powerful and suffocating domineering aura was released from Chu Qi's body, accompanied by a strong wind pressure and the impact that shook the entire castle, and cracks began to appear on the floor and walls. It was clear at a glance which of the two domineering auras was stronger. What a terrifying aura! Everyone was shocked. Is this the domineering aura of the world's strongest? They had never thought that the domineering aura could be so powerful. The most shocked person was Charlotte Katakuri too. Compared with Chu Qi's, his own domineering aura was simply not of the same dimension. The two domineering auras collided fiercely and started a confrontation. The powerful pressure made the surrounding Charlotte family members vomited blood and fainted one after another. Only Katakuri and a few strong members were left, barely holding on. After a stalemate, Chu Qi's domineering aura successfully overwhelmed Charlotte Lingling's domineering aura, forcing her back several steps. Damn it! Charlotte Lingling shouted, Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon. Charlotte Lingling was now so angry that she had forgotten Chu Qi's ability. Mom, we're here. Hearing the call, Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus quickly appeared beside Charlotte Lingling. But when they saw Chu Qi, they were both dumbfounded. Yes, it's the Black Devil. Hee. Chu Qi couldn't help laughing. Two little cuties, it's been a long time since we last met, come and play with me. As he said that, Chu Qi raised his hand and pointed it at them, whispering, summon the spirits and send the generals. The ability of summoning the spirits and sending the generals was activated, and the eyes of Zeus and Prometheus turned black, and they flew lightly to Chu Qi's side. Hey Zeus, Prometheus, what's wrong with you? Napoleon with a two-horned hat was shocked. As a high-level homies Napoleon who appeared later, of course it didn't know what was going on. Oh, and you, come with me. Chu Qi once again launched the soul summoning and general summoning skill at the two-horned hat Napoleon on Charlotte Lingling's head. It immediately followed the footsteps of the two predecessors, transformed into a giant sword, and flew uncontrollably into Chu Qi's hands. It's okay, but it's too big, not convenient to use. Chu Qi said while playing with the Napoleon giant sword in his hand. In an instant, Charlotte Lingling, who was so aggressive just now, has become a lonely person. Seeing this scene, Katakuri and the others were shocked again, and finally understood why their mother was afraid of the Black Devil. It turns out that the Black Devil's ability can perfectly restrain the ability of the Soul Fruit. Chapter 115. I am the god who dominates the soul. After all three homies betrayed, Charlotte Lingling finally reacted and tears began to roll. Will you damn bastard, return them to Lingling. Charlotte Lingling burst into tears. Without the three homies, Charlotte Lingling could not use any means and could only rely on physical combat. She took heavy steps and ran towards Chu Qi, her expression becoming more and more crazy, crying and shouting, "Give it back to Lingling, give it back to Lingling, that's Lingling's stuff, since you want it so much, I'll give it back to you." Zhanbo Haishan. Chu Qi raised his hand. The giant sword Napoleon slashed at Charlotte Lingling, and Zeus and Prometheus also launched fire and thunder attacks at the same time. The three energy attacks of slashing, fire, and thunder intertwined and hit Charlotte Lingling's face directly. Charlotte Lingling fell down immediately, landing on her back. Chu Qi's attack was neither too strong nor too weak, just enough to make her dizzy for a while and calm down. After all, Charlotte Lingling still had an unborn child in her belly, and Chu Qi would definitely not be so cruel to kill her. "Mom!" After Charlotte Lingling fell, Katakuri and his sons ran to her side. Just as at this time, Long Bread also came. After seeing Charlotte Lingling lying on the ground, he looked at Chu Qi, pulled out his knife, and rushed towards him in anger. "Black Devil, I will fight you. Long Bread, don't be so murderous." Chu Qi glanced at him lightly, waved his fingers lightly, and 4 immortal trapping talismans appeared around Long Bread. 4 chains flew out of the talismans at the same time, tying Long Bread into a ball. Seeing this, Katakuri and the others gnashed their teeth, suppressed their fear, and also wanted to fight with Chu Qi. Fortunately, at this critical moment when they were about to be annihilated, Charlotte Lingling finally opened her eyes in a daze. Opened her eyes and sat up from the ground. "Woo!" Charlotte Lingling burst into tears, did not speak, and did not dare to do anything again. She sat on the ground and cried aggrievedly. After so many years of being together on the same boat, Chu Qi certainly knew that this was Charlotte Lingling's expression of fear and surrender. After laughing, Chu Qi released the control of the three homies. "Mom Woo!" Three homies escaped from Xiaoluling as fast as he could and cried with her. The feeling of being controlled was quite painful. It was the first time for breaking 5, but Zeus Romixiu had a deep understanding of it. Looking at the 444 guys crying, Ye was speechless, making himself look like a bad guy. Chu Qi waved his hand and removed the immortal talisman on Long Bread. "Long Bread, pick 10 of your best chefs and go with me to Whitebeard's birthday party." At this point, Chu Qi glared at him coldly, "If you dare to fool me, or make food that makes me if the customers are not satisfied, the pirate group has no need to exist." Bread was so terrified that his scalp was numb. He knew very well that when the Black Devil spoke in this tone, he must be serious and would definitely do what he said. Understand, Captain Black Devil. Captain Rox is gone, what kind of captain is he?" Chu Qi was a little amused. Charlotte Lingling, who had been crying for a long time, finally stood up and stopped crying. After a brief confrontation with Chu Qi, she deeply understood what "your uncle is still your uncle" meant. Charlotte Lingling looked at Chu Qi with gritted teeth. Asked the question she had wanted to ask for a long time. "Black Devil, why can you always control my homies and even take away the souls I collected?" The ability of the soul fruit is to control and seize souls, but Chu Qi's control over souls is far beyond the soul fruit. He. Chu Qi smiled and slowly raised his hand. A large group of black air slowly emerged and moved in his palm. You can vaguely see that many human faces flashed in the black air. They seemed to be struggling, trying to escape from Chu Qi's palm. "Confine the soul and send the general, one of my own abilities. It can achieve absolute control over the soul control, and devour souls to strengthen oneself." Chu Qi glanced at Charlotte Lingling, and said with a smile, "If you are the queen who controls souls, then I am the god who dominates souls." Leaving the cake castle, although Long Baomai was unwilling, he had to obey and follow Chuki and the others to the Whitebeard pirates. When they were about to reach the shore, Katakuri actually brought a large number of brothers and sisters to block their way. Without waiting, Chuki spoke. Tiger and Jinbei stood up first and said angrily, "What do you want to do now?" Long Baomai also thought that the young and energetic Katakuri was not convinced, so he came to seek revenge. Long Bread was so anxious that he yelled, "Katakuri, you guys go back, how strong is he? Didn't you see it just now? You still want to seek revenge? Are you going to die?" Ignoring Long Bread, Katakuri looked solemn, activated the ability of the Nyonyo fruit, and took out a trident from his soft body. Katakuri held the trident, pointed it at Chuki, and then said righteously, "I want to duel with you to fight to the death." His expression was particularly serious, and his expression was serious. His expression was serious and solemn, not like he was joking at all. "Ha ha ha ha, are you deliberately trying to make us laugh by fighting with Big Brother Black Devil?" Tiger and Jinbei laughed so hard that they fell backwards. They thought Katakuri was either stupid or crazy. Bread covered his face with his hands and said with some difficulty, "Katakuri, what's wrong with you? Even challenging a strong person requires talent. Do you know how much his bounty is? 5.53 billion Baileys." Chapter 116. Katakuri's determination, a gnat trying to shake a tree. Long Bread was a little emotional. Katakuri was the most diligent and brave among all the children of Charlotte Linlin. He was not afraid of danger and challenged pirates with higher bounties than himself. In one duel after another, he kept getting stronger and breaking through himself. Although the process was difficult and he almost lost his life several times, he always won the final victory and defeated his opponent. Now looking at Katakuri with a serious face, Long Bread was speechless and had a headache. It is indeed a good spiritual quality to dare to swing the sword against the strong. But who is the Black Devil? The recognized world's strongest, the ceiling of combat power, can anyone challenge it? It's like playing a game. Just after leaving the novice village, you challenge the full level. Isn't this just looking for death? What do you think of Black Devil? Do you dare to challenge? Katakuri spoke nonsense and continued to provoke Chuki. No one, including his younger brothers and sisters, knew what he was thinking. Asshole Katakuri, you are so arrogant, there has to be a limit. Long Bread is angry and annoyed now. With the character of the Black Devil, he is likely to kill Katakuri directly without mercy. Katakuri is the backbone of the pirates and the right-hand man of Charlotte Linlin. If he died today, it would definitely be a big loss for the pirates. Facing Katakuri's provocation, Chuki smiled meaningfully, patted Tiger and Jinbei on the shoulders, motioned them to retreat, then stepped forward and looked at Katakuri in surprise. "Charlotte Katakuri, I know you." Chuki said playfully said, "You may not know that I was the one who delivered you when you were born." Charlotte Katakuri was born in the second year after Charlotte Lingling came on board, and was also the first child delivered by Chuki. Later, he delivered 2 more babies, but Chuki had forgotten who delivered them. "For this little insignificant fate, I can give you a chance to challenge, but you must give me a reason to challenge, because I don't like to kill ignorant fools." Katakuri lowered his head and was silent for a moment, and his hand holding the trident relaxed a little. "The reason is simple. I don't want to live under your shadow like my mother." Katakuri said in a deep voice, "I always thought I was not afraid of you, but today I am still afraid. I hate myself and my cowardice." Long Bread and Katakuri's brothers and sisters fell into silence. It was really uncomfortable to live under the shadow of others. Chuki finally figured out why Sparrow would run away as soon as he met him. It turned out that he had become the shadow of the Charlotte family. "So, I will fight you even if I die today." A person with fear can never become a real strong man. Katakuri was emotional and clenched the trident in his hand again. "Ha ha ha ha, interesting, okay, then I will give you this chance. If you can hurt me in the slightest, you will win." Chuki hooked his finger at Katakuri and smiled playfully, "Come on, let me see how much you weigh. But I have to remind you to be ready to die at any time. I will die without regrets if I can fight the strongest in the world." Katakuri sent using the power of the Nyonyo fruit. He turned his arm into glutinous rice and wrapped it with the trident, then used the armament haki to harden the weapon, and then rushed towards Chuki quickly. Nut thrust. Just before approaching Chuki, Katakuri's glutinous arm began to rotate at high speed and thrust forward vigorously. Chuki smiled slightly, and slowly stretched out a finger wrapped in armament haki, just blocking Katakuri's thrust. The trident turned faster and faster on Chuki's finger, but it didn't even pierce his skin, and the whole person was motionless. This scene showed everyone what it means to be in a state of panic. To be a mayfly shaking a tree, Katakuri is that mayfly. "Not bad, I'm already itching," Chuki said lightly, "but since it's a duel, I should also fight back." As soon as the voice fell, cracks began to appear on the trident, and the cracks became larger and more dense. Snap! With a crisp sound, Katakuri's trident was directly shattered into slag. How could it be? Katakuri was shocked. He didn't know what armament haki was, so he didn't understand why his trident suddenly shattered. But there was no time to think about it now. Katakuri immediately adjusted his posture and continued to attack. Corner, rice cake. Katakuri first used the ability of the mochi fruit to turn his hands into strips of rice cakes, and hardened them with armed color domineering, and then quickly hit Chuki. Swish, swish, swish. Katakuri's punches were so fast that they almost left an afterimage, and the sound of the air being torn apart continued, but he didn't hit Chuki at all. Speedy. Chuki made a simple comment. "It's not over yet, Mingli rice cake." Katakuri split 7 or 8 strips of rice cakes from his arms, hardened them with his armament haki, and attacked Chuki in all directions at a very fast speed. Chuki! He was beaten to pieces, but Katakuri didn't feel a single hit, and immediately realized that it was an afterimage. Not good. He turned his head suddenly, and Chuki's hand had already touched his face. Chuki used his thumb to pinch his index finger and flicked it at Katakuri's forehead. Bang! Katakuri was instantly bounced away, and barely stopped after knocking down a long row of cake shops. "Brother Katakuri, Katakuri!" The members of the Charlotte family who were watching the battle on the side were all nervous for Katakuri. The first chapter 117? He hurt a hair of mine. Katakuri struggled to get up from the ground. A bloody hole was popped out of his forehead, and blood was constantly oozing out. He looked very embarrassed. Is this the power of the Black Devil? I couldn't even catch a flick of the finger. After experiencing the horror of the Black Devil's power, Katakuri's fighting spirit became even stronger. Since he was bound to die, what was there to be afraid of? Roasted rice cake. Katakuri compressed his fists that had turned into rice cakes, wrapped them with hot air, and fired them out like a rocket launcher. Chuki stretched out his index finger, condensed the air and drew a line, and the rice cake fist burning with flames immediately exploded in the air. It's just some fancy moves, I'll take it seriously a little bit some, let you see what is the ultimate simplicity. Speaking, Chuki pulled a hair from his forehead, and the process of controlling and transforming objects was completed at the same time, and the armament haki was already wrapped around the hair. Swoosh! The hair flew out at an invisible speed. Although Katakuri couldn't see it, he was very proficient in observation haki, and used observation haki to sense the flight trajectory of the hair. He turned his arm into a rice cake shield and used armament haki to harden the defense. The next second, the hair instantly penetrated and shattered Katakuri's rice cake shield, and passed through his body through his chest. During the penetration process, the armament haki on the hair will explode from the inside, and the lethality can be imagined. Puff! Katakuri immediately vomited blood, covered his chest with a painful look, and knelt on one knee. He felt that his internal organs had been shattered, and the pain was worse than death. What Katakuri didn't expect was that the hare's attack was not over yet. It flew back again, and with a whoosh, it passed through Katakuri's shoulder. A long wound of more than 10 centimeters was cut on his shoulder, and the blood kept flowing. The hare flew back again, and Katakuri wanted to dodge. He had clearly used his observation haki to sense the flying rules of the hare, but he couldn't react at all, and he got a new wound. After repeating several times, Katakuri had more and more wounds on his body, and more blood flowed. What's going on, Katakuri? Why is Brother Cooley like this? The people watching the battle from a distance had no idea what was happening. They only saw new wounds appearing on Katakuri's body. But the Black Devil did nothing. He just stood there and watched him quietly. Who could have thought that Katakuri's hair was so badly injured? The hair was too thin and too fast. Only a meticulous observer like Katakuri, a master of observation haki, could catch its trace. Chuki hugged his arms and said with some disappointment, "If you are only this level, then I will end the game." Chuki can make the game over at any time. But he wanted to see if Katakuri could break through his limit and give him a little surprise, so all that was left were skin injuries. Due to excessive blood loss, Katakuri's face became extremely pale, but the fire of fighting spirit in his eyes did not subside at all. The hare flew towards him, and Katakuri finally made a move. When the hare passed through his skin, Katakuri slapped it at a very fast speed, holding down the hare, and using the ability of the mochi fruit to wrap it and cover it with armed color domineering. Pa pa pa! Seeing that Katakuri successfully caught his hare, Chuki raised the corner of his mouth, clapped his hands and praised, "Not bad, you should be the best among the young generation of pirates I have seen." Hee. The wounded Katakuri was already at the end of his strength. He squeezed out the last smile from his face with difficulty, and then fell to the ground with a bang, and fainted completely. Chuki had a blank expression and a calm look, and walked towards the fallen Katakuri step by step. "You don't need to get close to Brother Katakuri." Katakuri's brothers and sisters rushed over, blocked in front of Chuki, and looked at him covetously. They all thought Chuki was going to kill Katakuri, so they risked their lives to protect him. Members of Charlotte's family, although they were still very afraid of Chuki, they temporarily suppressed their fear of him in order to protect their brother. Hee. Chuki smiled lightly, and passed through everyone as if teleporting, came to Katakuri and squatted down. "Damn it, Black Devil, we will fight you." When everyone was about to rush forward, Longbread jumped out and stopped them. "Don't go over, he doesn't want to kill Katakuri." Longbread saw a blue light appear on Chuki's hand. He was too familiar with this light. Everyone in the Rocks Pirates knew it. Chuki used both hands to restore Katakuri's severely injured body, but because of exhaustion, he couldn't wake up immediately. Longbread was a little confused. He asked, "Black Devil, why do you want to?" Chuki knew what Longbread wanted to say, so he interrupted him. "Wait, you seem to have misunderstood something. I didn't show mercy to him, but I was willing to accept defeat." "I'm willing to accept defeat." Longbread was even more confused, with a confused look on his face. "I said, as long as he can hurt me in the slightest, I will lose." Chuki glanced at Katakuri and said calmly, "Tell him that he won when he wakes up." "Ah, Black Devil, why?" Tiger and Jinbei asked impatiently. "His attacks from beginning to end have never worked, how could he hurt Black Devil?" Chuki smiled meaningfully. He smiled, "Indeed, I lost, because he hurt a hair of mine." Since Chuki had said so, the indignant Tiger and Jinbei could not say anything more. "Let's go, we should be on the road, there are still many things to do for the birthday party." "Okay." Chapter 118. See Whitebeard again after many years. In the New World, in the sea where the Whitebeard pirates are stationed, the huge Moby Dick is sailing alone. The pirates on the ship are doing their own things, and Whitebeard is basking in the sun while reading today's newspaper. There is still one day before Whitebeard's 40th birthday, and Marco and the others can't help but get excited. Facing the birthday, Whitebeard himself did not feel anything, because he was a pirate who lived everywhere. No matter how old his birthday was, it did not mean much to him. In order to surprise Whitebeard, under Chuki's instructions, Marco and his brothers on the ship concealed his news and the birthday party from Whitebeard. Any newspapers related to the Black Devil would be replaced by them, so Whitebeard still did not know that Chuki had returned to the New World. Whitebeard, who was reading the newspaper, suddenly sensing a hint of danger, he quickly stood up and picked up the Kurogiri behind him. Boom! A huge roar sounded on the sea, and the waves began to surge. In the horrified eyes of everyone, a huge hand formed by sea water rose from the sea. The hand formed by the sea water was so huge that even Whitebeard's Moby Dick looked very small in front of it. The giant hand of sea water slapped the Moby Dick like slapping a fly. Whitebeard looked serious, clenched his fists, and the veins on his arms bulged. He punched the giant hand. Caw caw caw. Accompanied by the sound of broken glass, Whitebeard used the huge air shock caused by the power of the tremor fruit to make the air in front of him a huge crack appeared in the sky. Bang! The giant hand of sea water that was about to fall was instantly blasted, forming water droplets all over the sky. It was not over yet, and a scene that surprised everyone happened again. The water droplets in the sky began to freeze and deform, turning into countless ice spikes, falling from the sky. Gulala! Whitebeard seemed to know something and laughed out loud. Because there is only one person in the world who can freely control the seawater and make it constantly change. Since you want to play, then I will play with you. Facing countless ice spikes falling from the sky, Whitebeard's expression changed from serious to solemn. Whitebeard suddenly waved his arms, and the surroundings made a cracking sound, and cracks appeared again. A huge white air cover appeared out of thin air, the entire Moby Dick was covered inside. The ice spikes were shattered into powder before they even touched the air shield. Seeing that the attack had stopped, Whitebeard removed the white air shield formed by the power of the tremor fruit. As soon as the air shield was removed, Whitebeard's eyes suddenly glowed red, and he clenched the Kusugawa Kaire with both hands, turned quickly, and chopped down with one knife. Bang! The two supreme swords clashed with each other, and countless black lightning was aroused around them. The powerful impact went straight up to the sky, and it seemed that a hole was cut in the sky. Gulala-ki, you bastard, I haven't seen you for so many years, and you want to show me your power as soon as we meet? Whitebeard laughed heartily, and his eyebrows were curved into crescents. Ha 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 ha, Edward, isn't this exactly what you want? Gulala, you're right, you really are the one who understands me the most, but Ki, your strength doesn't seem to have improved much. After saying that, Whitebeard grabbed Kanjai-unki's hand and pushed Chu-Ki out. After they separated, the two of them put away their swords in tacit understanding and didn't continue fighting. What Whitebeard said was right. In the past few years, Chu-Ki's individual ability has indeed not improved much, and he has been vaguely surpassed by Whitebeard. Because he spent most of his time studying Shenji Bailian, and the rest of his practice time was squeezed out, so his strength growth must be slow. But if the magic weapon is counted, Chu-Ki's strength growth can only be used for terrible. 2 words to describe him: almost invincible. Gulala, long time no see, my good brother. Whitebeard put down the Kanjai-unki in his hand, walked over with a big laugh, and gave Chu-Ki a big bear hug. Hey, let me go, inside. Chu-Ki looked disgusted and broke free from Whitebeard's bear hug. Gulala, you are still the same, you haven't changed at all. After seeing Chu-Ki, Whitebeard's laughter has not stopped. You can imagine how good his mood is now. While the two were talking, Marco and others had gathered. Patting Chu-Ki on the shoulder, Whitebeard introduced to everyone, sons, this I believe you all know. Although he didn't join our pirate group, he is also our most important family member, your mom, the Black Devil Chu-Ki. Hello, Mom. Everyone greeted him in unison. Except Marco and Jaws, everyone was excited and excited. After all, this is a legend in the pirate world, the recognized strongest in the world. How could he not react when he saw him in person? Whitebeard smiled and introduced Chu Ki. Ki, they are your son. The two words are not yet. As soon as he said that, Chu Ki had already punched him in the face. Fuck mom, tell them, they are not allowed to call me that anymore. Chu Ki said angrily. Gulala, that won't do. Rules are rules. Things that have been decided cannot be changed casually. Whitebeard had a big bump on his face, but he didn't care. He smiled and said, isn't it good to call you mom? It's both friendly and nice. After saying this, Chu Ki got even angrier. He jumped up and knocked Whitebeard to the ground with one punch. Since it sounds so nice, let's change it. Let them call you mom and try. Gulala. The fallen Whitebeard was still laughing wildly. If Chu Ki can be beaten, he will be so angry. Not to mention being beaten once, even if he is beaten 10 times, it is worth it. Chapter 119. Reveal the 8 wonders to Whitebeard. Even though Chu Ki used both soft and hard tactics, he still couldn't make Whitebeard give in. In the end, he could only let it go and accept this title helplessly. Sons, serve the wine today, we will have a welcome feast for your mother's arrival. Whitebeard said proudly. Chu Ki smiled and said, drinking is fine, but the feast is not. Because tomorrow is your birthday, let's leave the feast for tomorrow. Whitebeard said nonchalantly, it's just a birthday, I don't care. Chu Ki said dissatisfiedly, I came here specifically for your birthday. Come, I promise to give you a big surprise tomorrow, let you see what a real feast is. Gulala, since it's the surprise you prepared, I'm looking forward to it. At this time, Jaws and the others had brought the wine over, and the two sat on the ground and began to clink glasses and drink. Because of his good mood, the originally ordinary wine also made Whitebeard feel particularly mellow. Ki, we haven't had a drink together for 6 or 7 years, I don't know if your drinking capacity has declined. Ha ha ha, Edward, you forgot about the drinking capacity, I never have it. Because in my eyes, except the smell, there is no difference between wine and water. Gulala, it's been so long since we drank together, I forgot that you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Seeing Whitebeard talking about 1,000 cups without getting drunk, Chu Ki suddenly thought of something and said meaningfully, Edward, do you still remember what we said when we drank for the last time at Hachino's? Well. Whitebeard closed his eyes slightly and fell into deep thought. After all, it was almost 20 years ago, and he really needed to recall it. After a while, Whitebeard suddenly realized, oh, I remember we mentioned the secret of your ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and you teased me. Chu Ki smiled slightly, that's right. Whitebeard sat up straight, and asked curiously and excitedly, why are you going to tell me the secret of not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups? Whitebeard has been waiting for Chu Ki's secret of not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups for many years. Because not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups is the lifelong pursuit of every wine lover, and Whitebeard is definitely no exception. Chu Ki nodded, his expression suddenly became serious, and he said calmly, this is not only about the secret of not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups, but also about why I can become the strongest in the world. Chu Ki spoke in a neither loud nor soft voice, and the crew members around him just heard it all. Malco, who was standing by, suddenly remembered what Chu Ki had said, that when he arrived at the Whitebeard Pirates, he would tell him the secret of becoming stronger. Unexpectedly, Chu Ki really kept his word. Malco acted decisively, ran over to Chu Ki's side, and poured wine diligently. Mom, let me help you pour the wine. The others also suddenly realized, and rushed to gather around, with their ears erected high, afraid of missing any word Chu Ki said. The world's strongest man, the Black Devil, is obviously a powerless person, but he has all kinds of magical methods beyond imagination. There should be no one in the world who is not interested in his secrets. When White heard that Chu Qi was going to tell his biggest secret, Hu Zii was not happy, but frowned and said, "I am not interested in these, you don't have to tell me." Chu Qi smiled and said lightly, "Edward, you don't need to have psychological burden. These secrets will be made public sooner or later, and you will know them sooner or later." Public Whitebeard frowned even more. "Yes, not only will they be made public, I will also make them appear in the world." Chu Qi spread his hands, and eight golden light balls slowly emerged and showed them in front of everyone. There were words printed on each light ball. 6 Treasury Immortal Thief, Shuang Chuan Hand, Tong Tian, Jingling General, Feng Kaokuman, Shenji Balian, Deluo Dongguan, Panwaichuo Ao Junba. Looking at the words on the light ball, everyone had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. These are the 8 powers I created. I call them 8 wonders. They are the source of my strength. Chu Qi thought for a while and continued, but there are only 6 wonders at present, because Deluo Dongguan and the most powerful, I have not yet successfully developed them. Since Chu Qi has already spoken, Whitebeard will no longer hesitate and speak his mind. Your 1,000 cups of wine without getting drunk and immortality, as well as those magical means, are all from these 8 abilities? Hearing what Whitebeard said, Chu Qi was stunned. It turned out that Whitebeard had seen he can live forever, but he never mentioned it. Because Chu Qi has a mature temperament and uses his hands to make some facial modifications, he looks like he is about 20 or 30 years old. So outsiders will only think that Chu Qi develops slowly and looks young, and will not think about immortality. But there are exceptions. The Red Count Bararic saw it. Even the outsider Bararic can see it, so how could Whitebeard, who has been with Chu Qi for so many years, not see it? But Whitebeard chose to bury this matter deeply in his heart, and never showed it in front of Chu Qi. The purpose is of course to protect Chu Qi. How many people in the world can endure immortality? The temptation of old age at that time, Chu Qi was not the strongest in the world, and he might not even be in the top 20 in the world. Once the secret of immortality is exposed, the consequences will be disastrous, and he will become the object of everyone's competition. Not to mention outsiders, if Rox Gibber knew, he would definitely not let Chu Qi go, and would definitely use all means to force him to tell the secret of immortality. Chu Qi didn't believe that Whitebeard would not be interested in such a big secret of immortality, but he never mentioned the word, which made Chu Qi very moved. Chapter 120. Whitebeard refused to accept 6 Treasury Immortal Thief. Now that Chu Qi has enough strength, Whitebeard no longer needs to worry about his safety. Chu Qi waved his hand, representing the light ball of 6 Treasury Immortal Thief flew out. My ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk and my immortality come from 6 Treasury Immortal Thief. It can perfectly transform anything I eat into energy, and wine is no exception. Gulala, no wonder you have such a big appetite. You are so small, but you eat more than a giant. Seize the vitality of heaven and earth and help people to be immortal. This is the ability of 6 Treasury Immortal Thief. Chu Qi controlled the light balls, and they flew past Whitebeard's eyes one by one. Except in addition, most of the methods I use come from the 8 wonders, the medical skills that can reshape broken limbs come from Shuang Chuan hands, and the ability to control natural elements comes from Feng Kaokuman. After listening to Chu Qi's description, everyone was shocked and felt it was incredible. 8 wonders is not a power that humans can imagine at all, it is completely the means of God. Except for Whitebeard, everyone looked at Chu Qi with awe. He created the means that only gods have as a human. With a mortal body, he is on par with gods. Whitebeard suddenly thought of something and said seriously, "Qi, you just said that you want to bring them to the world, is it?" Chu Qi's mouth corners raised. "No, wrong, I have left 3 skills in the Grand Line, and I will bury the remaining 555s one by one, waiting for someone to find them." Whitebeard didn't know what to say for a moment. "Edward, Haven't you always wanted to have the ability of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk? I can give you the 6-vault Immortal Thief as your birthday present. Chu Qi said calmly. When these words came out, Marco and others were extremely excited. Dad, if you have the ability of 6-vault Immortal Thief, then our Whitebeard pirates can become the strongest and eternal pirate group. That's right, when Dad has his own era, the Whitebeard era will never end. Unlike everyone else who was excited, Whitebeard was very calm, his face remained unchanged, and no one knew what he was thinking. Qi, it would be too boring to just give it to me. Whitebeard said meaningfully, aren't you going to hide it? I can find it myself when the time comes. That way, I'll be more like a pirate, right? As a friend for many years, Chu Qi had of course guessed Whitebeard. He said very cooperatively, okay, I'll hide it, and you can find it yourself. If you can't find it, I'm not responsible. Gulala Whitebeard pirates will definitely find it. After listening to the conversation between the two, Marco and the others were a little disappointed, but they soon cheered up. Just like Whitebeard said, same, things that are too easy to get are meaningless, pirates should find their own treasures. The two drank until the evening. Marco and other kids were drunk early, leaving only Whitebeard and Chu Qi. After a moment of silence, Chu Qi slowly said, Edward, you don't want 6 treasury Immortal Thief at all, and you won't look for it, right? The reason you say this is to take Marco and others into consideration. Gulala. Whitebeard laughed, with some special meaning in his laughter. Qi, everyone in the world wants immortality, but is immortality really good? Chu Qi drank quietly without saying a word. If I can live forever, then watch Marco and others how sad it would be to grow up little by little, get older little by little, and become older than my father. At this point, Whitebeard looked at Chu Qi and asked in a deep voice, why don't you form your own pirate group, or join any pirate group, and always travel alone? Chu Qi bit his lip, with a complicated expression, Edward, you are right, immortality is not as beautiful as imagined. Watching my family die one by one, I should leave that pain to others. I really can't bear it. After saying that, Whitebeard drank the wine in his hand. When Chu Qi and Whitebeard were drinking and talking, in the underground world thousands of miles away, a secret transaction is going on. The two parties in the transaction are the 6 kings of the underground world and an unknown fishman pirate group. The shipping king said while gnawing on a chicken leg, are you sure that it is really something left by the Black Devil? The ability to know everything in the world sounds unreliable. The boss of the fishman pirates patted his chest and said, that was found in the ruins of the Valley of the Gods. Because of that Feng Hokiman, we lost more than half of our brothers. The fishman pirates. The boss paused and added, I can't guarantee whether it was left by the Black Devil, but it is indeed very strange. The Lone Shark King nodded and said, we took people to see it. It is indeed very strange. If you look at it, you will become a puppet. All my subordinates who have seen it are no exception. The president of the World News Agency on the side also interrupted and said, we also took pictures with a camera, but there was nothing after taking pictures, just a bare stone tablet. The shipping king frowned and said, then why did we buy this thing? The boss of the fishman pirates quickly said, although the possibility of learning this ability is very small, if someone can really learn it, wouldn't it be a huge profit? The Queen of Happy Street thought for a while. After hearing what you said, I think this thing is very valuable. If it is really left by the Black Devil, I believe that the Golden Lion boss and others will be very interested and willing to pay a high price to buy it. Stressy is right. If you don't want to invest, then I will buy it by myself. 600 million Baileys is nothing to me. The King of Loan Sharks said proudly. Chapter 121. The Handling of Feng Ho Chi Men. After thinking for a while, the others decided to invest. It's only 100 million Baileys per person, which is a disadvantage. Ha 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 ha, dear bosses, happy trading. As usual, I will pay you after the goods are delivered. understood. After sending away the fishermen pirates, the 6 kings of the underground began to discuss how to deal with Feng Ho Chi Men. Sell it to the Golden Lion boss. He got a lot of treasures in the Valley of Gods. It's no big deal to take out more than $1 billion. It's better to sell it to the Kaido boss. He has been looking for a way to defeat the Black Devil. This is something left by the Black Devil. He must be more interested. After a little thought, the Queen of Happy Street said, "In my opinion, don't rush to sell it." The King of Usury on the side nodded in agreement, "I think so too. It's a pity to sell the treasures left by the Black Devil. The stone tablet says that only people with simple minds and no desires can learn this ability. We can find more people to try it out. If it succeeds, we will be rich. Yes, let's find someone to try it out first to see if they can learn this Feng Ho Chi Men. If they can't, we can sell it." The president of the World News Agency said seriously, "I have an idea. Let me publish the Feng Ho Chi Men in the newspaper. See the reaction of the outside world, or the reaction of the Black Devil, and then decide how to deal with it. This is indeed a big gimmick. It says it is one of the 8 strange skills, which means there are another 7 strange skills. I don't know what it will be like. I'm quite curious." "I agree. First publish it in the newspaper to build momentum, and then see the subsequent development." "I agree too." Chu Qi certainly didn't know about the news that Feng Ho Chi Men was about to be published in the newspaper. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Instead, he would be happy to see it happen. The time came to the next day, the day of Whitebeard's birthday. When it was slightly bright, Chu Qi had already sat on the bow of the Moby Dick, looking around the sea, waiting for guests to arrive. Someone will definitely come, but Chu Qi has no idea how many people will come. If too few people come, then what kind of feast is it and what kind of surprise is it? Chu Qi secretly swore that if the person who should come didn't come, he would use Feng Calcuman to calculate his position, and then beat him up directly. Time passed by, and the sky was completely bright. It was close to noon, but no ship appeared. Chu Qi's face was as cold as ice, very ugly. Whitebeard walked to Chu Qi, patted him and chuckled, "Qi, you can come back to drink with me, which is the biggest surprise for me. Don't worry about these situation issues. Edward, this is no longer a situation. It's a face issue." Chu Qi said righteously, "As one of the overlords of the New World, if you celebrate your 40th birthday and no one comes to congratulate you, where is your face? Gulalalala, I don't care." Chu Qi was about to speak when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a small black dot moving on the horizon. Finally someone is here. Chu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Even if one person comes, it's better than no one. After a while, there was another black dot on the horizon. Slowly, more and more black dots began to appear, indicating that more and more ships were coming this way. Marco pointed to another direction excitedly and said, "Mom, Dad, there are people coming over there too." Dense black dots appeared in all directions, countless. More than 10 minutes later, the first pirate ship approached. Chu Qi didn't know this pirate group at all, but saw 2 very familiar friends waving at him on the ship. It was Chu Qi's #1 fangirl, the giantess Nana, and Xiaoqi, who was barely considered a fangirl. After seeing the 2, Chu Qi smiled, and smiled very happily. "Brother Qi, Boss Qi." After seeing Chu Qi, Nana excitedly lost her mind, grabbed Xiaoqi beside her, and jumped with all her strength, jumping towards the Moby Dick where Chu Qi was. This move scared everyone. With one jump, the distance between the 2 ships exceeded 1,000 meters. She would definitely not be able to jump over and would definitely fall into the sea. Chu Qi quickly opened the Kimen bureau and shouted, "Wind!" An invisible big hand made of wind gently caught Nana and Xiaoqi and brought them to the Moby Dick. After landing, Nana rushed to Chu Qi without saying a word, grabbed him, put him to her mouth and kissed him hard. So disgusting! Chu Qi was kissed so much that his whole body was covered with saliva, but he still let Nana do it without resistance. "Brother Key, I miss you so much. Why haven't you had any news for so many years? Nana is waiting for your news every day." As she spoke, tears began to well up in Nana's eyes. In front of outsiders, Nana is the invincible, iron-blooded, and ruthless female war god of the giant country. But as long as she is in front of Chu Qi, she will automatically become a simple little girl. Chu Qi said helplessly, "There are too many things, and I haven't prepared electricity." Talking bug. "I will prepare a special phone bug for you in the future, so that you can contact me at any time, okay?" "Really?" Nana was extremely excited. "Let me go now, otherwise it will be fake." Nana did not dare to neglect and quickly let Chu Qi go. Xiaoqi also came over with a smile. "Boss Qi, Boss Whitebeard, long time no see." After greeting, Xiaoqi looked at Whitebeard again. "Boss Whitebeard, I wish you a happy birthday and good luck in martial arts." "Gulala, thank you, little girl Xiaoqi." "Xiaoqi, how come you are with Nana?" Chu Qi asked curiously. "Alas, it's hard to say." Xiaoqi's expression was strange, as if she was recalling something unbearable. Chapter 122? A banquet born from a miracle. "Ha ha 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 ha, it seems I'm not too late." Before seeing the person, they heard his voice first. Hearing this familiar laughter, Chu Qi and the others certainly knew who was coming. The huge spaceship slowly descended from the sky and landed steadily in the sea. Golden Lion hugged his arms and said with a smile, "Whitebeard, Black Devil, I came uninvited, do you have any objection?" Whitebeard sneered, "Shiji, if you come to attend the banquet, I have no objection, but if you dare to make trouble, you can't go back today." Although Whitebeard didn't care about the birthday party, Chu Qi took the trouble to hold this banquet for him. If anyone dared to sabotage, Whitebeard would definitely be the first to not let him go. "Ha ha 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 ha, don't worry, I just came to the two of you to reminisce about the past, and there is absolutely no other purpose." Chu Qi looked playful. He looked at him and said with a smile, "Old Jin, it's been a long time since we last met. I thought you were drowned, but you're still alive. It's not easy." After hearing this, veins on Jin Shi's forehead were already popping out, but he still forced a smile and said, "Thanks to you, I'm lucky to have a life." A few years ago, the Anti-Chu Alliance went to Paradise to make trouble for Chu Qi, but they didn't expect to fight with the Navy fleet for no reason, and ended up being wiped out by Chu Qi. The flying pirates' ship was destroyed and almost all of them were killed. If they hadn't been rescued by Kaido, Jin Shiza would have been buried in the belly of the fish. That action was the biggest shame in Jin Shiza's pirate career and the eternal pain in his heart. Now that Chu Qi brought up the old things again, Jin Shiza must be furious, but it's not easy to get angry today, so he can only hold it in. As time went on, more and more pirate ships approached the Moby Dick. Looking around, the surface was densely packed with ships, and almost all the pirate groups that could be named in the New World were present. Nana's Black Demon Pirates, Golden Lion's Flying Pirates, Wang Zhi's Eastern Pirates, Kaido's 100 Beasts Pirates. Even Charlotte Linland's pirate group came. Chu Qi guessed that it must be because he took her chef away, and she had no dessert to eat, so she had to come here to eat and drink. In addition to the pirate groups formed by the former members of the Rocks Pirates, there are more foreign pirate groups. These pirate groups are either admirers of Whitebeard or worshippers of Chu Qi. Wow, Boss Qi, there are probably hundreds of pirate groups here. This kind of the scene is really unprecedented. Marco said proudly, "Just kidding, who dares not give face to my father and mother in the Grand Line?" Golden Lion flew from his ship to Qi's side. "Ha ha 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 ha, Black Devil, there is no place to park the boat for the banquet you mentioned, and so many people have come. Let's see how you arrange them." Golden Lion looked mocking, just waiting to see Chu Qi's joke. "If there are few people, you can hold a banquet on the ship. But now there are nearly 100 pirates here. How could there be a banquet on the same ship with tens of thousands of pirates?" Chu Qi turned his head and looked at the golden lion with a smile. Are there too many people? I think there are not enough. Just let you open your eyes. After speaking, Chu Qi jumped down and landed on the sea as if walking on flat ground. At the moment of landing, the huge Kimen bureau had been unfolded, covering the entire sea area. Everyone, please wait, Whitebeard's birthday party will start soon. Chu Qi's voice sounded like a sound wave in everyone's ears. Kanza water force. Chu Qi tapped the sea surface with his toes, and a water wave quickly spread. The wonderful power in the water wave pushed all the ships to the surroundings, leaving a very huge circular area. Kunward freezes thousands of miles. Chu Qi squatted down and slapped the sea surface with one palm, and the sea surface began to freeze rapidly. 10 minutes later, the entire sea area was frozen, the ice thickness exceeded 1 meter, and all the ships were frozen in place. Hey! After the freezing was completed, Chu Qi took a breath. Using such a large-scale Kimen magic, it directly drained a quarter of his energy. Chu Qi muttered to himself, "A Kimen magic drained a quarter of my energy. It seems that I have to intensify my practice in the future." Chu Qi's move has stunned all the onlookers. Directly freezing a sea area, how terrifying is this strength? The world's strongest. The name is not just a random one. What everyone doesn't know is that the real shock is still to come, the next step. The first step has been completed. After Chu Qi rested for a while, he immediately started the second step. Chu Qi took out a magic weapon shaped like a map from the space ring and placed it on the ice. After taking a deep breath, Chu Qi clapped his hands together and shouted, "8 gates moving." As soon as the voice fell, a black hole appeared under Chu Qi's feet and began to grow rapidly, covering the circular area just vacated. After the black hole appeared, everyone stared at it. Then, a miracle that was so shocking that it made people forget to breathe happened. An island slowly emerged from the black hole, and a few minutes later, completely displayed in front of everyone. In the middle of the island is a cake the size of a tall building, and on the top of the cake is a life-size statue of Whitebeard. There are all kinds of delicacies on the island, and wine jars are piled up like mountains. Tiger, Jinbei, and chefs such as Longbread are busy on the island. They don't know that the island under their feet has been moved yet. What did I see? The Black Devil created an island out of thin air. It's a god. The Black Devil is definitely a god in the sky. Impossible, it must be an illusion, it can't fool me. After the miracle happened, no one cared about the birthday party anymore. Now they just want to know whether the Black Devil is a human or a god. See the ununderlined version of the small. Please download and fly. Chapter 123. The Life of the Despised Golden Lion. At the scene, many people saw the Black Devil for the first time. They had only heard that the Black Devil had magical powers and extraordinary means. They thought it was an exaggeration, but today, the rumors were not exaggerated at all. It is amazing to be able to create an island out of thin air. It is the first time for Chu Qi to use space magic tools to move an island with strange magic. The energy consumption is simply terrifying. Fortunately, it succeeded in the end, otherwise it would be a disgrace. Everyone, please go to the island, the banquet begins. Chu Qi's voice once again came into everyone's ears like a wave, making everyone who had completely lost their minds wake up one after another. Gulala! Whitebeard laughed heartily and led the Whitebeard pirates to the island. Seeing this, other pirate groups also boarded the island from all directions. Tiger and Jinbei on the island were confused. When did they arrive? Why was there no movement? The captains of the pirate groups came to congratulate Whitebeard and presented their gifts. They were basically some treasures, and Whitebeard was not interested at all. Soon after the banquet officially started, everyone had completely let go, enjoying food and wine, and chatting with the people around them. No, even though people were making trouble, no one dared to make trouble, especially after seeing Chu Qi move an island here out of thin air. Even Golden Lion and Kaido didn't dare to speak. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, Black Devil, it seems we are late. A hearty laugh reached everyone's ears, and when they turned around, they saw Gol Roger leading their pirate group slowly approaching. Wow, Whitebeard, Gol Roger, Golden Lion, the 3 sea overlords are all here, it's really unprecedented. I'm afraid only the face of the Black Devil can allow these 3 to be present at the same time. Ha 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 ha, Gol Roger, I didn't expect you to come too. Chu-Ki and Whitebeard smiled at each other, walking towards Roger. Gulala, long time no see, Roger, how are you? Chu-Ki also smiled. Roger, I don't remember inviting you. Then I will come to the banquet as an enemy. How about we compete in drinking capacity? He, come on. After that, the 3 of them sat on the ground at the same time, and Tiger and the others also cooperated very well to serve the wine. Hey, why are only the 3 of you drinking together? Golden Lion came over and sat with the 3 of them. Brother Ki, I want to drink with you too. Na sat behind Chu-Ki without saying anything. Dad, Mom, and us. Just a moment, the 3 of them were surrounded by people sitting around. Ha 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 ha, in that case, let's raise our glasses together. Chu-Ki laughed loudly, and then raised the glass in his hand high. Okay. Whitebeard and Roger raised their glasses, and the pirates behind them also raised their glasses. Tens of thousands of completely different hands were raised at the same time, and the scene was very spectacular. These pirates are strangers who don't know each other, and many even have new and old grudges. They are different in height, race, and philosophy, but now they gather together and raise the same glass. This may be the charm of the sea, the freedom of pirates. The 2 people who fought to the death yesterday can sit in the drinking together. Everyone drank from day to night, and the pile of wine had been finished, and most of the pirates fell to the ground drunk. Since the wine is almost finished, how about we have some entertainment? Roger suggested. Chu-Ki and Whitebeard immediately understood, smiled at each other. Gulala, I have been looking forward to this duel for a long time. Chu-Ki was silent for a while, then smiled. I am now the world's strongest. If 3 people duel, you 2 have no chance of winning, it would be too boring. After hearing this, Whitebeard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ki, you guy, why do you always say such annoying words? Roger finished the wine in his hand. He said calmly, although I don't want to admit it, the Black Devil is indeed too strong and has surpassed both of us. As he spoke, Roger looked around. Outside the huge island was an endless ice surface. All of this was accomplished by Chu-Ki alone, which could be called a miracle. Roger knew his own limitations and knew that he would never be a match for the Black Devil if he fought alone. Whitebeard was silent for a moment. He remembered the 8 wonders that Chu-Ki had shown him yesterday. It was completely a divine method. I will never be able to surpass myself. Then is our duel necessary? Of course. Chu-Ki smiled playfully. Duel is necessary, after all, this is our agreement. But the rules need to be changed, from 3 people dueling, to 1 against 2, I fight 2 of you alone. Ha 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 ha, I have no objection. Roger agreed. It does seem more interesting this way. Roger, let's teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Yes, I've wanted to beat him up for a long time, he always overshadows our Roger pirates. The conversation between the 3 people was heard by the Golden Lion on the side. He said eagerly, now is the era of the 3 pirates, we both went up, how can I, Golden Lion, be left out? Get lost, you want to get involved in everything. Ki is right, Shiki, go play somewhere else. This is a duel between the 3 of us, and it has nothing to do with you. Ha 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 ha, Golden Lion, next time, definitely next time. The cold words of the 3 made Golden Lion feel ashamed and annoyed. He was actually despised. The great pirate Golden Lion was actually despised. The expression of Golden Lion at this moment can be made into a world-famous painting, The Life of the Despised Golden Lion. Chapter 124. You are 10 times stronger, and I am 100 times stronger. In fact, fighting 2, or 3-3, for Chu-Ki, it's nothing. What's the difference? The Golden Lion is just here to make up the numbers. The three of them came to the ice. Whitebeard and Roger stood side by side, Chu-Ki stood alone on the other side. After moving his arms, Chu-Ki took out the magic sword Thousand Blades from the space ring, and then pulled out the famous sword Reikari from his waist. He held Thousand Blades in his left hand and Reikari in his right hand, and then took out 3 high-level magic weapons from the space ring. 3 treasures, Thief Devouring Beast, Black Battle Armor. After all, they were dealing with Whitebeard and Roger at the same time, and they had neglected their training in the past few years, and the consumption of moving the island just now was not small. If they didn't use magic weapons to make up for it, the chances of winning were too low. Yesterday, Chu-Ki fought Whitebeard in his normal state, and it can be said that the difference was immediately determined. In terms of strength already, Whitebeard can suppress the normal Chu-Ki. Ki, the thing you released, is it a weapon made of that divine machine 100 refinements? Whitebeard was a little curious. Chu-Ki smiled proudly, yes, this is the magic weapon I made. You'd better be careful. They are different from ordinary weapons. Although I don't know what you are talking about, I also feel an unusual breath from those things. Black Devil, you are really like a treasure box. Always have new tricks. Hee hee, Ethan, you can experience my new tricks. Just now, I saw that you consumed a lot of energy. We were planning to hold back, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. Of course not. If we hold back, we can't break my defense. As Chu-Ki spoke, he put on the bracelet transformed from Wudokai on his wrist and Sanbeizu on his neck. Devouring Beast was floating beside Chu-Ki. These 3 are high-level defensive magic weapons. They can deal with Whitebeard and Roger at the same time. Defense is obviously more important than offense. Let's get started. As you wish. Whitebeard and Roger raised their swords and chopped at the same time. 2 extremely huge sword energies tore through the ice and broke through the air towards Chu-Ki. The powerful power of the sword energy can make people tremble with fear just from a distance. These 2 guys are probably more than 10 times stronger than they were back then. Chu-Ki laughed secretly. Just when the sword energy was about to hit, the floating thieving beast glowed red, and a strong suction force came from inside, absorbing all the sword energy of the 2. It's a pity that you are 10 times stronger, and I am already 100 times stronger. As Chu-Ki said, reaching out to the thief in the air, a stream of pure white energy floated out from the thief devouring beast and was absorbed into Chu-Ki's body. Whitebeard and Roger frowned. This thing could actually absorb their attacks and feed back to Chu-Ki. The 2 looked at each other, and then charged towards Chu-Ki from the left and right. 5-fold Thunder Talisman. Chu-Ki used the knife as a pen and drew the talisman quickly. The moment the talisman was completed, 2 thunder dragons flew out from it and pounced on Whitebeard and Roger. Because of the existence of the thief devouring beast, the 2 dared not attack with sword energy anymore, and could only choose to use armed color domineering to resist. After easily resisting the 5-fold Thunder Talisman, Whitebeard and Roger continued to move forward, swinging their swords at Chu-Ki from the left and right. Bang bang! A light golden shield appeared on Chu-Ki's body, blocking the attacks of the 2. One of the 3 treasures on Chu-Ki's neck shattered immediately, and the remaining 2 dimmed, causing the broken beads to recover. This damn thing is really hard. If that's the case, I won't be polite. The ability of the Tremor fruit was activated, and a white air shield appeared on Whitebeard's fist. Chu-Ki frowned and swung his 2 swords at Whitebeard. Roger was quick-witted and blocked Chu-Ki's attack. Whitebeard took the opportunity to use the A-punch of air shock power hit Chu-Ki. The golden shield was instantly broken, and the ice layer under Chu-Ki's feet was also blown up, falling directly into the sea. The 2 did not relax because they all knew that Chu-Ki had been testing and was not serious at all. Sure enough, the next second, Chu-Ki jumped high from the sea, his eyes became black as ink, and his skin was wrapped in a layer of dark red close-fitting armor, which was the magic weapon Wudokai. Thunder Thousand Blade Flying Star. Chu Qi concentrated the powerful thunder power on the magic knife Thousand Blades, and then swung it hard. Countless thousand blade fragments with lightning flew towards Whitebeard and Luoji. The Threeman duel will surely attract everyone to stop and watch. Black Devil, Whitebeard, Gol Roger, the three strongest people in the Grand Line, who would want to miss the duel between them. The powerful strength displayed by the Threeman, and the endless magical methods of the Black Devil are all amazing. The battle gradually became fierce. At first, they were just a little bit of fighting, but later the Threeman began to get excited and attacked without reservation. In order to fight more excitingly, Chu Qi directly put away the thieving beasts so that they could go all out. Bang bang bang! The huge explosion was deafening, and the continuously. The ice layer of the entire sea area has been shattered, and three powerful auras are crisscrossing and tearing the sky apart. Even if they are thousands of meters away, the oppression can still make people feel suffocated. The three fought from day to night. No one knew the specific situation on the battlefield without light, but the sound of fighting was always clear. When the sky was slightly bright, the sound of fighting finally disappeared. Everyone was looking forward to it, eager to know the result. Bang! With a loud bang, Chu Qi, half naked, fell from the sky and landed on the island. He held Whitebeard in his left hand and Roger in his right hand. The two had fainted. After putting the two down, Chu Qi, who was exhausted, could no longer hold on and fainted. The result of this duel was already obvious. The Black Devil once again established his position as the strongest in the world. Chapter 125. New title, The Closest God's Creature. Although Whitebeard and Roger still lost to the Black Devil together, they were able to fight to this extent, which was a glorious defeat. If the Black Devil is the closest to God, then Roger and Whitebeard are the strongest humans. After seeing the miracle-like opening of this banquet, no one thought Chu Qi was a human anymore. A new title was born, the closest creature to God, and he was no longer classified as a human. The banquet ended and everyone left one after another. When Nana and Xiaoqi were leaving, Chu Qi gave each of them a space-devouring capsule, which made them very happy. After the banquet, Chu Qi gave out eight devouring capsules one after another, except for the one he promised to give in addition to the 4 people who were given to Marco, Roger, and Whitebeard also gave them. The devouring sack is simply a divine weapon on the sea. After the Golden Lion found it, he shamelessly came to ask for it. Chu Qi would definitely not give it to him, so he had to leave cursing. After sending everyone away, Chu Qi also formally said goodbye to Whitebeard. Edward, I have to leave now. Take care of yourselves. I'll come to drink with you next time. Gulala, don't make me wait too long. I don't have as much time as you do. Whitebeard said with a smile. Don't worry, I won't let you wait too long. I shouldn't leave the new world again in the next 2 years. I can come to see you anytime. That's good. Chu Qi is about to leave. Marco and others were very reluctant to leave. Although they didn't spend much time together, they had already 100% identified with this old mother from the bottom of their hearts. Not only because of Chu Qi's strong strength, but also because of his masculinity and personal charm. There has always been a saying on the Grand Line, there are only 2 kinds of people on the Grand Line, those who envy the Black Devil and those who worship the Black Devil. Finally, with everyone waving goodbye, Chu Qi sailed away alone. Tiger and Jinbei did not follow, because Whitebeard was going to Fishman Island in a while, and he could just send them back. Half a month later, everything that happened at Whitebeard's birthday party had spread all over the world. Although the matter about the Black Devil will never be forgotten, it is always big news, but the explosion of this news is not inferior to the news that the Black Devil led the Rocks Pirates to capture the Valley of God and disbanded the Rocks Pirates on the spot. Freeze a sea area and create an island out of thin air. 2-2. Defeat the two overlords of the new era, Whitebeard and Gol Roger at the same time. As for Golden Lion, he has long been defeated by the Black Devil, so no one wants to mention him. Especially after watching the duel of the three Black Devils, everyone has begun to discuss whether to remove Golden Lion from the three major pirates. When Golden Lion learned of this news, he was furious on the spot, and his hatred for the Black Devil increased by 100. From then on, Chu Qi's title of the strongest in the world became the strongest a creature close to God, excluding him from the human race. In other words, it is expelled from the human race. Whitebeard and Gol Roger naturally became the heirs of the world's strongest. But who is the real world's strongest, we still have to wait until they fight to know. After the Black Devil was praised as the creature closest to God, the most excited people were the 6 kings of the underground world. Because they have in their hands one of the 8 strange skills left by the Black Devil in the Valley of God, Feng Ho Chi Men. And from the current situation, this Feng Ho Chi Men is 100% true. Chu Qi is obviously a powerless person, but he can control the natural elements like a person who has eaten the natural devil fruit. Element. This just corresponds to the first ability described by Feng Ho Chi Men, controlling the natural changes of heaven and earth. Ha 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 ha, after a while, we will definitely be able to sell Feng Ho Chi Men at a sky-high price after we put it in the newspaper. The Shipping King laughed loudly. The Loan Shark King said dissatisfiedly, "Why are you thinking about selling it? If our people can master Feng Ho Chi Men, its value is simply inestimable." As the Loan Shark King, he knows very well that a one-time deal is the stupidest, and the interest rolls in. Profit is the long-term plan. The Queen of Happy Street also said, "I don't agree to sell it either. I must keep this treasure firmly in my hands until I crack its secret." The president of the World News Agency on the side asked hesitantly, "Then should I still put it in the newspaper?" The Queen of Happy Street thought for a moment and said, "I must put it in the newspaper, but I must not let others know that the thing is in our hands." "I understand. You meet, I asked you to find someone to learn Feng Kaoqimen, what was the result?" The Queen of Happy Street asked the King of Shipping again. The King of Shipping looked like he was still in fear. "Don't mention it, that thing is very evil. I found 20 people to see it, and without exception, all of them were fooled, become a puppet with dull eyes." The Shipping King paused and continued, "This is why I want to sell it quickly. If we accidentally see it that day, we will definitely become the same as them." "Shipping King, I want to know how you find people." The Shipping King smiled and said, "It's very simple. Give 100,000 Baileys to each person. There are many people willing to watch it." The 5 people were silent. "You meet, you are such a big fool. What's the point of looking for those people who have money all over their heads? Don't forget, it is said above that greedy people can't learn." The Shipping King was furious and said, "Then go and find them. Is there anyone in this world who is not greedy for money?" Everyone was silent again. The Shipping King was right. There were very few people in the world who were not greedy. Most people were greedy. In the underground world, it was impossible to find a person who was not greedy. Well, let's look for it slowly. First, put Feng Ho Chi Men in the newspaper and see the reaction of the outside world. Chapter 126. Long time no see, Nicole. Albia. After leaving the Whitebeard pirates, Chu Qi drifted alone on the endless sea. To be honest, he was very confused now. He didn't know where to go and had completely lost his direction. The proficiency of the Divine Machine 100 refinements had reached 96%, and there was only 4% left to complete it and unlock the next skill De Luo Dong Guan, but Chu Qi was against it. And not so much looking forward to it. Maybe because he is no longer young, he takes everything lightly and lets things take their course. Maybe I should change my way of life and live a simple life. Chu Qi suddenly had an idea in his mind. He wanted to put everything aside temporarily and start a new life. On an island in the New World, the fully armed navy was searching for their mission targets. That woman must still be on the island. Everyone, be serious. We must find her today. The first person who finds her will be rewarded with a bounty of 1 million Baileys and promoted twice. At this moment, the embarrassed Nicole Albia quietly hid in a cave, not daring to make any noise. Voice. In recent years, in order to find historical texts, Albia was chased by the navy all over the world and encountered countless difficulties and obstacles. Fortunately, there was the silver shuttle lent to her by Chu Qi, which was so fast that no ship could catch up. With the silver shuttle, Albia was able to escape the enemy's pursuit every time and turn danger into safety. But this time the navy learned to be smart and guessed Albia's goal in advance. After she landed on the island, they first seized the silver shuttle and then surrounded her. Albia, who was hiding in the cave, was a little desperate, with a bitter smile on her face, muttering to herself, "It seems that I can't escape this time. It would be great if Qi was here. But how could a big man like him appear here?" Albia was a little desperate, with a bitter smile on her face, muttering to herself, "It seems that I can't escape this time. It would be great if Qi was here. But how could a big man like him appear here?" As soon as Albia finished speaking, she heard a familiar voice in her ears. "Alas, I didn't expect to be here." Albia turned around suddenly and found that Chu Qi was squatting in front of her, looking at her with a smile, no more than 1 meter away. You, how could it be?" Because she was too shocked, Albia's mind went blank, she stuttered, and didn't know what to say. She now doubted that Chu Qi in front of her was actually an illusion. Otherwise, how could he really appear as soon as he finished speaking? This is too dreamy. Don't worry, it's not an illusion, it's the real me. You. Are you going to say, "What am I thinking?" Are you thinking now, "I know what you want to say"? Please stop talking. I believe you are Chu Qi. Albia quickly stopped Chu Qi's 1,000-layer cake. She is now basically sure that this is Chu Qi himself, and only he would say such messed up words. Chu Qi looked at Albia and smiled slightly. "Long time no see, Nicole Albia." Without saying a word, Albia rushed over, hugged Chu Qi's neck, bit her lower lip tightly, and said tearfully, "Long time no see, Chu Qi." After saying that, Albia burst into tears, tears pouring down like a spring, soaking Chu Qi's coat. Chu Qi patted Albia's back and whispered, "It seems that you have suffered a lot in these years." Albia, a little girl with no power, searched the world for historical texts. It is hard to imagine how much suffering and grievances she suffered during this period. Now seeing the only person she can rely on, of course she will vent all the grievances and sufferings in her heart. Albia's crying quickly attracted the navy, and before they could enter in the cave, Chu Qi took care of every hair without disturbing Albia. After crying for a long time, Albia was exhausted and fell asleep in a daze. He have a good sleep. Picked up Albia, Chu Qi walked out of the cave and walked towards the navy ship. Silver shuttle is his first magic weapon, which is commemorative, and he must take it back. When Chu Qi appeared in front of the navy holding Albia, their first reaction was surprise, and the second reaction was horror. "Black Devil, how come you are here?" "Vice Admiral, he turned out to be an acquaintance, so I must give him some face." "Return my ship to me, and you can get out." A pirate actually said such words to the navy. Crane was very angry, but he didn't dare to refute, let alone get angry. After all, this is now known as the closest creature to God, and they are completely ant-like in front of the Black Devil. "Vice Admiral Crane, we..." Crane raised his hand to interrupt his subordinate's words, with a face full of resentment, gritting his teeth and said, "Let's go." Crane, who was resolute, directly left with a group of navy in disgrace. After the navy left, Chu Qi returned to the silver shuttle, gently put down Albia in his arms, and then controlled the silver shuttle to sail away. After returning to the warship, Crane hurriedly dialed the headquarters Den Den Mushi and reported to the top management about the capture of Nicolethi, details of Albia's mission failure and the encounter with the Black Devil. Since you have met the Black Devil, there is nothing you can do. Come back. Yes, Marshal Steelbone. What the two did not know was that because Garp was near Crane, the Den Den Mushi had crossed the line and the conversation between the two had been heard by him. The Black Devil, I finally caught him. No matter. You are a human or a ghost, as long as you are a criminal, I will fight you to the end. Chapter 127? A Confession of a Steely Straight Man. For Albia, this may be the most comfortable and peaceful sleep she has had in the past few years. After Albia woke up, she saw Chu Qi sitting next to her, leaning against the railing of the boat, staring deeply at the sea, as if she was worried. Chu Qi turned his head and looked at Albia, smiling slightly. How is it, did you sleep well? Albia nodded, and then asked in confusion, Qi, why did you suddenly appear beside me? Of course I came specially to find you. I have special skills to find people, so it's not difficult to find you. Hearing that Chu Qi actually came specially to come to her, Albia was secretly delighted, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. A big man like you actually came specially to find a small character like me, is there something important? Albia joked, I thought Lord Black Devil had forgotten me a long time ago. After so many years of sailing, if Albia still doesn't know Black Devil, then he has been in vain. His deeds and legends are well known and passed down by word of mouth. With countless halos, no one can ignore. Chu Qi said in a calm tone, I want to put everything aside for now, live an ordinary life with you, and have another child. At this moment, Albia finally knew what it meant to say something shocking. Is this a confession or a proposal? It's too direct. If it was in the previous life, Chu Qi's face would probably have been slapped by the woman. This sentence is even more scumbag than I'm tired of playing, I want to find an honest man to marry. Ignoring Albia, who was already dazed, Chu Qi said to himself, I told you before that I can predict the future. It is actually true. In the future, we have a daughter together. I used to think that it would be fine to let nature take its course, and I even resisted such a future. But then I thought that being with you and raising a daughter might not be a bad life. Speaking of this, Chu Qi couldn't help laughing. Albia's expression was very complicated, and he was hesitant to say, but I know what you want to say. We are not ordinary people, and we are destined not to have ordinary marriages and love. Looking at Albia with deep eyes, Chu Qi said gently, the journey is lonely and long, and it is always there will be times when we are tired, why don't we try to relax even if it's just a short rest? There are no fancy words in Chu Qi's words, nor did he say how much he loves Albia, but every word is true. As he said, they are not ordinary people, they can't fall in love and get married like ordinary people, so they just skip the middle link. Nicole, Albia, are you willing? Qi asked seriously. Albia bit her lower lip. When Albia was about to answer, Chu Qi's eyes suddenly glowed red and his brows slightly frowned. A shell was flying towards them at high speed, just as when it was about to hit, it was restrained by an invisible force, and then lost power and fell into the sea. The two turned around and saw a naval warship rushing towards them. On the warship, Garp was wearing a battle robe and standing on the bow in the cold wind. Fistbone Meteor Group. Garp grabbed the shells beside him and smashed them madly at Chu Qi's ship. Chu Qi raised his hand, and all the shells were frozen in the air. After trembling for a moment, they fell into the sea one after another. Since you are here to die, don't even think about living today. Chu Qi was a little angry, with a murderous tone in his tone. These guys actually came to disturb him when he was confessing. As Chu Qi was about to fly over, Albia grabbed Chu Qi's hand. You can't kill people casually in the future. I don't want my daughter to have a bloody and violent father. Well. Chu Qi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized and said in surprise, you agreed. Albia nodded, with a sweet smile on her face. Ki, you are right, we are destined not to have the love of ordinary people, the only thing we can have is some or each other. Ha ha ha. Chu Ki laughed happily, patted the back of Albia's hand, and whispered, wait for me, I'll be back soon. Okay. Seeing that the shells failed, Garp was not surprised and was about to get a bigger weapon. Chu Ki suddenly appeared in front of him, and without saying a word, he punched him hard in the face, making Garp a little confused. You guy! Before Garp finished speaking, Chu Ki hit him with another uppercut, followed by a roundhouse kick, knocking him away. The surrounding navy wanted to rush over to help, but Chu Ki stunned them all with a domineering look. Being beaten, Garp, with a bruised face, was very confused. Why didn't the Black Devil play by the rules today? Shouldn't he usually talk nonsense before attacking? Today, he actually attacked directly, catching him off guard. Without thinking much, Garp had just gotten up from the ground when Chu Ki punched him again at lightning speed. Garp didn't even have time to block and was hit in the face again. In order to win the battle quickly and return to Albia as soon as possible, Chu Ki has already activated the double amplification mode of summoning spirits and writing. The individual ability is far superior to Garp, and he can't have a chance to fight back. Garp, I'm happy today, so I'll reward you with your favorite punch. Chu Ki's consecutive heavy punches have made Garp unconscious. Seeing that it's almost time, grabbed Garp's head and smashed it heavily on the battleship, ending the battle completely. After knocking Garp unconscious, Chu Ki couldn't wait to return to the silver shuttle. Sorry for the long wait, Albia. Albia smiled slightly and hugged Chu Ki. Chu Ki also smiled and hugged her backhand. Chapter 128. The 8 Wonders That Shocked the World. In order to find history, Albia went through years of sailing adventures. It was too tiring and too hard, and she was exhausted physically and mentally. Like Chu Ki, she decided to put everything aside for the time being and live a plain life. Under the setting sun, the two of them sailed slowly into the distance on a small boat, and a brand new life was about to begin. Chu Ki, who had decided not to care about worldly affairs, and took Albia to live his own life. The Grand Line was once again in an uproar because of a piece of heavy news. A newspaper column titled God's Skills, 8 Wonders was quietly launched. Once this column was released, the response it caused has shocked the world. Feng Kaokuman. 8 Wonders. These 2 words are becoming more and more familiar to people. Feng Kaokuman, one of the 8 wonders created by the Black Devil. After learning it, you can master the changes of heaven and earth, the wonderful laws of nature. You can also deduce the future, understand the past, and know everything in the world. In addition to introducing the origin and ability of Feng Kaokuman, the column also summarizes all aspects, but does not mention who has Feng Kaokuman. If it is placed in the past, even if it was created by the Black Devil, everyone would definitely find it incredible and unbelievable. But after seeing Chu Ki's endless magical abilities when he froze thousands of miles, moved mountains and islands, and fought against Whitebeard and Roger, everyone began to believe in the existence of 8 wonders and Feng Kaokuman. Although the World Economic News Agency sometimes likes to exaggerate, it has never published false news. They dare to publish a column, there must be evidence, or Feng Kaokuman is in their hands. No wonder the Black Devil has always been powerless. It turns out that he has mastered a higher level of power and disdains to eat devil fruits. One Feng Kaokuman is so powerful, the other 7 wonders I don't know what it will be like. I heard that the Black Devil can control the souls of the dead, and it must be one of the magic skills. A group of people had different opinions. Combining the means used by Chu Ki, they began to speculate the abilities of the 8 magic skills in a realistic way, and they really got 2 of them right. The Whitebeard pirates undoubtedly know the most about the 8 magic skills. Because Chu Ki had already told them about the existence of the 8 magic skills and the specific abilities of the 8 magic skills. Dad, let's hurry up, go and get the Feng Kaokuman back. We must not let Mom's things fall into the hands of those idiots. Everyone was excited and eager to try, and couldn't wait to set out to find Feng Kaokuman. Whitebeard shook his head and said lightly, "Don't get involved. Qi once said that Feng Kaokuman is the most dangerous of the 8 Kuman. Let's not try it easily." Just now I was too excited. Now after listening to what Whitebeard said, everyone calmed down. They also remembered that Mom did say that if people with weak will and too strong desires learn Feng Kaokuman, they will get lost in it and can't extricate themselves. Marco and the others are still very self-aware. This group of people, he is obviously not the material to learn Feng Kaokuman. Seeing that his son stopped making noise, Whitebeard smiled and said nothing, and continued to drink. In fact, Chu Qi said something else, but Whitebeard did not tell them. He and Gol Roger are qualified to learn Feng Kaokuman. But Whitebeard is afraid that his sons will be in danger, so he does not want to fight for Feng Kaokuman. After all, the scene will be very chaotic, and Whitebeard will definitely not be able to protect so many sons alone. It is not only the Whitebeard pirates who know 8 wonders, there are also a few people, the Red Count Baloric, Charlotte Linlin, Tom and Vegapunk. But they only know one of the 8 wonders, and do not know the others. Baloric knows 6 story immortals, the existence of Thief. Charlotte Linlin knows the existence of Spirit Conquest. Tom and Vegapunk have seen God Machine 100 Refinement. It is because of seeing 8 great skills that they know how powerful they are. After knowing the news of Wind Queen Kimen, Charlotte Linlin almost immediately began to take action. Sparrow, immediately. Go and bring Morgans back, I want to interrogate him in person. Morgans, the president of the World News Agency, must be the biggest insider of Wind Queen Kimen. The people who are looking for him are not only Charlotte Linlin, since it is something left by the Black Devil, Golden Lion, and Kaido must be very interested. Morgans, the president of the World News Agency, has Becometh target of public criticism. In the underground world, the 6 kings gathered again for a meeting. After publishing Feng Ho Chi Men and 8 Wonders in the newspaper, the response was so great that it was beyond the imagination of the 6 people. You should think of a way quickly. Jin Shizi and Du have sent people to catch me. Morgans was so anxious that he turned around. Alas, in my opinion, we can't keep this thing. Find someone to sell it. He sell it to whom? Now these big pirates are interested in Feng Ho Chi Men. Selling it to anyone is equivalent to offending others. The Queen of Happy Street thought for a while and said, why not hold an auction and the highest bidder wins? Although there are risks, if the operation is good, you will definitely make a lot of money. Good auction, I agree. I agree too. Although the 6 kings agreed to the auction on the surface, everyone knew in their hearts that this auction would never go on. After the meeting, in order to avoid getting into trouble, the hiding master contacted the Golden Lion as soon as possible and told him everything about Feng Ho Chi Men. The Shipping King contacted Kaido. Morgans contacted Charlotte Linlin, and the Queen of Happy Street contacted the world government. In this way, the first battle for 8 Wonders has begun in SECREDO. Read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Faye. Chapter 129. Nicole, who is about to be born. Chu? Robin. For the huge sensation caused by Feng Ho Chi Men after the newspaper, Chu Qi he didn't know. Because he was in a remote village isolated from the world, building a cabin with Albia for his future life. In order to live a peaceful life without being disturbed, Chu Qi used his hands to change his shape and appearance for the first time. Now even if Whitebeard came, he wouldn't recognize him. On this island called Saruk, the two chose to start from scratch and create their own home together. The management process may be long, but they are full of expectations for the future life. Half a month afterwards, an unprecedented melee broke out in the underground world, which directly led to the destruction of most of the underground world. Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Red Count Baloric and other pirates, including the world government, participated in the battle to fight for the stone tablet of Feng Ho Kimen. The result of this melee was extremely tragic, with countless casualties. Even the strong ones like Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin were seriously injured after the battle. The battle for Feng Hokimen can be said to be an epic war, destined to be recorded in history. At the end of the war, several pirates suddenly reached a consensus, worked together to drive out the forces of the world government, and signed a contract to share the stone tablet of Feng Hokimen. 6 pirates including Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion, and Kaido will take turns to keep it for 1 year, and then take turns again after 6 years. If one party fails to fulfill the agreement and wants to take the stone tablet for themselves, the other 5 forces will attack it. Holy Land Marijoa, the deepest part of Pangu City. After the first battle for the 8 great skills, the 5 elders immediately met with the master of the Void King, the leader of the celestial dragons. Lord I'm very sorry that we failed to bring back the Black Devil's Feng Ho Chi Men as you wished. Im's entire face was hidden in the shadows. Although the 5 elders could not see it, they should be able to guess that his expression at the moment must be very ugly. For the Black Devil's Feng Ho Chi Men, after knowing this, Yumu developed an unprecedented strong interest. For this, he did not hesitate to use part of the hidden power of the world government, but he still failed. How could he look good? Lord Yumu, we were almost successful, but those damn pirates actually united together, forced us back, and shared the stone tablet of Feng Hokimen. Yim frowned and asked, who has the thing now? Several pirates agreed to keep it in turn. As for who has it, it is not certain yet, but we are already checking. Hurry up and bring it back to me. I will not allow this world to have forces that can threaten the world government. Yim's attitude was strong and his tone was cold, which made the 5 elders shuddered. In addition, since it is the 8 wonders, there must be another 7 sevens besides Feng Ho Chi Men. No matter whether the Black Devil is hidden in the Grand Line, you should send someone to look for him. Yes, Lord Yumu. After the epic melee caused by Feng Ho Chi Men, many people thought the same as Yumu, that there might be another 7 wonders hidden in the Grand Line. A grand treasure hunt began. But not many people went out of their way to look for the 8 wonders. After all, except for the Black Devil, no one had learned the 8 wonders, and there was no specific information about the other 7 wonders. And what exactly are the 8 wonders? It was not left by the Black Devil, and no one knew. Because after Whitebeard's birthday party, the Black Devil disappeared from the public's view again, and there was no news at all. 3 years passed in a flash, and the Grand Line was changing every day. Every year, countless pirate groups disbanded, and many new ones rose up, like a reincarnation. In a warmly decorated cabin, Albia leaned on a cradle chair made of vines, reading quietly, with black tea and exquisite snacks beside her. Compared with 3 years ago, Albia has not changed much except a big belly that has been pregnant for 10 months. With a bang, the door of the cabin was pushed open, and Chu-Ki was holding a bag of fruit in his hand, ran in hurriedly. There are no more oranges, I bought lemons, you can just eat them. Albia was at a loss for words. My boss, how do you eat lemons? Chu-Ki curled his lips, don't pregnant women like sour food? But lemons are too sour. Ha 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 ha, try it, I'll eat with you. Chu-Ki took a small stool, sat next to Albia, gently stroked her belly, and then began to peel the lemon with great concentration. Looking at Chu-Ki's serious profile, Albia's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sweet smile. To be honest, Chu-Ki is not a perfect husband. He speaks directly, is extremely treacherous, and doesn't understand how can he care about others, but he can feel at ease and happy around him. These 3 years can be said to be the happiest time in Albia's life. Albia suddenly thought of something, touched her belly gently, and then asked Chu-Ki, Ki, what is the name of our future daughter? Chu-Ki smiled slightly, don't worry about this issue, no matter now. Whatever you choose, that will be her future name. Let me choose. That's right, you will name the child, and give both of our surnames at it. Albia thought for a moment and slowly said, Robin, Nicole Chu Robin, how about this name? He he he. Chu Qi smiled but said nothing. Albaya curiously asked, in the future you predict, is she called this name? Chapter 130. Robin was born. Chu Qi is happy to be a father. Chu Qi reached out and rubbed Albaya's head, and said softly, no matter what the future is like, from now on, her name is Nicole Chu Robin. Okay. Albaya smiled and stopped worrying about this issue. Qi, there is another question, I have wanted to ask you for a long time. Chu Qi handed the lemon in his hand to Albaya. Erbaya, ask. Albaya took the lemon and asked seriously, Qi, are you a human? Chu Qi said unhappily with a sullen face, we sleep together every night, don't you know whether I am a human or not? Albaya's cheeks were slightly red, and she breathed a sigh of relief, that's good, I'm afraid that my future daughter will be a hybrid, born with deformities or something. Her father is known as the creature closest to God. Even if it is a hybrid, it must be the best hybrid. What an ignorant woman! Seeing that Albaya was still pregnant, Chu Qi decided not to bother with her. Ha 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 ha, just kidding, don't be angry. Laughed for a while, Albaya suddenly lowered her head and remained silent. Seeing Albaya's expression, Chu Qi had guessed something, but did not say it clearly, and waited quietly for her to speak. After a long while, Albaya slowly said in a heavy tone, Qi, I will leave after the child is born. Chu Qi hummed lightly, expressionless, and did not speak. Albaya bit her lower lip and asked with a complicated look, Qi, are you disappointed in me for abandoning the child as soon as she was born and completely failing to fulfill the responsibility of a mother? No, Albaya, I don't mean to blame you. On the contrary, I admire you and know your inner pain. Thank you and I'm sorry. Albaya's eyes were red, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Chu Qi smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Albaya's eyes. In fact, I know that you have been ready to leave for a long time, but unfortunately you have to stay because of your pregnancy. Putting down the lemon in his hand, Chu Qi continued, and you are ready to leave, not because you want to leave. On the contrary, you have to leave because you don't want to leave. Listen, after hearing these words, Albaya could no longer hold back, covering her mouth with tears. Chu Qi sat down next to Albaya, hugged her gently, and comforted her, don't cry, crying all the time is not good for my daughter. Standard steel straight man comfort, Albaya was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and her sad emotions were diluted a lot. As Chu Qi said, it was because such a life was too beautiful and comfortable that Albaya had gradually forgotten her ideals and goals, so she didn't. If she didn't leave after Robin was born, she might never leave again. Albaya felt full of happiness just thinking about the beautiful life of a family of 3. After it is realized, maybe all her ideals and goals will be forgotten by her. Albaya leaned her head on Chu Qi's shoulder and whispered, Qi, promise me one thing, okay? Tell me, as long as I can do it, I will agree. Take Robin back to live in O'Hara, okay? Chu Qi was silent for a moment, but still nodded in agreement, okay. Qi, thank you for your understanding and accommodation all the time. After speaking, Albaya raised her head slightly and kissed Chu Qi on the lips. It has been almost 10 years since she left her hometown, and Albaya is homesick. She knows that it is difficult for her to have the opportunity to go back, so she hopes that Chu Qi can take Robin back to see. For Chu Qi, no matter living in the New World or living in O'Hara, it makes no difference. A dozen days later, Nicole Chu Robin was born. The newborn Robin was a wrinkled mess, but Chu Qi still thought she was very cute. His heart melted, and he held her tightly. Chu Qi, hug me, you've been holding me for a whole day. Albaya was furious. A woman must be very weak after giving birth. But with Chu Qi around, Albaya gave birth to Robin in the morning and was already full of energy in the afternoon. The process of giving birth was not painful at all. Although Chu-Ki was reluctant, although she was not interested, she still carefully sent Robin to Albia's arms. "Ah, I should have let you lie down for a few more days." Holding her daughter Robin in her arms, Albia's eyebrows and mouth corners were curved into crescents, and her face was full of happiness and joy. "Little Robin, call Mom quickly." Chu-Ki was speechless. "Why don't you just let her go to college?" The two were new parents, and the excitement was simply indescribable. Chu-Ki suddenly felt that the strongest in the world, the legend of the sea, no matter how high the honor and fame were, in the hands of this little guy, in front of him, it is not worth mentioning. So far, Chu-Ki has obtained the greatest honor in his life, father. A few days later, with great reluctance, Albia finally chose to leave and set out on the journey again to find history. When they parted, Chu-Ki handed Albia a space ring and a map with full marks. This map marks the approximate location of all history. Seeing Chu-Ki take out such a precious thing, Albia was a little angry and not happy at all. Albia frowned and said sternly, "Didn't you say that you can't reveal the truth about history at all?" The two have been together for so many years, Albia must know more or less about Chu-Ki's secrets and his abilities. Chu-Ki has the ability to know everything in the world, but after knowing it, he can't tell others, otherwise it is called leaking the secret. Chapter 131. Prepare to refine top-level magic tools. Every time Chu-Ki reveals the calculated information, he will be punished. The more important the information is, the greater the punishment will be. If you reveal information about history that can affect the world, you may die on the spot. How can Albia not worry? Chu-Ki held little Robin and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I only gave you the approximate location of history. It's not a major secret. The backlash will heal in a few days." Albia didn't say anything. After taking the map from Chu-Ki, she tore it to pieces. "I don't need this kind of thing. I can find all the history with my own strength," Albia said righteously. If she had this map, Albia could at least shorten the time of searching for history by a few years. But she would rather take a few more years of detours than Chu-Ki. Ki endured the pain for several days. After a moment of silence, Chu-Ki showed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. "What a silly woman, she is as stubborn as ever." Although he said so, Chu-Ki was actually very moved. "Little Robin, you can't be as stubborn as your mother in the future." Chu-Ki lowered his head and whispered to Robin in his arms. Robin, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to hear Chu-Ki's words and yawned a little in response. He. Albia smiled and said unwillingly, "Little Robin, you can't be as black-bellied as your father in the future." As he spoke, Chu-Ki suddenly realized that the two of them seemed to be in opposition, and Robin might be stubborn and black-bellied in the future. In order to avoid more accidents, Chu-Ki quickly changed the subject. "In the space ring in your hand, I refined a lot of low and medium level magic tools, as well as everything needed for navigation. My silver shuttle is also in it. Silver shuttle has been upgraded and has many new functions." Afraid that she didn't understand, Chu-Ki explained everything in the space ring in detail. Chu-Ki has never been a fussy person, but after all, she is his woman and the mother of little Robin, so of course he must give her the best and ensure her safety. Since Albia is just an ordinary person, using low and medium level magic tools is already the limit for her. "Oh yes, I'll lend this to you too." As he said, Chu-Ki took off the silver musket from his waist and handed it to Albia. This the musket that has been with Chu-Ki for many years. It has been trained by him into a high-level magic tool and named Blade Runner. It can convert all matter or energy for bullets, there is no restriction on their use. It is the only advanced magic weapon that Albia can use. In addition, it has a very powerful hidden ability, which even Chu-Ki himself is afraid of. The ability is called Life Kill. The user's vitality is converted into bullets. How much vitality you consume. After the bullet hits, the opponent's vitality will be deducted 3 times, and the opponent's defense will be ignored, and they can only dodge. Of course, Albia will definitely not be able to use this ability, and will not use it, so Chu-Ki can safely hand over the gun to her. This gun, in addition to being used for self-defense, it is also a token that represents me, and can be used to scare people. If it fails to scare people, it may have a counterproductive effect, so you should use it with caution. Chu-Ki regretted lending the gun to Albia as soon as he lent it, but how can I take it back after giving it to him? Chu-Ki said solemnly, Albia, you must keep it well. This is my old friend who has been with me for 20 years. Ki, don't worry, it will not be lost. Hearing Albia standing up again, Chu-Ki suddenly had a bad feeling. A long time later, Chu-Ki's bad feeling really came true. In less than a few years, Albia lost half of the magic weapons in the space ring, including Chu-Ki's Blade Runner. These magic weapons were lost outside, picked up by all kinds of people, and passed around. Blade Runner has become a legendary artifact of the Grand Line, and like the Eight Wonders, it has attracted countless people to fight for it. Because Blade Runner is combined with the Devil Fruit ability user, it is just like a bullet with a gun, with infinite power. After sending Albia away, Chu-Ki carried Robin back to the cabin and gently put her in the cradle. Open the panel. Chu-Ki silently said in his heart, and opened the Eight Wonders panel that he hadn't opened for a long time. 6 Storage Immortal Thief Perfect, Proficiency 100% Double Hand Perfect, Proficiency 100% Tongtian Perfect, Proficiency 100% Spirit Binding and Dispatching Perfect, Proficiency 100% Feng Kaokuman Perfect, Proficiency 100% Shenji Balian Complete, Proficiency 99%. Deluo Dongguan Not Unlocked, Proficiency 0 Pan, Proficiency 0 Like Feng Kaokuman, Shenji Balian is also stuck at 99% position. However, Chu-Ki knows the specific reason for the stuck, because he has not yet refined a real top-level magic weapon, or a top-level Shenji puppet. Even Blade Runner is still far from the top-level magic weapon. Chu-Ki now needs at least 10 days to refine a high-level magic weapon, from selecting materials to refining the magic weapon, and there is a certain probability of failure during this period. The difficulty of refining top-level magic weapons, it must be more than 10 times higher, it takes longer, and it cannot be refined with ordinary materials, otherwise it will definitely fail. After thinking for a long time, Chu-Ki resolutely drew out the famous sword Reikari from his waist. Looking at the silver blade of Reikari, Chu-Ki murmured to himself, "It seems that I can only rely on you, old friend." Chapter 132. The First Practitioner of Feng Kaokuman. Wow 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 wow! Robin in the cradle suddenly burst into tears. Chu-Ki threw away Reikari directly, rushed over quickly, and carefully picked her up. "Good boy, my little baby." If Reikari could speak, he would definitely scold Chu-Ki. "You treat your old friend like this?" After a careful inspection, I found that little Robin must be hungry. After feeding little Robin, Chu-Ki held her and coaxed her for a long time before letting her fall asleep again. This won't work with little Robin around. I definitely can't concentrate on refining top-level magic tools. There are 2 main reasons why I'm anxious to unlock Deluo Dongguan. One is that it has been delayed for too long and should have been unlocked long ago. The other is that one of the abilities of Deluo Dongguan is to see through everything. With this ability, Chu-Ki can tell whether the milk is good or bad, the health of little Robin, and whether she is hungry or something. That's right, the reason why Chu-Ki is anxious to unlock Deluo Dongguan is to take better care of the baby. After all, albeit already gone, Chu-Ki is a grown man, and it must be difficult for him to take care of a baby for the first time. It is really hard to take care of refining equipment and taking care of a baby at the same time. Chu-Ki thought about it and released the puppet TYPE0 to help. Because TYPE0 looks very similar to Albia, little Robin should not be afraid of her. "I'm sorry, Robin, I'll be with you as soon as Dad is done." Chu-Ki looked guilty and tender, leaned down, and kissed Robin gently on the cheek. If Whitebeard and the others saw this scene, they would definitely shout, "You are not Chu Qi at all, who are you?" Who would have thought that this man who is known as the creature closest to God, who has killed countless people and made the whole world terrified, actually has such a loving side? While Chu Qi was wholeheartedly taking care of the baby and refining magic tools, another big event was happening in the new world. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Balorik, Golden Lion, and Silver Axe, the 5 great pirates, gathered at the headquarters of the Eastern Pirates. According to the order they agreed on 3 years ago, the time for Wang Ji to keep the Feng Caocumen has come, but he has not yet handed it over to the next person, Kaido. After some secret inquiries, everyone learned a very surprising news that Wang Ji himself actually went to see the stone tablet of Feng Caocumen in person. What's more surprising is that Wang Ji actually woke up from the state of puppet man. The specific situation is unknown. 5 people gathered together. The main reason for the Eastern Pirates is to see if he has learned Feng Caocumen. Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin have both seen the stone tablet of Feng Caocumen, but they only dare to let their subordinates try to learn it. They dare not easily try to do something like Wang Ji, who is not afraid of his life. It has to be admitted that Wang Ji is a ruthless person. After dealing with the miscellaneous soldiers of the Eastern Pirates, Kaido grabbed Wang Ji's deputy and asked sternly, "Where is Wang Ji?" In the innermost room, Captain Wang Ji has been staying in that room since he woke up and has not come out or seen anyone. Let's go and see what he is doing. The 5 men rushed to the innermost room and kicked Wang Ji's door open without saying a word. "Wang Ji, come here." In the distance, Wang Ji, with his long beard, was sitting cross-legged, his eyes were distracted, and he stared at the stone tablet of Feng Ho Chi Men without moving. The blue array diagram in his eyes was spinning rapidly. Wang Ji, who always paid great attention to his appearance, had messy hair and beard at this moment, and was covered with dust, and he was unwilling to reach out to tidy it up. After noticing the appearance of the 5 men, Wang Ji turned his head and glanced at them, and then continued to look at the stone tablet. Seeing that Wang Ji had indeed become a puppet, the Golden Lion had a little excited, eagerly asked, "Wang Ji, have you learned it? What is its secret?" "That's right, Wang Ji, hand over the stone tablet first, and then tell us the secret of its practice, and we will forgive you." Hearing this, Wang Ji turned around abruptly and stared at the 5 people fiercely. He looked crazy, and even his eyes were almost popping out. "Feng Caocumen is mine, no one can take it away." Bararik frowned, "This guy is crazy, take him down first, and then slowly interrogate him." After speaking, Bararik took the umbrella in his hand and stabbed Wang Ji. Bararik did not use the domineering of observation, because in his opinion, this kind of stuff is not worth his domineering. Just as Bararik was about to hit at this time, Wang Ji shouted Luan Jin Qi. Balolik's time was instantly slowed down by 20 times, and the whole person seemed to be motionless. Kun Zi Bing Feng Palm. Wang Ji used a palm with the power of ice to hit Balolik. Chop! The Golden Lion in the distance was quick-witted and swung his sword. A golden sword energy broke through the air towards Wang Ji. 8 gates moving. As soon as the voice fell, a black hole appeared out of thin air, and the sword energy of the Golden Lion flew directly into it. At the same time, another black hole silently emerged behind the Golden Lion, and the sword energy flew out of it. "Be careful." Charlotte Lingling used the arm hardened by the armed color to help the Golden Lion block the sword energy. Balolik's body, the effect of the chaotic Golden Watchman on him also disappeared at this time. He quickly did a backflip and distanced himself from Wang Ji. The chaotic Golden Watchman used by Wang Ji is definitely not comparable to Chu Qi's. Being able to control Balorik for 3 or 4 seconds is already the limit. "Ha ha ha ha, that's right, this is the ability of the Black Devil. Feng Caocumen is really real." Balorik laughed wildly. Since being toyed with by Chu Qi last time, this trick of chaotic Golden Watchman has always been a shadow in Balorik's heart. He is very familiar with it. That kind oft painful feeling of being out of touch with the world and being at the mercy of others, Beloric still remembers it vividly. Chapter 133. 5 Torture Kings, Wang Zhi died. Not only Beloric, but also the Golden Lion. They had been on the same boat with Chu Qi for so long, so of course they could recognize his moves. Before everyone could be happy, Feng Hokimen's attack came again. Kun Zi Tuhi Che. Wang Zhi raised his hand, and the ground began to shake. 7 or 8 huge stone pillars rose from the ground and pounced on them like flexible snakes. The 5 people used their own methods to smash the stone pillars that came towards them one after another. Hey, everyone, be serious and work together to take him down first. Okay, Charlotte Lingling couldn't wait to take action, took off the two-horned hat Napoleon on her head, and turned it into a broadsword. Emperor Sword break 5, blade. Rushing to Wang Zhi's side, Charlotte Lingling chopped him from above with the broadsword wrapped in flames. 8 God powers Liu He. Wang Zhi put his hands together, and a golden crystal appeared around his body, wrapping him up. The 8 divine powers Liu He is the most powerful defensive spell in Kimen magic. But when using it, the whole person cannot move, which is one of the rubbish moves that Chu Qi never bothered to use. Bang! Charlotte Lingling's flaming sword chopped on the crystal, leaving only some cracks, and did not break it. What a strong defense! Seeing this, the silver axe and the golden lion did not hesitate, one on the left and one on the right. Attacked at the same time. The axe and the double swords chopped on the crystal, leaving more and more cracks, and it looked like it would break at any time. Thunder Bagua. Kaido made the final blow, and passed by Wang Zhi with a mace wrapped in purple lightning. While the mace shattered the crystal, it also knocked Wang Zhi out. Barrick took the opportunity to throw out the umbrella sword, pierced Wang Zhi's shoulder, and pinned him to the wall. The 5 of them were all experienced pirates, and this level of cooperation was nothing to them. This Feng Kaokuman is really tricky. If it weren't for the 5 of us working together, we might not be able to take him down after fighting for a long time. Golden Lion sighed. Wang Zhi used to be just a pirate of medium level, not a top-level warrior. Kaido can easily deal with him alone. But judging from his performance today, he can definitely compete with Golden Lion or Charlotte Linlin. Barrick smiled coldly. It's a good thing that we used Feng Kao Chi. If you let the Black Devil try, it's hard to say whether the 5 of us can walk out of this door. Several people agreed with him. They had seen Chu Qi use Feng Kaokuman to freeze the sea and move mountains and islands. It was not the same dimension as the power displayed by Wang Zhi. Okay, go ask him about the secret of Feng Kaokuman. The 5 people couldn't wait to surround him. Wang Zhi also happened to be awake at this time, and his eyes were rejuvenated. Wang Zhi, what happened? How did you learn Feng Kaokuman? Wang Zhi's face was like a frosted eggplant, and he said weakly, break through the inner scene, shatter the imagination, and you can learn Feng Kaokuman. Now they are at the mercy of others. Wang Zhi knew that in order to survive, he could only tell them the secret of Feng Kaokuman honestly. Although they didn't quite understand what Wang Zhi was saying, they still understood the general meaning. When looking at the stone tablet, an illusion will appear. If you see through and break the illusion, you can learn Feng Kaokuman. The Golden Lion frowned and asked, since you have already learned Feng Kaokuman, why do you still look like a ghost? However, even if you learn Feng Kaokuman, if you don't have a strong willpower to control it, you will be trapped by obsession, like me. When he said this, the look of Wang Zhi became crazy again, and he shouted like he had lost his mind. The innate master of the Jotian, the changes of the Jotian, turned me into a king. I have mastered all the changes of the natural world, and I know everything in the world. I am God. This guy is crazy again. Golden Lion had an idea and said, since he said he knows everything, let's ask him which 8 strange skills are. Okay. Silver Axe slapped Wang Zhi in the face and asked anxiously, what are the names of the 8 strange skills of the Black Devil? Wang Ji looked dazed and said tremblingly, Feng Kaokuman, Liao Kuzianze, Shuang Chuan Hand, Tong Tian, Juling Jianzhang, Shenji Balian, Deluo Dongguan, Panwei Chu. Just after he finished speaking, Wang Ji suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and 5 of his 7 holes began to bleed. Golden Lion and the others didn't know whether it was true or not, but Charlotte Lingling and Baloric knew that the 8 strange skills Wang Ji said were mostly true. The 2 almost subconsciously asked in unison, where is the 6th treasury immortal thief Juling Jianzhang? As soon as they asked, they realized that they had said the wrong thing and accidentally exposed something. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. You 2 bastards, it turns out that you have known about the existence of the 8 strange skills for a long time, and have been hiding it from us. Golden Lion cursed. Kaido next to him tried to smooth things over, don't worry about them first, find out where the 8 strange skills are. Wang Ji, tell us the location of the other 7 strange skills, and we will let you go. In. As soon as he said a word, Wang Ji vomited blood and fainted. Charlotte Lingling stepped forward and slapped him twice, angrily saying, wake up, and die after you finish talking. Because of the severe pain, Wang Ji woke up in a daze. Just as he was about to speak, he vomited blood and fainted again. What's the matter? Wake him up again. The 5 people were all old torturers of Wang, and they took turns to torture Wang Ji. After being tortured several times, Wang Ji could no longer hold on and was completely out of breath. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Before leaving Feng Kaokuman, Chu Qi used the system to restrict Feng Kaokuman. It is impossible to infer the location of the 8 wonders and Chu Qi himself, otherwise there will be serious backlash. Chapter 134 Information Exchange, Top-Level Magic Weapon Practice. Wang Ji's sudden death caught the 5 of them off guard. After a rational analysis, they came to a conclusion. First, Feng Kaokuman's ability is exactly the same as described on the stone tablet, without any exaggeration. But if the information known by Feng Kaokuman is too important, you can't tell others casually, otherwise you will vomit blood and die like Wang Ji. Don't worry about Wang Ji, the dead man. You 2 guys should first explain what 6 treasury immortal thieves and confine the soul and dispatch the general are. How much do you know about the specific situation of the 8 wonders? Golden Lion folded his arms, looked serious, and began to interrogate Baloric and Charlotte Lingling. He. Baloric smiled coldly, sorry, I don't have to tell you. Baloric knew that the fewer people who knew about the immortality of the 6th-story immortal thief, the better. Baloric, don't forget, we are all members of the Anti-Chu Alliance. We agreed that although it is only a temporary cooperative relationship, information involving the Black Devil must be shared. Kaido immediately chimed in, I didn't expect that the 8 great skills belong to the Black Devil and are the key to defeating the Black Devil. If you keep hiding it, then there is no need for us to cooperate. Charlotte Lingling has also joined the Anti-Chu Alliance. After thinking it over, she still told the story about the Soul Conqueror. After listening to it, everyone was amazed at the magic of the Soul Conqueror, and then they gloated over Charlotte Lingling's misfortune. Facing the Soul Conqueror, Charlotte Lingling's soul fruit ability not only did not help, but also became a burden, which was really a bit funny. Baloric, it's your turn to say, what is the ability of the 6th-story immortal thief? Kaido urged. Baloric began to weigh the pros and cons in his heart. If he told the 6th-story immortal thief's ability, he would have a large number of competitors. But if there is no information sharing from the Anti-Chu Alliance, he alone may never find the 6th-story immortal thief in his lifetime, nor find his other special skills. There is no other way. Baloric can only grit his teeth and say, one of the abilities of the 6th-story immortal thief is to seize the vitality of heaven and earth, and keep people immortal. Immortal? How is this possible? The 4 of them didn't quite believe it. He. Baloric smiled coldly, you idiots, you have been on the same boat with the Black Devil for so many years, Have you never noticed that the Black Devil's appearance has not changed? When these words came out, the four of them felt foggy for a moment. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. The Black Devil was obviously about the same age as Whitebeard. Looking at his appearance and then looking at his appearance, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was Whitebeard's son. The reason why it was not seen was mainly because the Black Devil had too much of a strong temperament. Everyone's first impression of him was only two words: awesome. Thus ignoring other things, including his appearance. Ha 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 ha, no wonder you were beaten so badly by the Black Devil in paradise. You must have run to him to ask for the 6 treasury immortal thief without knowing your own strength, and ended up getting beaten for nothing. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. The dark history was revealed by the Golden Lion, which made Bararik ashamed and angry, and he wanted to immediately kill him. Don't talk nonsense. I've told you about the 6-story immortal thief. In the future, you must tell me any news about the 8 great skills as soon as possible. After saying that, Balorik turned into a red shadow and disappeared. Alasia are still too thin-skinned. What's the point of being beaten by the Black Devil? Pirates on the Grand Line who haven't been beaten by the Black Devil dare not call themselves strong. Golden Lion sighed. Often you must be the strongest among the strong. Kaido couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. You are not much better, One-Eyed Kaido. Among the few people, Golden Lion was indeed beaten the most, followed by Kaido. Because the two like to team up to provoke Chuki, they are always madly testing the edge of being beaten. According to the plot trajectory of the original work, Golden Lion and Kaido didn't interact much, but now they have become half-friends because of their common enemy. It's a pity that Wang Ji died. It was probably those beasts who did it. Chuki could sense the birth and fall of the users of the 8 wonders. So he knew the moment Wang Ji died. Chuki was a little surprised. After all, he was the first user of the 8 wonders, but he died so soon, a flash in the pan. But Chuki didn't want to pay attention to these trivial matters now. He wanted to concentrate on refining top-level magic tools to make the divine machine perfect. After unlocking Deluo Dongguan, he still has a lot to do. Outside the wooden house, Chuki sat cross-legged, and Reikari was suspended vertically in the air, wrapped in a layer of light blue halo. Chuki was using his most refined energy to nourish the tool, and was still in the process of transforming. Transforming is to lay the foundation for refining tools. The slower the better, and the more refined it is, the better. The better. It can be said that the speed of transformation directly determines the quality of the magic weapon. Chuki can transform a hair in seconds, but this hair can never become a magic weapon. If you want to refine a top-level magic weapon, it is not enough to refine the process carefully. Refining the weapon is the most important thing. Reikari has been with Chuki for many years, and he has become a spiritual master with the sword. In addition, Reikari is one of the 12 supreme swords, and the forging technology and materials are both top-notch. If even Reikari cannot be refined into a top-level magic weapon, then it is impossible for other things to be refined. Time passed day by day. Chuki refined weapons during the day and took care of Robin at night. Until the 55th day, a crisp sound came from Reikari, and the halo wrapped around it gradually retreated. Chuki knew that his first top-level magic weapon Reikari was finally refined at this moment. Chapter 135. The 7th magic skill, Deluo Dongguan unlocked. 100% proficiency in the divine machine refining, completed. Deluo Dongguan unlocked. Deluo Dongguan, spy on everything, understand the world. After mastering it, you can transcend all time and space, and control the space and time of common sense. Practicing to perfection, you can cross the latitude and shuttle through the world. This ability is too incredible. Chuki was shocked by the effect of the 8 wonders for the first time, because its macro setting is beyond imagination. Deluo Dongguan has not officially appeared in the Yiren comics, but judging from the name, the ability must be related to the eyes. Dongguan means to see through everything. Deluo means to be free and unrestrained. Looking at the skill introduction, Chu Qi couldn't help but say, crossing latitudes, shuttling through the world, what a fucking ability. Compared with the ability of Deluo Dongguan, except for Feng Caocumen, the abilities of other skills are simply child's play. It's not that other skills are not good, but because Deluo Dongguan and Feng Caocumen are already involved. The ability of the world level is far superior to other magic skills in terms of macro settings. And after practicing to perfection, it can also control the common sense of space and time. Although I don't know how to control it specifically, as long as it involves the ability of time and space, it must be good. Chu Qi suddenly had a question and muttered to himself, traveling through the world, does it mean that I can go back to the original world? But soon, Chu Qi completely threw this idea behind his mind. The pirate world is so interesting, his family and friends are here, why should he go back? Alas, forget it, don't think too much, let everything go with the flow. From the nature of the 8 magic skills system, the lower the ranking, the harder it is to improve the proficiency. It is estimated that the proficiency of Deluo Dongguan may not be fully upgraded in 10 years, which is simply a long way off. Hit open the panel. Chu Qi muttered in his heart. 6 Storehouse Immortal Thief perfected, proficiency 100% double-handed perfected, proficiency 100% Tongtian Sword perfected, proficiency 100% Spirit Constraint and Generals perfected, proficiency 100% Feng Caocumen perfected, proficiency 100% Shenji Balian perfected, proficiency 100% Deluo Dongguan beginner, proficiency 1% Panwei Chu Chu Chi lip frying, proficiency 0. Looking at the system panel of the 8 wonders, Qi laughed secretly, there is only one last Panwei Chu Chu, and all the 8 wonders will be unlocked. I don't know what will happen. Wow 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 wow. Just when Chu Qi was thinking about it, the little Robin in the house burst into tears. Get up. It's a good time to try the ability of Deluo Dongguan. Robin, Dad is here. Hurriedly running to the side of the cradle, Chu Qi looked at Robin intently and used Deluo Dongguan. After the ability of Deluo Dongguan was activated, Chu Qi's pupils turned golden, and then a circle of blue light appeared, spinning in the golden pupils. However, the moment the ability was activated, everything within the sight range turned into data and poured into Chu Qi's mind. The length, width, and height of the table, every texture of the tabletop, the number of Robin's eyelashes, and so on, a series of messy data, all piled into his mind. Chu Qi suddenly felt a splitting headache, and his brain was about to explode. Ah! Chu Qi quickly closed his eyes and turned off the ability of Deluo Dongguan, and the severe pain slowly eased. Hoo! Chu Qi gasped for breath, looking frightened. This ability needs to be cultivated slowly, it's too hard to control. Deluo Dongguan, the ability to see through everything, is indeed worthy of its name, because everything is seen through by it. It's like Chu Qi only wanted to copy a piece of paper, but he copied the whole book together, and the running speed couldn't keep up, and the blue screen appeared directly. No, I have to rest for a while, take it easy. After feeding little Robin and changing her diaper, Chu Qi asked Zero to watch over her, climbed onto the bed, and fell asleep. Time came to the on the second day. After a night's rest, Chu Qi's spirit and energy improved a lot. Yesterday, I had learned about the ability of Deluo Dongguan. Today, I should take a look at his old friend, which is also Chu Qi's first top-level magic weapon, Reikari. Although it is already a top-level magic weapon, the appearance of Reikari is still the same as before, without any changes. Chu Qi deliberately kept it. Holding Reikari in his hand, Chu Qi slowly closed his eyes and began to resonate with it and sense its supernatural power. After a moment, Chu Qi suddenly opened his eyes and said in surprise, "What a powerful ability, it is worthy of being a top-level magic weapon." The supernatural power of Reikari is simpler than Chu Qi's swordsmanship, just one word, cut. It has the ability to cut off everything, and Bartholomew bear the ability of the flesh fruit is exactly the same. The only difference is that one is bounce, and the other is cut off. The things that can be cut off include solids, liquids, gases, fatigue, pain, damage, heat, slash waves, shock waves, etc. Including all substances or energy can be cut off. But it must be cut with a blade, not with slash waves or sword energy, otherwise it will be too invincible, not a magic weapon but a divine weapon. The previous Reikari could only cut off Raiden, now it can cut off everything, with very comprehensive abilities and very diverse uses. Waving the Reikari in his hand, Chu-Ki asked with a smile, "Old buddy, how do you feel?" The blade of the Reikari trembled slightly, accompanied by a crisp sound of ding. It rang, as if responding to Chu-Ki. The Reikari, which is already a top-level magic weapon, is naturally different from other magic weapons. It has a certain spiritual awareness and can occasionally respond to its master. Seeing Reikari respond to him, Chu-Ki was very satisfied. "Ha ha ha ha, not bad, not bad, go and try your ability first." Chapter 136. Hiding a new trick, the 6th Treasury Immortal Thief. In order to test, Chu-Ki walked to a huge stone, slowly raised the Reikari in his hand, and then gently dropped it. Cut. Reikari's Chu-Ki activated his ability without any effort, just like putting a knife on a stone. It was called cutting, but it was just touching. The moment the Reikari blade touched the stone, a white line crossed the stone out of thin air and quickly disappeared. Boom! Then, accompanied by a roar, the boulder split into 2 halves from where the blade touched. Wow! Chu-Ki couldn't help but exclaimed. The smoothness of the cross-section of the 2 halves of the boulder was incredible, smoother than glass. If the 2 halves of the boulder were put together again, there would be no change. "Let's try something else." Chu-Ki released the puppet Zero, let it stand far away, and then ordered, "Use lightning strike at me with all your strength." Zero has not equipped any magic weapon yet. Lightning strike is its own ability, and its power is not small. The maximum power is about the same as the 5th level thunder symbol. After receiving the order, Zero raised his palm directly to Chu-Ki without any hesitation, and shot a huge thunder column of nearly 2 meters. Chu-Ki looked indifferent, standing still, tilting the Reikari at 35 degrees, blocking in front of him. The thunder column, like a boulder, directly split into 2 halves after touching the Reikari, flying from Chu-Ki's left and right, and exploded behind him. Looking at the Reikari, which was intact and the blade was still silver and smooth, Chu-Ki smiled with satisfaction. "Really good, simple and crude ability, combined with my most extreme swordsmanship, there should be no defense in the world that can block my slash." It must be said that Reikari's ability and Chu-Ki are simply a perfect match. Chu-Ki's minimalist swordsmanship is indeed very powerful, and he can fight anyone on equal terms, but it lacks lethality. Reikari's cutting off perfectly makes up for this weakness. The original Chu-Ki could only be comparable to a great swordsman, but now with the cutting off sword, he has surpassed any swordsman. It's a pity the ability to cut off consumes too much energy, otherwise it would be perfect. Chu-Ki sighed. Advanced magic tools need to be fed some energy to activate. This is definitely true for top-level magic weapons. Every time you launch a cut-off, it is equivalent to casting a powerful magic spell. The energy issue has always been a weakness. Chu-Li has many moves, but the stronger the moves, the greater the consumption. Even if the energy in Chu-Ki's body is already huge, it will be exhausted. If the energy is inexhaustible, Chu-Ki would have already changed from the strongest to invincible in the true sense. From closest to God to true, alas! Chu-Ki sighed and muttered to himself, "It seems that I can only look forward to the later the 8 magic skills are ranked, the more powerful they are. From the level of from the top, no, it's a repair weapon or a bludgeon." Before Albia left, she hoped that Chu-Ki would take little Robin to visit her hometown of O'Hara, and Chu-Ki had agreed. Now that the top-level magic weapon has been trained and the Deluo cave observation has been successfully unlocked, Chu-Ki's affairs have all been dealt with, and it's time to leave. First of all, Chu-Ki has to go to the Whitebeard pirates and take little Robin to see Whitebeard, which is very necessary. The island Sarlacc where Chu-Ki and Albia live is not far from the Whitebeard pirates' base. In the past 3 years, Chu-Ki would occasionally go to him for a drink. Whitebeard certainly knew about Chu-Ki and Albia, and the news of little Robin's birth. O'Hara Island is still far from the New World, and the Whitebeard pirates are about to sail away, so they may not see each other for several years, so they must say goodbye before leaving. Chu-Ki knows that with the Whitebeard pirates' voyage, a very important plot character is about to appear, Kojiki Odin from Wano country. After packing up his things, Chu-Ki looked around the cabin and felt a little emotional. After leaving, he may never come back. Because when he comes back, this cabin may have been after being abandoned, or completely disappeared. In the face of the long river of time, everything will eventually decay. Leave something behind. Chu-Ki slowly spread out his hands, and a blue light ball flew out of his palm. Inside, is the thing that everyone is rushing to get, the 8 Wonders 6 Treasury Immortal Thief that represents immortality. Take out a magic box, Chu-Ki put 6 Treasury Immortal Thief in it, and follow the old rules, leave a brief introduction on it. 6 Treasury Immortal Thief, one of the 8 wonders created by the Black Devil. The saints are immortal, and the thieves are endless, so it is also called the Saint Thief, which can steal the vitality between heaven and earth and maintain immortality. Since it is the ability of immortality, it will definitely not be so easy for people to get it. 2. The ability of this magic box is space teleportation. Every once in a while, it will randomly teleport around this island and the surrounding sea. It may teleport to the roof of the house, or it may teleport to the bottom of the sea several thousand meters deep. It is completely random. After being found, if it cannot be opened within 30 seconds, the box will be teleported away again. Since it is a magic box, it will definitely not be so easy to open. It is also full of traps. After throwing the magic box containing 6 Treasury Immortal Thief aside casually, Chu-Ki took a last look at the hut, then at Robin in the cradle, and a relieved smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The hut is just a hut. It becomes a home only when there is a family. So it is not important to live there. The key is to be with him. Who will go with us? Little Robin, it's time for us to go. Chu-Ki smiled and stretched out his hand, carefully holding Robin in his arms, and walked out of the wooden house. Chapter 137 Little Robin who was born at the peak. Chu-Ki set out in the morning, and it was already evening when he arrived at the Whitebeard pirates. The journey was supposed to take less than half an hour, but he dragged it for most of the day. Because he was afraid that little Robin would feel uncomfortable, Chu-Ki controlled the speed of the boat, which was not too slow to describe as a snail's pace, almost the same as walking. As soon as he boarded the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard and his group of sons came up and surrounded Chu-Ki and Robin. Whitebeard stretched out his big hand and said impatiently, "Ki, give me the child quickly look." In Whitebeard's heart, Chu-Ki is his brother, and Chu-Ki's daughter is naturally his niece. He has been looking forward to seeing this little niece for a long time. Be careful, girls are very fragile. Chu-Ki gently placed Robin in Whitebeard's palm, and he could already put Robin in one hand. "Gulala, what a little guy, black hair, black eyes, just like you, Ki." After seeing little Robin, Whitebeard laughed heartily, and it was obvious that he loved this little guy very much. Giggle, giggle. Robin, who was held in the palm of Whitebeard's hand, actually laughed happily and stretched out his little hand, desperately grasping Whitebeard's little finger. "Gulala lala." Whitebeard laughed even more happily. "Dad, Dad, show us now." Malco and others couldn't wait to start making a noise. Chu-Ki said dissatisfiedly, "Those who are ugly should step back and stand farther away to watch, so as not to scare my little Robin. Those who look like human beings can come and line up to take a look. Kiazi, don't line up, go to the back. Fortunately, little Robin was not afraid of strangers at all, and was not afraid of being watched by so many people, and a cute laughter like wind chimes came out of his mouth. After a long time, under Chu-Ki's constant urging, Whitebeard reluctantly returned little Robin to Chu-Ki's arms. Gulalalala-ki, you are the Black Devil, so this little guy will be son of the devil, Whitebeard said jokingly. Chu-Ki was stunned when he heard Whitebeard say that. He suddenly felt that some things were too coincidental, or that this was fate destined by heaven. Robin's nickname in the original book was Son of the Devil, which means the same as Son of the Devil. Robin's black hair, black eyes, and lower abdomen are exactly the same as Chu-Ki's. It's just too coincidental. Thinking of this, Chu-Ki looked at Hui Robin in the room. Ha 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 ha, little Robin, it seems that we are destined to be father and daughter in this life. After everyone was excited for a while, Xiao Ziyai came over and said, Dad, Mom, the wine is ready. Chu-Ki coaxed the child and waved his hand and said, Don't drink. I won't drink until little Robin grows up. That's right, the smell of alcohol is not good for babies. Hide all the alcohol and don't let the alcohol float on the deck. Whitebeard also said quickly. The reactions of the two surprised Marco and others. Dad and Mom are people who can't live without alcohol. Not letting them drink is simply killing them. Every time the Black Devil Mom comes, the wine on the ship must be cleared by the two. Now, because of a little kid, the two big drunkards actually stopped drinking at the same time. You can imagine how much they love and value little Robin. Marco and others who are also their sons are jealous, completely jealous, more jealous than lemon essence. Captain of the 4th Division, Thatch, said with emotion, in the future, this little guy will definitely be able to run rampant in the Grand Line and get whatever he wants. Jaws said sourly, yes, with his father and mother protecting him, he can naturally get whatever he wants. Sometimes you have to admit that being born well really allows you to do whatever you want. The height at which he was born is unreachable for everyone, a genuine second-generation king. In the future, the son of the devil, but Chu Lubin's name is destined to resound throughout the world. After the banquet began, no one drank alcohol, but juice instead. Ki, we are about to sail far away to explore the vast seas. Are you interested in joining us? Whitebeard thought for a moment and said, Little Lubin, don't worry. We will definitely take good care of her. Chu Lubin did not speak. To be honest, Chu Lubin's proposal made him very excited. He had not had a formal sailing adventure for nearly 10 years, so of course he wanted to see a wider place. Especially the Wano country, the rumored country of samurai, where the Whitebeard pirates are about to go. Chu Lubin is very interested. Important plot characters who are about to appear. Kojiki Odin must be a very interesting person. Ah! Chu-Ki sighed, I have promised Albia that I will take little Robin back to her hometown, O'Hara, to see. After a pause, Chu-Ki continued, and little Robin is too young. I am really worried about her long sea voyage. Let's talk about it when she is older. With Chu-Ki's medical skills, he is not afraid of little Robin having any problems. But the life on the sea in the wind and rain will definitely make little Robin uncomfortable. Chu-Ki doesn't want to see it even for a second. Since little Robin was born, Chu-Ki has to be both a father and a mother, and has to worry about everything. A great black devil, the nightmare of the world. He has already started to move towards the direction of full-time dad. This direction has changed irreversibly. Thinking about it makes me cry. Well, after we sail back, little Robin will probably be a little older. Whitebeard urged, when the time comes, you must take her back to the Whitebeard pirates to have a look. After all, this is her second home. Chu-Ki smiled and said, don't worry, I will. Kojiki Odin must have boarded the ship at that time, so Chu-Ki must come to see his new son. Chapter 1 Chapter 38 Kaido and Silver Axe with the word danger on their heads. After saying goodbye to the Whitebeard pirates, Chuki sat cross-legged on the boat, gently put little Robin into the wooden basket, and covered her with a blanket. After a careful check, he controlled the boat with his mind and slowly set off towards the West Sea O'Hara. The West Sea and the New World are very close, just separated by a sea area. But this sea area is a calm belt, and there are many giant sea kings. So far, no ship has been able to pass. Of course, there is no difference between wind and no wind for Chuki. And the giant sea kings, as long as they feel Chuki's breath, will be scared and flee. If Chuki is alone, it will take 2 or 3 days to reach O'Hara in the West Sea, but if we have to take care of little Robin, the voyage time may be dragged to a month. Facing the long voyage, Chuki said helplessly, "Alas, after going to O'Hara, it's time to study the magic weapon of fixed-point transmission." Chuki definitely has a space transmission magic weapon, but it is not a short-distance transmission, or random transmission. Fixed-point transmission that can ignore distance can only be done by top-level transmission magic weapons. Originally, you can also use the flying magic weapon Suzaku to fly directly over and reach the West Sea in half a day. But the oxygen in the sky is thin, and the wind pressure is high. Chuki himself feels uncomfortable, not to mention Robin. "Little baby. You are such a troublesome little guy." Chuki looked helpless, smiled bitterly, stretched out his little finger, and pinched Robin's face. Giggle. Little Robin laughed happily, stretched out his hand, grabbed Chuki's thumb, and put it in his mouth to suck. Oh! Chuki's heart melted again. How he hoped that little Robin would never grow up and always be so cute. But at the same time, he hoped that she could grow up quickly and live a happy life. It was a very contradictory mentality. Chuki just controlled the boat and slowly moved towards the West Sea. He was completely focused on little Robin and didn't notice the 2 oncoming. There are 7 large ships in total for the 2 pirate groups. The flag of one of the pirate groups is a skull with long curved horns. The flag of the other pirate group is a skull with a big axe stuck on it. They are Kaido's Beasts Pirates and Silver Axe's Great Axe Pirates. At this moment, Kaido, who calls himself the Beasts and is still called One-Eyed by the outside world, is drinking with Silver Axe. Little do they know that disasters always come inadvertently, and a big danger word appears on their heads. At present, the stone tablet of Fanfiction is being kept by Kaido, and the next one is Silver Axe. Both of them think that they can study it for a year. 2 years of research. Come Silver Axe, celebrate our alliance today, and don't go home until you are drunk. Okay. Although the 2 were drinking, Silver Axe was obviously not in a good mood. Looking at Kaido's muscles as strong as steel, every piece of skin seemed to contain amazing power, Silver Axe felt very uncomfortable, very envious, and jealous. Since Kaido ate the azure dragon fruit of the animal-type mythical beast 2 years ago, the whole person has been reborn. The previous Kaido was of medium build and muscular, but not particularly strong. Silver Axe could beat him by a long way. But now Kaido, because of the influence of the mythical beast devil fruit, has become extremely tall and burly, as strong as a fortress. Compared to him, Silver Axe is nothing but a bean sprout. In the past, Silver Axe, Kaido, and Wang Ji were almost equal in rank. Although Wang Ji was completely dead, he successfully learned Fanfiction and proved himself before his death. And Kaido is now a top-level warrior at the same level as Charlotte Linlin and Golden Lion. There was only Silver Axe in the trio. How could he not be anxious, envious, jealous, and hateful? It was as if he had said, "The good ones are all trash, but you have quietly become gods." Fortunately, there is still the only super god. Opportunity, that is the Fanfiction left by the Black Devil. That's why Silver Axe came to find Kaido and proposed an alliance to study Fanfiction together. Just as the 2 were drinking and talking nonsense, Kaido's men ran in and reported, "Boss Kaido, there is a small boat coming towards us." After hearing this, the two of them were shocked and stood up. Although the Beast Pirates and the Great Axe Pirates are not as good as the three major pirates, they are also famous. After the boat hit, it didn't run away, but continued to come, except the Black Devil ship. Who dares to act so arrogantly? Who is on the ship? Did you see clearly? Silver Axe said anxiously. It's a middle-aged man in black clothes, with a baby. Middle-aged man should not be the Black Devil. Kaido's men smiled and said, Boss Silver Axe, I know what the Black Devil looks like. Judging from the guy's appearance, he should be an ordinary person. Hearing this, Kaido and Silver Axe breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It's understandable that he is an ordinary person, and those who don't know are fearless. Kaido cursed, damn it, what a blind guy, just shoot him, don't leave him alive. Yes, boss. After the men left, the two pretended nothing happened and continued to sit down, drinking and selectively forgetting the shock they had just received. Since eating the Azure Dragon fruit, Kaido has become very arrogant, but not to the point of being inflated beyond all limits. He knows very well that there is still a small gap between him and the Black Devil. Anti-Chu Alliance, the others are not here, and the only one who is there is Silver Axe, who is a younger brother. If he provokes the Black Devil at this time, he will have to give up all the wealth he has accumulated with great difficulty. Though thinking this way, the two do not know that the word danger on their heads has become increasingly bright red. Please download Fade to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Chapter 139. The Man Who Split the Sea with One Knife. On the boat, Chu-Ki was concentrating on coaxing little Robin to sleep, when suddenly a red light flashed in his eyes. He looked up suddenly, and a cannonball was hitting them head-on at a rapid speed. The gemstone on Chu-Ki's collar lit up faintly, and the cannonball stopped in the air only a few meters away from Chu-Ki, shook violently, and fell into the sea with a plop. The cannonball posed no threat, but when it fell from the sky, the water splashed on the sea surface and splashed into the boat, and some water droplets splashed directly onto little Robin. Feeling the cold and salty sea water, little Robin burst into tears. Seeing little Robin crying, Chu-Ki didn't care about anything else, and quickly picked up little Robin and gently put her in his arms. Good boy, don't cry, Daddy is here, don't be afraid. Chu-Ki coaxed the child while glaring at the front. 7 huge pirate ships came into view, about 1,000 meters away, and Chu-Ki recognized the pirate flags on several ships. Because he was too focused on taking care of the child just now, he didn't look ahead at all, so he didn't know he ran into the pirate group. After seeing the flags of the 2 pirate groups, Chu-Ki was so angry that he laughed. Kaido and Silver Axe, these 2 idiots, actually had the courage to fire at me. In just 3 years, they have become so arrogant. Chu-Ki suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his face, and suddenly realized it. 3 years ago, in order to live a peaceful life without being disturbed, Chu-Ki changed his appearance with both hands, and he always forgot to change it back. Chu-Ki didn't care whether they did it on purpose or fired without knowing it. But today, they made little Robin cry, and these 2 idiots must be beaten to shit. Just when Chu-Ki was coaxing the child, several more shells flew towards him. You dare to come again, you are gone. Chu-Ki waved hand, several shells all lost power and fell into the sea. After blocking the shells, Chu-Ki began to think about how to deal with them at the fastest speed and with the least noise. Alas, now with little Robin, even killing people has to consider the best way, which is really difficult. After a little thought, Chu-Ki pulled out the rakery on his waist, raised it high, and suddenly fell down, chopping the sea with a knife. Silver Axe, you can't drink well. Bullshit, let's continue. While Kaido and Silver Axe were still drinking, the ship suddenly began to shake violently. Then, a group of subordinates shouted at the top of their lungs on the deck. Boss Kaido, something big has happened, come and see. The sea surface has cracked. Boss Kaido, help, I'm going to fall. Kaido frowned, what the hell is the sea surface cracking? The 2 of them didn't think much about it, and quickly got up and came to the deck. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned for a moment. As the subordinates said, the sea surface really cracked a huge crack that seemed to have no end. It should be said that abyss appeared out of thin air on the sea surface, separating the two pirate groups. This the abyss on the sea. It was pitch black below, bottomless, and the sea water on both sides was flowing down madly. The 7 large ships of the two pirate groups were all pulled by the sea current, uncontrollably approaching the abyss, and about to fall into it. How is it possible? What is going on? Kaido was horrified. Kaido, look over there. Kaido turned around and looked in the direction pointed by the silver axe, and saw the source of the abyss on the sea. It was far away, but a middle-aged man in black clothes standing on a small boat could be vaguely seen. He held a baby in one hand and a knife in the other, with the tip of the knife against the sea. The crack ways extending from the tip of the knife. Everyone had the same idea. The same idea. This man actually split the sea. With a heart full of shock, Silver Axe asked thoughtfully, Kaido, do you think the knife in his hand looks familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Kaido heard this and took a closer look, and was immediately dumbfounded. Of course it looks familiar. Isn't this the Black Devil's sword Reikari? After a moment, Silver Axe, who was slow to realize it, finally realized it. Oh, that knife seems to be the Black Devil's Reikari, and the man in the distance is not the Black Devil himself. Kaido, do you think he is the Black Devil? He seems to be different from the Black Devil. Silver Axe asked seriously. Kaido really wants to give Silver Axe a stick now, suffocate him to death. Looking at the entire Grand Line, who else can use Reikari and make such a big scene except Black Devil? As for why he looks different, it's a completely stupid question. Black Devil can create the magical skill of reshaping broken limbs and immortality, so changing his appearance can be done in a matter of minutes. The title of Near God was called in vain. Before Silver Axe could figure out whether he was the Black Devil or not, the abyss on the sea suddenly expanded. Everyone was caught off guard and horrified. The 7 ships were right at the edge of the abyss, so all 7 ships fell in at once. After seeing all 7 ships fall in, Chu Chi slowly put away the knife. Cut off. The effect disappeared, and the cracks on the sea surface began to close quickly. Hey! Chu Ki took a long breath, and a little sweat appeared on his forehead, obviously consuming a lot of energy. Using this trick is really tiring. Chu Ki split. The sea is not for showing off, but because it makes the least noise to deal with them and will not disturb Little Robin. If Feng Kaokuman is used to create a tsunami to drown them, although it saves effort and trouble, Chu Ki will also be affected, which is not conducive to Little Robin's rest. Chapter 140. Desperate Kaido, a group of stupid teammates. Looking down at the sleeping Little Robin, Chu Ki felt a little emotional. Since becoming a father, he has to think about everything for Little Robin, and he is exhausted every day. Even using a big move has to be considered again and again, for fear of disturbing her. Alas, you little guy should grow up quickly. If you continue like this, your father will be exhausted to death. The cracks on the sea surface have almost closed. Just when there is only a little gap, a long and huge figure flew out of the gap. This huge figure is Kaido, who has turned into a dragon. Dragon is not bad. It seems that Kaido has eaten the devil fruit of the mythical beast species. Real. Chu Ki smiled awkwardly. Kaido's incarnation, a sky blue dragon with a body length of over 100 meters, was suspended in the sky, and Silver Axe was standing on his head. Some of his men were clinging to the sides of the dragon's body. These were the elite members of the beast pirates who survived by chance. Time was running out, and Kaido had no time to save everyone. He could only try his best to keep the elite members of the group. Kaido at this time was not the future 4 emperors. He had dozens of warships and subordinates, as many as the army. 4 ships were all his assets. Now it's good, back to the pre-liberation era, Kaido was simply crying without tears. He was extremely regretful now. Why did I fire that shot just now? Wouldn't it be better to just ignore him? But compared to Silver Axe, Kaido at least managed to save some of his elite troops, but Silver Axe was the real loser. The Great Axe pirates were completely wiped out, and not even a hair was left except for himself. At this moment, Silver Axe was already furious, his whole body was smoking. After 10 years of hard work, it all turned into nothing in an instant. Who could stand it? A pterosaur wearing black leather armor and surrounded by flames was hovering next to the dragon-shaped Kaido. He was Kaido's deputy, Jin. The future 3 disasters, the ancient species of the dragon fruit, the toothless pterosaur ability user. Damn it! Jin gritted his teeth and watched his brothers fall into the abyss. His anger was no less than that of Silver Axe. Dragon-shaped Kaido was also extremely angry, and directly it opened its bloody mouth, aimed at Chuki, and spurted out a huge and continuous hot breath. The hot breath had an attack distance of several thousand meters, and was extremely powerful. It was accompanied by an extremely high temperature and flew towards Chuki with a devastating force. I have to admit that this fruit ability is really cool. Chuki sighed while raising his hand and releasing the thief-swallowing beast, one of the advanced magic weapons, from the space ring. Under the control of the mind, the thief-swallowing beast flew directly over and blocked in front of Chuki. After the hot breath attack arrived, the thief-swallowing beast operated quickly, and the supernatural power was activated, with a strong suction force, swallowing the hot breath into it. The ability of the thief-swallowing beast is indeed very. It can absorb energy to attack, and can also, after the energy is refined, it is fed back to Chuki. Among all the advanced magic tools, it is the most useful. But it is relatively fragile, and its energy absorption is limited. If it exceeds the limit, it will explode. Chuki wants to test its absorption limit. Obviously, the dragon-type Kaido is the most suitable power bank. Kaido exhales hot breath while Thief Beast absorbs it. About 10 seconds later, Thief Beast has reached its limit, and Kaido is obviously not good enough. After all, Kaido has only been a capable person for more than 2 years, and turning into a dragon is already the limit, and his endurance is definitely not good. After Kaido finished his move, Chuki also put away Thief Beast and extracted the refined energy from it to replenish it. The consumption just now. The absorption limit is still too low. If it can be upgraded to a top-level magic weapon, it might be much better. Chuki muttered to himself. Now the proficiency of Shenji Bailian has been 100% perfect. It is not as difficult as before to refine or upgrade a top-level magic weapon. On the other hand, Kaido's current mood can only be described in 2 words, despair. Very desperate. Will the Black Devil's 8 wonders dare to be more invincible? God's means are not so perverted. Not only is his attack ineffective, but it will also replenish his energy. How can he fight? However, what Kaido didn't know was that as long as he held on for 2 more seconds, he could break through the absorption limit of Thief-devouring beast and destroy it. Kaido really wanted to fly over and follow Chuki fought a close combat, but when he thought about how he had just split the sea, the flames of war were extinguished instantly. Kaido was really afraid of losing, and he really couldn't lose again. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no fear of running out of firewood. Besides, there is the Anti-Chu Alliance, and there will be a chance sooner or later. Kaido comforted himself in his heart. Brothers, we... Kaido was about to shout retreat, but Jin beside him flew out with a whoosh. Black Devil, let me meet you. As he said, Jin he flapped his flaming wings, accelerated again, and flew straight to Chuki. Kaido was shocked and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Watching Jin flying away, Kaido was so anxious that he almost cursed. Are you a fool? There were so few people, and you went over to send them. I'm coming too. Damn Black Devil, go and be buried with my giant axe pirates. Not only Jin, but the silver axe standing on Kaido's head also jumped up and jumped towards Chuki's boat with murderous intent. Kaido finally understood what was going on now. The two people who were already blinded by anger must have thought that he was going to shout attack, so they rushed over without hesitation. What should Kaido do now? He was completely speechless. It's not right to go up, nor is it right to go down, it's a dilemma. Silver Axe is now alone. And the barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes. But Kaido still has some assets, and has retained a lot of elites. After some time, he can still revive the beast's pirates. So Kaido decisively chose to mourn for Silver Axe. As for Jin, let it be left to fate. After all, he has the ability to fly and has a chance to survive. Chapter 141. Tell me, do you want to lose your hands or your feet? Kaido, who had been beaten by Chuki many times, knew that he was too powerful to be defeated by one person. If there was Golden Lion or Charlotte Linlin, they could join forces to fight. As for the Silver Axe, Kaido thought it was better to forget it. But since they were surface brothers, Kaido decided to make a symbolic move. Kaido opened his huge dragon mouth again, sucked in all the surrounding air, puffed up his cheeks, compressed it, and spit out a huge wind bomb towards Chuki. Looking at the oncoming three-way attack, Chuki looked indifferent, holding little Robin in one hand and raising the other hand high. Spreading his palm, aiming at the silver axe that was smashing towards him like a meteorite, Chuki shouted, "8 gates moving!" A black hole appeared under the silver axe, and he fell into it. The second black hole sucked the wind bomb sprayed by Kaido into it. The third black hole appeared a few hundred meters behind Chuki, and the wind bomb and the silver axe fell out of it at the same time and collided with each other. After a small explosion, the sea surface was splashed, and the life and death of the silver axe was unknown. Seeing that the silver axe decisively gave it away for free, Jin was a little surprised, but he continued to rush towards Chuki without slowing down. Flame disaster, Jin. Facing this flying big bat, Chuki recognized him. In the original book, he is also a ruthless man who dares to face the pirate group alone. He kicked the main ship over with a surprise attack, causing him to fall into the water and lose his memory. Of course, he did it with the help of the flight advantage and the surprise attack. Hehe, you are quite courageous, you dare to attack alone, but it's a pity that you met me. Chuki smiled, then raised his hand again, and the quadruple thunder talisman appeared in his palm. The next second, a large range of thunder power poured out towards the flying Jin. Jin frowned, and his flaming body spun at high speed in the air, turning into a huge fireball, which bounced off all the lightning. You performed well, so I'll play with you. After saying that, Chuki raised his leg high and kicked Jin, who was coming down from the front. Jin was not to be outdone, and after hardening his feet with his armament haki, he used the explosive force generated by high-speed rotation to kick Jin. The two kicked together, stirring up a large amount of black lightning in the air. Robin, who was already asleep in his arms, seemed to be affected, and his expression was a little uncomfortable. Chuki frowned slightly. Forget it, let's not play anymore. As soon as the voice fell, Chuki the foot was wrapped in domineering aura, and the domineering aura was directed into Jin's thigh, and then exploded instantly. Ah! Jin, whose leg bones were shattered, screamed in pain, and finally woke up little Robin in Chuki's arms. Little Robin, don't cry here. Chuki lowered his head to coax Robin, while pulling out Reikari, without even looking, and stabbed Jin with a knife. The black slashing wave broke through the air, carrying Jin thousands of meters away and then exploded. With a splash, Jin, who lost consciousness, fell into the sea, causing a small splash. Seeing this, Kaido in the air froze, threw out a few incompetent subordinates, and ordered, "Go and fish Jin out, come back." "Yes, boss." Kaido is not particularly concerned about the life and death of Silver Axe and Jin now, because he is very curious about the baby in the arms of the Black Devil. It seems that it should be the child of the Black Devil. Who would not be interested in the Black Devil who disappeared for 3 years and suddenly had a child? After all, the Black Devil is the closest creature to God. What his child would look like is really imaginative. And Kaido can see that the Black Devil cares about and values his child very much. If it weren't for the fact that he was concentrating on taking care of the child and had no intention of fighting, Jin would have been gone with the knife of the Black Devil just now. The child of the Black Devil, this is interesting news. No, I don't know what kind of role she will play in the future. Kaido muttered to himself. On the other side, Chuki took out the bottle from the space ring and began to feed little Robin. A red light suddenly flashed in his eyes, which was a warning of the domineering aura of observation. Without thinking too much, Chuki jumped high with the child in his arms. The moment he jumped up, there was a loud bang, and the silver axe jumped out of the sea and split the boat in half. After Chuki rotated a few times in the air, he landed lightly on the sea. But this was too sudden, causing Robin, who was drinking milk, to choke directly, coughing and crying loudly. Chuki frowned and tapped with his toes. After adding some water, Kunkimen was activated, and the sea surface began to freeze rapidly. Several huge ice cones emerged from the frozen sea surface and stabbed towards Silver Axe. Don't underestimate me. Silver Axe jumped onto the ice, swung his axe, and blocked all the ice cones. Although compared with Golden Lion and the others, Silver Axe's level is really average. But after all, he is a former fighter of the Rocks Pirates, and with these years of hard work, his combat power is enough to rival the pirates with 1 billion bounty. Chuki had a blank expression on his face, released Zero from the space ring, instructed it to take care of little Robin, and then turned to Silver Axe. Brother, for the sake of our former teammates, tell me, what do you want to do? Don't be so arrogant, bastard. With a heart full of anger, Yinfu raised his axe and slashed it hard on the ice. A huge slashing wave tore through the ice and rushed towards Chuki. Chuki slowly pulled out Reikari, and with a backhand wave, he instantly dispersed the slashing wave of Yinfu. Since you don't choose, then cut it all off. After saying this lightly, Chuki turned into a phantom at an extremely fast speed and rushed towards Yinfu. So fast Yinfu was shocked and just raised his axe to fight back, but Chuki had already passed by him. The two were back to back, and the blade of Reikari in Chuki's hand was already stained with blood. Chapter 142? A treasure land for practicing Deluo Dongguan. After shaking his hand and shaking off the blood stains on the blade, Chuki slowly put away the Reikari, turned around and walked back to Zero, and took little Robin from it. Puff 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 puff. Silver Axe's hands and feet were broken off at the same time, and they were cut into human sticks. The broken roots had been healed by Chuki with both hands, mainly because he was afraid that the blood would splash on his clothes and was too lazy to wash them. Silver Axe's eyes were red and bloodshot, staring at Chuki intently, wanting to yell, but he could only make a hesitant sound. To prevent him from yelling like Jin, Chuki carefully cut his vocal cords. After dealing with Jin and Silver Axe, Chuki looked up at Dragon Kaido and hooked his finger at him. Kaido's forehead was covered with a few drops of cold sweat, and he squeezed out a difficult smile from his dragon face, and said angrily, I will bear with you for now. Next time, I will definitely get you next time. Seeing that Kaido had no intention of doing it again, Chuki was too lazy to care about him. Little Robin had been tossed around so many times today. If the two of them fought, there would be a lot of noise, and there would definitely be crying. Took out the spare boat from the space ring, carried little Robin on it, and continued to head towards the West Sea. Oha, they set off for Law Island. It's better to change your face back. This broken face has no deterrent power at all. Anyone can come and cause trouble. The ability of the double-handed hand was activated, and a trace of blue light appeared on Chuki's face, sliding across his cheeks like a flame. After a few seconds, the Black Devil who shocked the world with his own power came back again. Until Chuki's back disappeared completely, Kaido fell from the air and turned back into human form. The subordinates brought the silver axe, which had been cut into a human stick, and the half-dead Jin to Kaido. Alas, it's fine, why do you have to provoke him? Kaido sighed heavily. Although the life and death of the silver axe had nothing to do with him, Jin was his right-hand man and left-hand man were beaten up like this, and it would take a lot longer to rebuild the pirate group. In addition to the beast's pirates, there is another thing that bothers Kaido even more. The stone tablet of Feng Ho Chi Men also fell into the abyss of the seabed along with the pirate ship. According to Kaido's current situation, it is impossible to salvage it, and he can only ask for help from Golden Lion and others. But according to the agreement, if it is not well kept, the power to retain it will be given to the next person. Looking at the human stick silver axe on the ground, Kaido smiled and said, "Silver axe, since you have become like this, and the giant axe pirates are gone, why not leave the stone tablet to me, and study it together as agreed?" Hearing Kaido's words, the originally lifeless silver axe suddenly he got excited. Kaido's words reminded Silver Axe that although he had lost everything and was crippled, he still had the custody of the Feng Kaokuman steel, and he was going to risk everything to learn Feng Kaokuman like Wang Ji. Looking at the suddenly excited Silver Axe, Kaido instantly understood what he meant, and his mouth corners slightly raised. "Okay, go and try, I hope you can bring us a little surprise." To be honest, Kaido didn't think Silver Axe could learn it, because his greed and ambition were too great, and he didn't meet the requirements at all. But he was a strong man after all, so let him try, maybe there would be some unexpected discoveries. To put it another way, if Silver Axe failed, then the custody of Feng Ho Chi Men naturally fell back into the hands of his ally. Ha, Silver Axe, I didn't expect that after you became a cripple, you would be more useful than before. Kaido laughed. It seems that the Black Devil finally did a good thing. Silver Axe glared at Kaido and screamed desperately Kaido knew that Silver Axe wanted to scold him, but he didn't care and continued to laugh. After all, they are just plastic brothers, why bother about his feelings? According to the guidance of the Eternal Pointer, after sailing for 40 days, Chu-Ki finally arrived at O'Hara Island in the West Sea. Alas, I'm so tired. 2 or 3 days of sailing have been dragged into 1.5 months. No one else can do it. Little Robin is so annoying. Chu-Ki has to take care of her every day, feeding her, changing her diapers. When he thought that this kind of life would continue for a long time, Chu-Ki felt extremely tired and had no desire to live. Little Robin, Daddy is so good to you, don't make Daddy angry in the future, be obedient. Otherwise I will spank you until your butt is blooming. Giggle. When landing on O'Hara Island, Chu-Ki's first impression was that she was small. Standing on the shore the town can be seen, which is enough to show how small this island is. Although it is remote and pitifully small, O'Hara Island is also a well-known island. It has the largest number of scholars and the library with the largest collection of books in the world, the Tree of All-Knowing. Chu-Ki is still very interested in the Tree of All-Knowing, because the books can be used to help him practice Luo Dongguan. The text and information in the books are much easier to analyze than the microscopic information in the outside world, and there will be no situation where the head explodes. Thinking of this, Chu-Ki laughed and said, "This time I unexpectedly came to such a feng shui treasure land to improve the proficiency of Luo Dongguan. By the way, O'Hara Island, there seems to be another devil fruit on it, the flower fruit that Robin will eat in the future." Chu-Ki began to think about whether to use Feng Kaokuman to find the flower fruit and then throw it directly into the sea to prevent Robin from eating it in the future. Because in the original comic, the country bumpkins on O'Hara Island did not know the devil fruit at all, so they regarded Robin, who ate the flower fruit, as a monster, and adults and children bullied her. Although Chu-Ki is now there, this situation is almost impossible to happen, but it is better to be safe than sorry. So Chu-Ki wants to completely eliminate this what-if possibility. Chapter 143. The Inevitability of History, the Progress of All Parties. Finally, I thought about it and let it go, no matter. Robin will I don't eat flowers and fruits, so I just let it go. It took Chu-Ki 7 or 8 days to build a wooden house next to the woods near the town as his future residence. After finishing everything, Chu-Ki couldn't wait to find the rumored library, the Tree of All-Knowing. To be honest, Chu-Ki has lived in this world for so many years, and he has seen no more than 10 books. He once suspected that people in this world don't read books. After entering the Tree of All-Knowing, Chu-Ki suddenly felt that he had come to a new world. The dazzling array of books was placed on the high and low bookshelves, and the air was filled with the fragrance of books and paper. Little Robin seemed to like the smell here by nature, and he kept giggling after entering the door. The books in it are almost all-encompassing, a brief history of the Grand Line, encyclopedia of the magical sea, detailed explanation of the 4 seas, etc. Chu-Ki even found the Devil Fruit illustrated book. At that time, Chu-Ki felt strange. There was even a Devil Fruit illustrated book here. Why didn't the group of country bumpkins in the original book recognize the Devil Fruit ability users? Later, I understood that the residents of the island were not only country bumpkins, but also a group of uneducated bumpkins. The Tree of All-Knowing. It is so big, and there are only a handful of people who read books except scholars. Although scholars often clean, the covers of the books are still covered with thick dust. Chu-Ki felt both sad and funny. O'Hara has the most scholars and the most books in the world. Library. In a place with such a strong scholarly atmosphere, most of the island residents are uneducated and illiterate. Chu-Ki randomly picked a book about history and began to test the ability of Deluo Dongguan to analyze it. When the ability was activated, Chu-Ki's pupils turned golden, and then he focused on the pages and began to read. A light blue halo appeared in the golden pupils and began to rotate. The words on the pages turned into information and poured into his brain. Ha 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 ha, it really works. Chu-Ki was very surprised. It is indeed much easier to analyze text and information than to analyze micro-information, because there are only so many words on each page of the book. No matter how complicated it is, the brain can easily understand it. Relaxed and accommodating. And reading is the easiest way to concentrate, and you won't analyze all the messy information from the outside world. Finally, I have a good start. As long as I analyze text and information first, and improve my proficiency in Deluo Dongguan little by little, sooner or later I can choose the analysis target at will. The world is made up of countless information, and one of the abilities of Deluo Dongguan is to see through everything and analyze this information. There are thousands of types of information, more or less simple. Since the complex ones are not good, then start with the simple ones, make progress little by little, and improve little by little. It's a very simple truth. Since you want to learn to walk first. The more you walk, the faster you walk, and you will run in the future. Every morning, Chu-Ki brought little Robin to the library to borrow a lot of books, and then went back to read while taking care of the children. The librarian of the Tree of All-Knowing was dumbfounded. Chu-Ki borrowed more than 30 books a day, returned them the next day, and then borrowed again. He didn't believe that anyone in the world could finish reading so many books in one day, but Chu-Ki returned them on time every day and the books were not damaged, so he didn't care much about him. Deluo Dongguan proficiency plus 0%. Current proficiency 1. 5% Deluo Dongguan proficiency plus 0%. Current proficiency 1. 5% Deluo Dongguan proficiency plus 0%. Current proficiency 1. 5%. As Chu-Chi guessed, the Deluo Dongguan proficiency improvement can only be described as a snail's pace, which makes people headache. But Chu-Chi doesn't care at all, the thing he lacks the least is time. In an unknown sea area in the New World, everything seems to be destined. The Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates encountered a storm and drifted to Kuriita port in Wano country. Kuri is the territory of Kojiki Odin, who is the daimyo here. So, Kojiki Odin led his retainers and started the first confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates. The result was as you can imagine. Although Kojiki Odin is strong, there is still a big gap compared to Whitebeard, and he was defeated without a doubt. After learning that Whitebeard and his crew were pirates, Kojiki Odin, who had been unable to go out to sea, decided to take this opportunity to go out to sea. On the other side, Golden Lion and others gathered together and finally salvaged the stone tablet of Feng Kaokuman after much hardship. Undoubtedly, everyone directly deprived Kaido of the right to keep the stone tablet and handed it over to Silver Axe. Although this guy is useless, since he wants to learn Feng Kaokuman, everyone is still very happy to watch his performance. Come on, brother, come on, you can do it. Everyone looked at him with a playful look. Ignoring them, Silver Axe took a deep breath and looked intently at the stone tablet of Feng Kaokuman. The blue formation diagram began to rotate at high speed in his eyes, and his movements gradually became sluggish. His eyes, the god gradually lost his spirit after watching Silver Axe turn into a puppet man. Everyone was a little disappointed, but it was also expected. Hey brothers, dig a pit to bury him. After all, we are allies. I really can't bear to see him lying in the wilderness. Kaido was too lazy and said, just throw him into the sea. He is a pirate and must want to be with the sea. Just when everyone was about to throw Silver Axe into the sea, something unexpected happened. Silver Axe actually came back to life again. The revived Silver Axe was a little confused, and after a moment, he suddenly became excited. What's the situation? Have you learned it too? Everyone felt very incredible. Silver Axe shook his head, indicating that he hadn't, but he was still very excited, as if he had discovered something. Chapter 144. Learn the method of Feng Kaokuman. Seeing Silver Axe's excited expression, everyone knew that although he had not learned Feng Kaokuman, he must have discovered something. Kaido grabbed Silver Axe and asked anxiously, "What did you find out? Speak up." Golden Lion said helplessly while smoking a cigar, "This guy has broken hands and feet now, and he is still dumb. What can you ask?" After being put down, Silver Axe struggled to crawl to the stone tablet, stared at the formation diagram again, and soon turned back into a puppet man. This time, after a long time, Silver Axe still did not turn back, and everyone vaguely guessed something. Kaido couldn't stand it anymore, and said impatiently, "Since Silver Axe can come back, then I must have no problem." After that, regardless of the reactions of others, he resolutely walked towards the stone tablet, took a deep breath, and looked over with wide eyes. Cheers sounded faintly in his ears, and the sound became louder and louder. "Pirates, long live King Kaido! Long live King Kaido! You defeated the Black Devil, you surpassed the Near God, from today on, you are the true God. Lord Kaido, I am Shiki, nicknamed Golden Lion, can you let me join your army? Even as an intern I am willing." The noise outside woke Kaido up suddenly. Looking around, there were thousands of pirates kneeling in front of him. And at his feet was the Black Devil who had been blinded and was dying. "Today seems to be the day I defeat the Black Devil and rule the world. But why did I suddenly lose my focus just now, and it seems like I had a strange dream?" Kaido muttered to himself. But Kaido didn't think much about it. After all, today is the day he defeats the Black Devil, rules the world, and becomes the great day of One Piece. Happiness is the most important thing. In the next 10 years, Kaido would occasionally think of that strange dream. In the dream, he was often bullied by his defeated opponent Black Devil. And even the interns in the group, Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin, dared to yell at him, and lived a very aggrieved life. Until one day, Kaido suddenly remembered this dream again, and the more he thought about it, the more he got involved, and he always felt that there was something wrong with this dream. Thinking about it, Kaido fell asleep directly. Golden Lion slapped Kaido in the face and said unhappily, "Can you wake up? I'll give you 3 more minutes. If you can't wake up, I'll throw you and Silver Axe into the sea together." After that, Golden Lion slapped again, and Kaido just paw. This palm hit Kaido's face firmly, and Kaido immediately became furious. Bold Shiki, you dare to hit me, kneel down for me. Everyone looked at each other, confused. What happened to this guy? Kaido was also confused. He was thinking whether he was the Pirate King or Kaido of Beasts. After more than 10 minutes, Kaido finally recovered from the dream of Pirate King and told everyone what he knew. Everyone combined what Wang Zhi said before his death and successfully summarized the method of learning Feng Kaokuman. First, after looking at the picture on the stone tablet, the consciousness will be pulled into an illusory world. This illusory world will satisfy all your inner ambitions and fantasies, and it is extremely real, without a single flaw. In this illusory world, everything in the real world is a vague dream to you. But if your willpower is strong and firm enough, your subconscious will force you to recall this dream all the time, giving you a chance to wake up. But you can't learn Feng Kaokuman in this way. You must, as Wang Zhi said, thoroughly recognize the reality and fantasy, break the illusory world, and then you can learn Feng Kaokuman. The Golden Lion couldn't help but sigh. This black devil is real. How did he create the power of Feng Kaokuman? I don't care how he created Feng Kaokuman, I'm going to try again. With the experience of the last time, I will definitely be able to successfully break the illusion this time. After saying that, Kaido looked at the stone tablet of Feng Kaokuman again and entered the inner world. Charlotte Linlin and Golden Lion were not to be outdone, and they also followed Kaido's example and began to look at the stone tablet. Barik seemed to have noticed something, so he didn't look with them. He found a chair and sat down, waiting quietly. More than 10 minutes later, the three people woke up one after another. At first they were a little confused, and then like Silver Axe, they got excited. Ha 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 ha, the nun and I created Wanguo, everyone lives happily together, and there are endless desserts every day. Ha 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 ha, Uncle Shiji, I punched Gol Roger, stepped on Whitebeard and Black Devil, and I am the king of the world. I suddenly found that this stone tablet is really a good thing. It doesn't matter if I can't learn Feng Kaokuman. It's not bad to play with it every day. After sighing, the three felt a little unsatisfied and entered the inner world again. This time, it took a full hour for the three to wake up one after another. After sharing their wonderful experiences, the three were still unsatisfied and decided to do it again. Barorik suddenly stepped forward and pushed the stone tablet down, covering the formation diagram on it. Barorik, what are you doing? Golden Lion Zi said angrily. Barolik smiled coldly, 3 idiots, I'm saving your lives. Save us, we need you to save us. The 3 of them said disdainfully. If it weren't for the fact that I still need you to help me find the 6th treasury immortal thief, I wouldn't bother with you and let you fend for yourself. Barolik said expressionlessly, do you remember why you want to look at the stone tablet? Of course. Before he finished speaking, the 3 of them had already realized. The first time you cleared the first awakening time is 10 minutes, the second awakening time is 1 hour. The third awakening time, how long do you think it will take? Is there any chance of waking up for the 4th time? Chapter 145? The first great age of navigation begins. When indulging in the virtual world, even the strongest people will fall into it little by little, and finally be unable to extricate themselves. Barorik cursed, you 3 idiots, look at your ghostly appearance now, if I hadn't stopped you, you would have gone crazy now. The 3 of them looked at each other and realized that they seemed to have gone a little crazy just now, attracted by everything in the virtual world, and couldn't distinguish between reality and fantasy. They even thought about leaving the real world forever world, living in illusion. Thinking about it now, the 3 of them all felt a little scared. It is impossible to live in the illusion world forever, because after your body dies, you will not have the consciousness to light the cigar. The Golden Lion said with lingering fear, the things left by the Black Devil are just as scary as him. What the stone tablet says is absolutely right. People with too much greed cannot practice. It seems that there is no hope for us in this life. Everyone summed up the necessary conditions for learning Fengkaokumen, which is exactly the same as what is said on the stone tablet. First of all, you must be a person with no desires. In this way, the illusion world you construct will be simpler and easier to see through. Like Kaido and his ambitious and greedy people will definitely build a virtual world that is more real and more complex. Secondly, you must have a strong willpower. Both are indispensable to learn the real Fengkaokumen. Ah, then should we keep this thing? Kaido said in despair. I suggest giving it up, otherwise with your current ghost appearance, sooner or later you will not be able to help but look at it again, and then hee. Everyone sighed, but did not refute, because Balorik was right, they had begun to indulge deeply, so they could no longer keep the stone tablet with them. I can't accept that I can't learn the 8 strange skills that I worked so hard to get. 1. It's just Fengkaokumen, don't forget there are 7 more 7 Kiji, we still have a chance. Kaido said firmly, that's right, we shouldn't waste time on Fengkaokumen now, we should mobilize all our strength to find the other 7 Kiji. Not long ago, Kaido encountered the Black Devil and saw his invincible extraordinary means. His desire for the 8 Kiji has reached an unprecedented height. Kaido believes that except 8 Kiji, no power can surpass the 8 Kiji. In other words, use 8 Kiji to defeat 8 Kiji. After discussion, the last few people agreed to Fengkaokumen and let it harm others. Hurry up, expand the scale of power and master all 7 skills in the Grand Line as the future goal. In this way, under the influence of several great pirates, the age of exploration in search of the 8 wonders quietly began. The bright sunshine shines on the golden beach of the O'Hara coast. A little girl about 3 years old, wearing a floral dress, black hair and black eyes, and fair skin, like a porcelain doll, is stepping on the beach with her cute little bare feet. Giggle, giggle. The little girl giggled happily while running and jumping on the beach, leaving a long string of small footprints behind her. Dad, Dad, come here quickly, there are so many beautiful shells here. Slow down, little Robin, put on your shoes. Chuki, who was walking behind her, quickly quickened his pace and walked to Robin's side. Dad, Dad, look, it's a shiny shell. Robin held a few strange shells and handed them to Chuki as if asking for credit. His little smiling face was full of innocence and cuteness. Dad, I'll give you the shells. Hee, thank you, baby. Chuki took the shells with a smile, put them in his pocket, and then reached out to pick up little Robin. Little, are you hungry? Yet. Robin smiled sweetly, Dad, I want to eat cake. No, cake can only be eaten at night. Dad will go back and make you delicious spaghetti bolognese, okay? Okay. Robin nodded happily in agreement. Yes, so good. Chuki carried Robin towards home, leaving 2 long footprints, one large and one small, on the beach. Another 3 years passed, and Robin had gradually grown up, from a baby to a little girl now. Robin inherited her mother Albia's high IQ, even better than hers. At only 3 years old, she has learned a lot of words and can read some simple books. And she is younger than her peers. The child became more obedient and sensible, which saved Chuki a lot of worries. After returning to the cabin, Chuki gently put little Robin down, then rubbed her head and smiled slightly. Dad is going to cook, baby, play by yourself for a while. Don't run too far, okay? Got it, Dad. Chuki smiled, walked to the refrigerator, took out various ingredients from it, and began to cook delicious food with dazzling superb techniques. Sometimes you have to admit that reading and studying can really change a lot of things. Because I have analyzed many books about cooking and cooking with Deluo Dongguan. In just 3 years, Chuki has changed from a cooking idiot who can only barbecue to a world-class chef. Not only cooking, music, writing, dancing, languages of various countries, etc. Chuki is now proficient in everything. Translating any historical text is easier for him than eating and drinking. The group of old scholars in the Tree of All-Knowing who work day and night for days and still can't translate historical texts, Chu Qi can do it in minutes. Because in these 3 years, Chu Qi has read all the books in the library of the Tree of All-Knowing. If he follows the original speed, he will definitely not be able to finish reading in 3 years. But after the proficiency of Deluo Dongguan exceeds 10%, Chu Qi can analyze the contents directly without flipping through the book. Chapter 146. Chu Qi has won a new title again. Now Chu Qi can use Deluo Dongguan select the target information to be analyzed, and most of it can be analyzed. No more headaches due to too much information. Half an hour later, several delicious dishes with good color, aroma, and taste have been served on the table from Chu Qi. After a simple wash, Chu Qi turned his head to look at Robin, who was sitting on the swing chair reading a picture book. "Little Robin, wash your hands and eat." "Okay, Dad." Robin put down the picture book in his hand, climbed down the swing chair carefully, and ran to Chu Qi to wash his hands. Looking at the cute look of little Robin washing his hands seriously, Chu Qi felt very emotional. He really hoped that little Robin could always be so well-behaved and sensible, and not grow up anymore. This may be the wish of every father. It must be the wish of a loved one, hoping that his daughter will always stay at the most well-behaved age. After washing his hands, Chu Qi held little Robin and sat at the table, and the two began to eat dinner. Little Robin is very similar to Albia, very independent. At the age of 2, he could eat by himself, without Chu Qi feeding him. Although Chu Qi wanted to feed him very much, he was still rejected by little Robin. Because she didn't want to delay Chu Qi's own mealtime and come to take care of herself. "Little Robin, I'll take you to see Whitebeard in 2 days. How is Uncle Whitebeard?" Chu Qi suddenly asked. Hearing this, little Robin laughed happily and said softly, "Great, great, I can finally see Uncle Whitebeard." Robin misses him so much after moving to O'Hara Island. Whitebeard would occasionally call Den Den Mushi to talk to the two of them and learn about each other's recent situation. Little Robin still likes Uncle Whitebeard, who he has never met and whose laughter is loud and strange. "Ha ha ha ha, Uncle Whitebeard has many brothers and many fun things. Little Robin will definitely like it." Yeah, Robin nodded heavily. Seeing little Robin's enthusiastic look, Chu Qi finally put his mind at ease. He had long wanted to return to the New World, go and have a look, but considering that little Robin is too young, it can only be put on hold for the time being. Little Robin is now 3 years old and more sensible than a 5 or 6-year-old child, so she can be taken to sea. Kojiki Odin has joined the Whitebeard Pirates, and his son Kojiki Momonosuke is almost 1 year old. Chu Qi is considering whether to find an opportunity to throw Kojiki Momonosuke into the sea to feed the fish after returning. Because according to the development of the original plot, this will take advantage of Robin in the future. Chu Qi wants to prevent such bad incidents from happening and eliminate them for the people. Of course, it's just a thought. After all, Kojiki Momonosuke is still a baby under 1 year old, and Chu Qi can't do it. "Wait until you are older, if you don't change your stubborn nature then I will hee." Chu Qi sneered secretly. As the night deepened, Chu Qi helped little Robin wash up and coaxed her to go to bed. There were 2 beds in the cabin, but little Robin was afraid to sleep alone, so she always slept with Chu Qi. After little Robin fell asleep, Chu Qi picked up the Birth of the All-Knowing Tree on the bedside and started flipping through it. This was the last book he borrowed from the All-Knowing Tree library. After reading this book, it meant that he had read all the books in the entire library. It was said to be read, but in fact, he had not read it at all. It was all analyzed by Deluo Dongguan. So Chu Qi decided to finish this last book seriously. Now there are only a few pages left, and he can finish it tonight. About 2 hours later, Chu Qi turned the last page, and slowly closed the book. At this point, Chu Qi can officially announce that he has conquered the Omniscience Tree Library, which has the largest collection of books in the world. The most skilled doctor in the world, legendary pirate of the Grand Line, the end of the era, the closest creature to God in the world, etc. After Chu Qi's many titles, he has to add a few more. The most outstanding ancient literature scholar in the world, the best scholar in the world, the only conqueror of the omniscience tree. Chu Qi couldn't help laughing, and he suddenly remembered the American TV series Game of Thrones he had watched in his previous life. The popular character Dragon Mother in it is like this, with so many titles that she can fill a page. Putting down the book in his hand, Chu Qi began to silently recite in his heart, "Open the panel. 6 Library Immortal Thief Perfect, 100% Proficiency Double Skills of the Hand are perfect, Proficiency 100% Tongtian Sword is perfect, Proficiency 100% Ling Ling Qian Zhang is perfect, Proficiency 100% Feng Ho Chi Men is perfect, Proficiency 100% Shen Ji Bai Lian is perfect, Proficiency 100% Deluo Dong Guan is small, Proficiency 39% Panwei Chu Chi Lip Fertilizer, Proficiency 0." Looking at the proficiency of Deluo Dong Guan, Chu Qi is really headache. In 3 years, the proficiency has increased to 39%, which looks good on the surface. On average, it increases by 13% per year, and it will be perfect in less than 10 years. But this is still the early stage. The proficiency will increase more slowly in the future. In the future, even 5% per year may not be enough. In this way, it may not be possible to cultivate Deluo Dong Guan to perfection in 20 years. No, I must find other more efficient ways. Method to improve the proficiency of Deluo Dong Guan. 20 years, I can't wait any longer. Chu Qi laughed secretly. This is also the reason why he is in a hurry to return to the new world. Maybe there can be a new way to improve the proficiency of Deluo Dong Guan. 2 days later, Chu Qi packed his bags and took little Robin on the voyage to the new world. In order to allow little Robin to adapt to the sailing life on the sea, Chu Qi specially built a high-level magic ship, Nicole. It is much larger than Silver Shuttle and has more functions. Sitting on it will not feel any shaking, as if walking on flat ground. Chapter 147 The Age of Discovery. I traveled through time again? This was Robin's first time going out to sea. She was very curious and found everything very interesting. She would exclaim at everything she saw. "Dad, Dad, look over there, there are so many fish. Wow Dad, what a big boat." Robin leaned on the railing, looking at the magnificent sea, with stars in her eyes, and kept calling Dad, Dad. Chu Qi stretched out his hand to rub Robin's head, and the corners of his mouth rose, looking at her with a doting face. Albia and Chu Qi are both people who love adventure and yearn for the unknown. As their daughter, Robin will sooner or later be like them and devote herself to this land. The sea. I don't know if Robin will meet the Straw Hat Pirates in the future. Chu Qi thought with some curiosity. After his appearance, Robin's growth trajectory has completely changed. He will no longer wander around, and will no longer be threatened by the world government departments and Crocodile. With him as a father, Robin's future will definitely be smooth sailing, and it is unlikely that he will meet the Straw Hat Pirates. But the world has a certain correction power, and Robin may still meet Luffy and his group. Because without Robin, Luffy and his group will never be able to reach Raftel in 10,000 years. Alas, the same old saying, let it be. Chu Qi murmured in a low voice. Chu Qi may be a father with a strong desire to protect, but he will never be a father with a strong desire to control. What kind of life Robin will choose and who she will go on adventures with are all decided by her. Nicole is fast and stable. In just one day, Chu Qi took Robin through the doldrums and arrived in the New World. After sailing in the New World for a while, Chu Qi discovered a problem. There are more pirate groups in the New World. Along the way, he has encountered more than a dozen completely unfamiliar pirate groups. Fortunately, Nicole Butt was fast enough, they had no chance to die. With Robin by his side, Chu Qi really didn't want to do it, it would be bad to leave a shadow on his daughter. Looking at the pirate groups coming and going, Chu Qi began to think. Logically speaking, the era of the three major pirates has not ended. As early as 3 years ago, the number of pirate groups was close to saturation and would not increase wildly. So something big must have happened in these 3 years. O'Hara, this rural island, is really troublesome. There is not even a newspaper, and I don't know what happened. Chu Qi secretly complained. Chu Qi thought about it, then drank lightly. General. Several ghost generals quietly flew out from Chu Qi's shadow, from a distance. Robin was a little sleepy at this time, so she fell asleep in Yi's arms, and Chu Qi gently covered her with a blanket. 10 minutes later, the ghost generals brought back the newspapers he needed. The first headline that caught Chu Qi's eyes on the newspaper shocked him. The Age of Exploration officially opened for 1 year. I traveled through the Age of Exploration again. Isn't Roger still alive? Chu Qi hurriedly continued to read, and after reading it quickly, he was dumbfounded. The person who opened the Age of Exploration turned out to be him, or rather, the 8 wonders he left behind. Chu Qi hurriedly flipped through other newspapers and finally got the whole story. Figured it out. The Birdmen of Golden Lion not only formed a large-scale treasure hunting team to search for the 8 wonders, but also made all the information about the 8 wonders known to the public. There is a small table about the 8 wonders on the front page of each newspaper. Full name of the 8 wonders: Feng Kaokuman, Lihoku Xians, Juling Qianzhang, Shuangkanchao, Shenji Balian, Tongtian, Deluo Dongguan, Panwaijue Ajinjing Guanjiding, control the nature of heaven and earth, know everything. Lihoku Xians, one of the abilities is immortality. Juling Qianzhang, dominate the soul. Shuangkanchao, suspected to have the ability to heal injuries and reshape broken limbs. Shenji Balian, suspected to have the ability to create special weapons. Note, the magic knife. The Devil's Hammer, the magic knife. Murasame, demon sword. Disaster, storage devouring capsule, perhaps forged by the Black Devil through this ability. Tongtian, ability unknown. Deluo cave observation, ability unknown. Panwaijuo, ability unknown. Announcement, Feng Kaokuman is in the hands of Red Count Baloric, willing to exchange this skill for other skills. Chu Qi was a little amused and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The guys from Golden Lion are really talented. They can infer so many things through some details, which shows that they still have some brains. Shuang Chuan hands. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that it must be related to the hand. When Chu Qi was a ship doctor in the Rocks Pirates, he often used it to treat illnesses, so they can definitely guess it. And Shenji Bailian is a kind of mechanism, a refining technology. When Chu Qi and Whitebeard dueled, the strange weapons he took out could be associated with anyone with a little brain. Wait, what's the situation with the demon sword Huos and the demon sword Murasame? Chu Qi was a little slow to react. He personally gave the Devil's Hammer to someone, and he remembered that. But Huos and Murasame have always been in Chu Qi's space ring. Chu Qi suddenly thought of something and quickly checked his space ring. Of the 5 magic swords, only the 1,000 blades that Chu Qi would occasionally use was left, and the others had disappeared. Albia. Chu Qi suddenly realized that 3 years ago, when he was preparing self-defense magic weapons for Albia, he accidentally put the 3 magic swords in. Now that they suddenly appeared, there was no need to guess that 2 of the 3 swords had been lost by Albia on the Grand Line. My mentality exploded. This prodigal woman, I worked so hard to make a sword. But then he thought about it and let out a long sigh of relief. It was better for Albia to lose them, keeping them would be a disaster sooner or later. Chapter 148. Bounty of 7 billion, First Meeting Kojiki Odin. You know, the magic sword and other magic weapons are not the same as very dangerous, and it may backfire on itself. After all, the word magic knife is not for nothing. Although it is a magic weapon of no grade, its specialness has exceeded that of ordinary high-level magic weapons. Chu Qi felt a little sorry for the loss of the magic knife, but after all, it was just some toys. It was lost, as long as the people were fine. Throwing away the newspaper in his hand, Chu-Ki sneered, Golden Lion and his friends are a little smart, but unfortunately, except for Feng Kaokuman, the other 8 strange skills can only have one successor. The reason why Golden Lion and his friends published all the information they had was to open the age of exploration and let all the pirates go out together to find 8 wonders. They then used the Feng Kaokuman in their hands as a bargaining chip to exchange for other 8 wonders, and their wish was fulfilled. The abilities of the 8 wonders are stronger than each other. Not to mention the others, the 6 treasury immortal thief that can make people immortal is enough to trigger a world frenzy. If you learn all 8 wonders, you can become the second Black Devil, the second near God, or even a true God. This temptation is definitely not inferior to Roger, and it is reasonable to open the age of exploration in advance. In addition to the newspaper, Chu-Ki also saw a special wanted order for himself, and almost laughed out loud. Black Devil Chu-Ki, former captain of the Rocks Pirates, the world's #1 public enemy bounty of 7.28 billion berries 3 years ago, Chu-Ki's bounty was just a little over 5.6 billion berries. He did nothing in these 3 years, just taking care of the kids in O'Hara, but his bounty increased by more than 1.6 billion. Looking through the newspapers of the past, Chu-Ki almost cursed. First, because the 8 wonders opened the age of exploration, the world government and the Navy headquarters put all the blame on him, and his bounty soared by 1.2 billion. Then there were many wounding incidents caused by the magic sword, and Chu-Ki took the blame again, being portrayed as the mastermind behind all the evil, and his bounty soared by another 400 million. The Navy is really a group of little geniuses. The murderer killed people with a knife, but he put the blame on the person who sold the knife. No one else can do that. Chu-Ki was a little amused. But it doesn't matter. If you want to dump me, then do it. I did it. Everything was done by me. You guys play your own games. I'll take care of my kids. I don't bother with these trivial matters. As he spoke, Chu-Ki raised his lips and looked down at Robin, who was sleeping in his arms. But he suddenly realized a very serious problem. Robin is still young and innocent. If she sees these newspapers and wanted posters, she will definitely think that her father is an unforgivable criminal. It will be very troublesome to explain at that time. Chu-Ki is indeed not a good person, but he is not unforgivable. Thinking of this, Chu-Ki hurriedly tore up all the newspapers and wanted posters and threw them into the sea. Before Robin grows up, I must not let her know who I am. Chu-Ki secretly swore. Following the guidance of Whitebeard's life card, after 3 years, Chu-Ki finally came to the Whitebeard pirates again and met everyone. As soon as Chu-Ki boarded the ship with Robin in his arms, a large group of people immediately surrounded, and greeted Chu-Ki with all their mouths. Ha 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 ha, Mom, little Robin, long time no see. Mom, I miss you so much, and little Robin, you have grown up so big. Black Devil Mom, nice to meet you for the first time. My name is King Udo. I am honored to meet you. After 3 years, everyone has changed a lot. Marco and his friends are obviously much more mature. The number of people in the Whitebeard Pirates has more than doubled compared to 3 years ago. They are all strangers. These newcomers are much more excited than Marco and his friends. They can meet the Black Devil himself, the legendary near God, the initiator of the age of exploration. Who can't be excited? Many of them grew up listening to the Black Devil legend since childhood. The Black Devil is the belief of almost all pirates. Who can't be excited? Most of the pirates on the ship were strange in shape, tall, short, fat and thin, like a group of demons dancing wildly. Robin was not scared by this, but she was still a little shy and unnatural, and buried her face deeply in Chu-Ki's arms. Chu-Ki touched her head and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, baby, they are all your brothers and will not hurt you. Well, after greeting everyone one by one, Whitebeard and Kojiki Odin came over with their child Kojiki Momonosuke. Gulala-ki, long time no see, and our cute little Robin, I really miss you so much. It's a pity that Chu-Ki was holding Robin in his arms, otherwise Whitebeard would definitely walk up quickly. Come forward and give him a big hug. Chu-Ki smiled and said to Robin, Robin, look who he is. Little Robin carefully poked his head out and looked at Whitebeard. Gulala little Robin, do you still recognize me? Hearing this familiar laughter, Robin finally showed a smile on his face. You are you Uncle Whitebeard? So smart. Whitebeard said eagerly, let Uncle Whitebeard hold little Robin, okay? Robin looked up at Chu-Ki, as if asking for his opinion. Chu-Ki smiled slightly. Dad is tired, let Uncle Whitebeard hold for a while. Well. Robin nodded obediently. Chu-Ki handed Robin to Whitebeard, literally to his hands. Whitebeard's big palm was big enough for Robin to lie on and sleep. After chatting with Whitebeard for a few words, Chu-Ki focused his attention on Kojiki Odin, who was also paying attention to him. Chapter 149? It doesn't matter, I'll beat you up quickly. You are the Black Devil, right? I've heard of you for a long time. I'm Kojiki Odin, from Wano country. Kojiki Odin pointed to the woman next to him and said, this is my wife, Toki. Chu-Ki smiled and said calmly, I've heard Whitebeard talk about you several times, but this is the first time I've seen Whitebeard praise someone so much. You're pretty good. Mr. Miyosan, compared to you, it is nothing. The samurai country attaches great importance to etiquette, especially when facing noble people, so Kojiki Odin used honorifics. And the person in front of him is definitely worthy of it. It has only been more than 2 years since Kojiki Odin went to sea. But in these 2 years, Kojiki Odin can hear rumors about the Black Devil almost all the time, and his name can always be seen in newspapers. Perfect interpretation of what it means to people are not at sea, but the sea is always there. Are legends about him far and wide. The Terminator of the old era, the leader of the slave liberation movement, the creature closest to God in the world. Kojiki Odin still doesn't know how many titles he has. Chu-Ki patted Kojiki Odin on the shoulder and chuckled, don't be too polite, since you are Whitebeard's brother, you are my brother. Sir Black Devil, I have an unwelcome request, please agree to it. Kojiki Odin suddenly said solemnly. Whitebeard, who was playing with little Robin, heard this and glanced at Odin lightly without saying anything. Whitebeard, who was familiar with Odin, certainly knew what he wanted to say. Odin was a warlike person, even better than him battle, seeing the rumored near god. Black Devil, must be eager to show off his skills. However, Whitebeard is still very clear about Odin's strength, which can definitely be ranked in the top 5 or even the top 3 in the entire Grand Line. But Chu-Ki is not in the ranking, and the two are completely incomparable. Whitebeard is a little afraid of hitting Odin. Since Whitebeard defeated Odin 2 years ago, he has been closed for a long time before he recovered. Seeing Odin like this, Chu-Ki doesn't need to guess, he knows what Odin wants to say. Mr. Black Devil, can you compete with me and let me look at the gap between you and the strongest person in the world? Odin stared at Chu-Ki and said seriously. Chu-Ki smiled playfully, okay, I haven't done it for many years, and I just want to exercise, so I'll play with you. Thank you very much. Seeing Chu-Ki's straightforward agreement, Odin was extremely excited, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise high. He. Chu-Ki smiled and didn't speak. Since Odin became a pirate, he has always been aiming to fight with everyone in the new world. Today he directly won the first prize, how could he not? Excited Odin had heard Whitebeard say that Black Devil's physical skills, swordsmanship and collar domineering were all at the pinnacle. However, these compared to the 8 wonders he created, they were simply not worth mentioning. His 8 wonders were praised as divine skills, and directly opened the age of discovery. Every time he heard these, Odin felt itchy and wanted to have a good fight with Black Devil. Now the opportunity has come, Odin is very impatient, Sir Black Devil, it's time for us to start. Tsuki Toki on the side reminded, Sir Odin, Black Devil Lord Ghost has come from afar and has not had a good rest. After hearing Tianyueshi's reminder, Odin suddenly realized that the Black Devil and his daughter had just boarded the ship. After such a long voyage, they must be tired. Lord Black Devil, I'm really sorry. I didn't think it through. Odin looked apologetic. Chu-Ki glanced at Odin and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'll beat you quickly, it will be over in 3 minutes." Odin felt offended. Is this human language? Gulala. Whitebeard on the side laughed out loud, "Ki, Odin is our brother, don't be so straightforward, be polite." Uncle Whitebeard, what are you laughing at? Little Robin asked with a confused look on his face. Nothing. Little Robin, let's go over there to play, there are delicious candies and cakes over there. Whitebeard said in a persuasive manner. Violent scene, we must not let such a young child see it. Robin was delighted, but soon hesitated and said seriously, Uncle Whitebeard, Dad said that the cake can only be eaten at night. Robin is a good child and must listen to Dad. Oh! Seeing such a well-behaved and sensible Robin, everyone's hearts melted. Tetsuki looked down at Momonosuke in the cradle and murmured in a low voice, Momonosuke, you must be a sensible and good child in the future, understand? If Tetsuki knew what Momonosuke would look like in the future, he might throw him away. Go down, delete the account and start over. Chu-Ki reached out and rubbed Robin's head, smiling lovingly, today is an exception, Robin can eat as much as he wants candies and cakes. Really? That's great, thank you Dad, thank you Uncle Whitebeard. Gulala, what a good child. Whitebeard smiled and raised his hand, put Robin on his shoulder, turned and walked into the cabin. After Robin left, everyone didn't have to worry about anything. Sir Black Devil, this place is too small, we can't show our skills, let's find an island to fight. Odin looked serious, because Chu-Ki's offense just now. He has decided to upgrade this competition to a duel, and use his 100% strength to fight. Don't bother, follow me. Chu-Ki put his hands in his pockets, stepped on his feet, and jumped off the boat lightly. Everyone hurried to the guardrail and looked at the sea. The scene in front of them surprised everyone, including Odin. The entire sea surface has frozen, and the ship of the Whitebeard pirates has also been frozen in place. The ice surface covers at least hundreds of meters. Chapter 150. The practical application of Doluo Dongguan. From jumping off the boat to touching the sea surface, in just a few seconds, Chu-Ki was able to freeze the sea surface within a range of hundreds of meters, and the thickness of the ice layer was at least 5 meters, almost like land. Although he was mentally prepared, Odin was still deeply shocked by the powerful strength displayed by Chu-Ki. 8 Wonders is indeed magical. With this move alone, the title of Near God is well deserved. What just happened? How come the sea surface was frozen in the blink of an eye? The newcomers exclaimed, while Marco and the others looked calm and laughed secretly. It was just a basic operation. The scene of my mother freezing the sea 3 years ago was spectacular. Although shocked, Odin's fighting spirit did not diminish, but became more and more intense. Mr. Black Devil, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I am so excited to fight with a strong man like you. After saying that, Odin jumped off the boat and landed steadily on the ice. 100 meters apart, he looked at Chu-Ki. Let's start, Odin. Chu-Ki said lightly. As you wish. Odin drew out the swords at his waist, which were Amino Habizan and Inma, both of which were one of the 21 great swords. Looking at Odin, who was on full alert, Chu-Ki suddenly had an idea. What would it be like if Doluo Dongguan was used in actual combat? Thinking of this, Chu-Ki's mouth curled up, and he silently activated the ability of Doluo Dongguan, and his pupils gradually turned golden. The Odin in front of him turned into data information one after another, pouring into Chu-Ki's mind. His muscle density, breath strength, height and weight, etc. Kojiki Odin Tien is really strong. Among the people I have met, he ranks at least 4th. Chu-Ki muttered to himself. Odin did not attack for a long time, but urged, "Sir Black Devil, please draw your sword. No need to use the tricks of Xing country, just attack directly." Chu Qi looked indifferent. Since that has been said, Odin did not bother to be polite with Chu Qi, holding two swords, rushing towards him at a very fast speed. Odin two swords style Peach Garden Waterfall. When Odin was ready to attack, Deluo Dongguan had already analyzed Odin's attack direction, attack force, attack action, and attack loopholes. Chu Qi was slightly surprised. It was the first time that he used Deluo Dongguan in actual combat. He didn't expect the effect to be so powerful. While he was surprised, Odin's attack had already landed. He swung his two swords at high speed and slashed past Chu Qi. Chu Qi raised the corner of his mouth, and stepped sideways. Then he took a step back. With only two very simple movements, he dodged Odin's slash. What? Odin was very surprised after his attack failed. The Black Devil's movements were so small that they were almost equivalent to not moving in place, but he was able to just avoid his slash. It was really incredible. No, could it be that he had seen through my movements before I made a move? Odin sighed inwardly. Odin was surprised, but Chu Qi was pleasantly surprised, because he received a long-lost system prompt. Deluo Dongguan proficiency plus 0%, current proficiency 39%, and it actually increased by 0.1% directly. It was the first time that his Deluo Dongguan proficiency increased so much. Chu Qi almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect that on the first day back to the new world, he found a new way to improve Deluo Dongguan proficiency. By using actual combat, analyzing and cracking the opponent's moves, you can improve Deluo Dongguan proficiency. Although the process is more complicated than reading a book, it is much more efficient. Odin, don't stop, keep going. Chu Qi urged with a smile. Odin frowned, opened his arms left and right, turned around and swung at Chu Qi continuously. Chu Qi remained calm, retreating and dodging. Shua shua shua. Odin's continuous swings of the sword were incredibly fast and powerful. Just relying on the wind pressure generated by the swing, he left long and deep cracks on the ice. But unfortunately, every blow of Odin missed, and he didn't even touch a corner of Chu Qi's clothes or a hair. Odin became more and more frightened as he fought. Chu Qi's movements were straightforward and simple. They seemed very slow, but he could dodge without bias every time. It was as if he had seen through him. Every move and every style of his own, all his fake moves, could not escape his eyes. This cannot be achieved by using the observation haki. Mr. Black Devil, don't worry too much, please attack, let me fight you fairly. Seeing Chu Qi dodging and not fighting back, Odin was a little emotional. The opponent was obviously attacking, just like playing with a child. Odin really couldn't stand this contempt. Chu Qi was not looking down on Odin, but was brushing up his proficiency in Deluo Dongguan. But since Odin brought it up, he should be more serious. After all, it was agreed to solve it in 3 minutes, and it must be done. Suan character Xiongtan merits. Chu Qi raised his hand, and dozens of wooden sticks emerged from the ice surface and flew towards Odin. Odin jumped back and leaped into the air, trying to distance himself and dodge. But these wooden sticks were like noodles, which could be stretched and bent at will, and chased after Odin very flexibly. Odin remained calm, slashing left and right, and swinging two huge sword energies downward in midair, knocking the flying wooden sticks away. The wooden strips were all shattered. After the wooden strips were shattered, the sword energy remained powerful and continued to fly towards Chu Qi. Chu Qi stood there unmoved, and the wooden strips rose up again, forming a thick barrier in front of him. Bang! The barrier was broken and shattered, and Odin's sword energy was just offset, as if everything was calculated, and it was indeed the case. Deluo Dongguan can see through everything, and the power of Odin's attack is also under Chu Qi's control. 1.5 minutes have passed, we can still play for a while. Chu Qi said with a smile.